sidelines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's. Solitude stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshot from.
Olo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of X-Set.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addiction. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots. P in a 1v3, what can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one, let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. We do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. X-Set full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Vamos, galera. A gente consegue.
Só um minuto, pessoal. Preciso fazer um negócio.
Carrilho, 1 minuto. Onde você tá? Onde você foi, cara? Carrilho! Carrilho tá FK? Traz aquele carro pra cá, Carrilho. O que você tá fazendo, Carrilho?
Calma aí, pessoal. Já vou. Você tem que aprimorar seu jogo para trazer o Chicken Dinner para casa.
Volta aqui.
Ser um campeão de PUBG Mobile também precisa de criatividade.
Para de ficar zoando e vamos matar esses caras.
Calma, gente. Eu já tô indo. Perfeito. Eu disse que não ia demorar. Vocês têm que acreditar. A gente conseguiu. Tá bonito, hein, Kaká? Ótimo.
A7 looking decent for now, but they're bleeding.
Prize is what Lutz just said right there. Able to practically save the day. Can we get the last one?
Separated out, trying to scout the areas. Took a few shots onto himself. But guess what? Footballists and Eastern Stars, they have caught their eyes.
Right, of course, unfortunately, Footballist, he has been spotted.
He has the high ground over this entire situation. S2G is still struggling to get inside the zone. Nate comes in through, was quite close to A7. But guess what? A7 are caught in quite a difficult kind of a position over here. They're pretty uncomfortable. Revo, his head's being exposed. GC taking a few shots onto him. A7 looking decent for now, but they're bleeding. And he will be taken down and confirmed as instantly. Fenerbahce now left with only one last man alive, Mad Bulls. Spotting the rotation from Black Dragons. That's quite a risky one as well. Both of them fall down in the clotheslines, and Octavian is just conveying so much information for his team. That jump shot comes in through. Octavian getting caught off guard, getting taken down. Wasn't really close to his teammates. Kapahala looking to take the revenge. Alucard still behind that little wall.
Is Alucard going to clutch right here? Going to be peeking their head around that wall, getting that confirmed. And now here comes the collapse. 2v1. Once again, Eastern Stars, they love the high ground. They love playing the tippy top of the hills. Let's see if Octavian can get a couple knocks here. I do see one of the squad mates from Football is trying to get that wrap around, that spray down from behind. And surprise is what Lutz just said right there. Able to practically save the day. Can we get the last one?
And Furious Gaming, they are slowly and steadily making sure that Unicorn's love are crumbling down, crumbling and falling apart. Fresh is left there with GK as well. Fresh in the clotheslines, being contested from few angles. Doesn't really know where to shoot at first.
Ready for extract.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. and I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome everyone to PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. It is Super Weekend number 1 coming right out of our league play. Hello everybody, I'm Stan Cargo, or Audrey. I'm your host, and with me again is Zute and the 7 Worlds Gaming. So we had a lot of extra interesting games from this first league play, and this is going to be our first Super Weekend. And you guys, coming into this, you know, we went down day 2. And what are your quick thoughts on what happened, Zute, from the teams that made it, didn't make it from day 2?
Well, okay, here's my take on it. If you're here, you're here. Whatever happened in the regular league days, throw it out the window. Like, just throw it completely out. Because from my experience and what I've seen, regular league play very rarely resembles exactly how the Super Weekend is going to go. It's going to be a whole different ballpark. Yes, it's going to be the teams that we've seen. The games are going to play out way different, 7.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, we've seen it over and over again. You saw it earlier in the East as well. Some of those teams, I know we were talking about it before the show even started. We just see teams play differently, especially after they got that first 2 days to kind of feel each other out. The one thing, though, is that we are going to be playing an extra map today, Span, that we haven't seen at all so far in this tournament, and that's going to be interesting.
That's very true. That's very true. But let's go ahead and remind everybody of the format really quickly. So just a reminder, as you can see that we're now officially on that Super Weekend. It is Friday, and the 20 teams are broken up. They started off in the league play day. So that was obviously Tuesday and Wednesday. They played 5 matches per day, and the top 16 from those 2 days moved on to the Super Weekend. The first day is today, and they're going to be playing today and the next 2 days to try again to get points that this Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, the third Super Weekend, those points are all going to matter because the top 16 from those is going to go on ahead and move on to the league finals, which will then be 6 matches per day. So we still have a lot to go. It's our very first Super Weekend, our very first day of the Super Weekend, and so there's a lot to look forward to. And there's also a lot of the obvious points that we have here. First place, 15 points, all the way down to 13 through 16 is 0, 1 point per elimination, and of course with that $6 million total prize pool. And now, you know, I mentioned we're now in the Super Weekend. This is where, I don't know how to say it other than this is where the points really matter, you know? This is where you're gonna accumulate all the points from all the Super Weekends and get into the end. And since we don't know who's going to do well, I have to say myself, because I feel like all the Super Weekends in the past that we've seen, a lot of teams kind of changed their gameplay from League play into the Super Weekend. So, Seven, what do you think teams are going to perform this Super Weekend? What are your thoughts?
I'll tell you what. There's 2 teams that I'm definitely going to be looking at. Actually, you know what? 3 teams that I'm going to be looking at here. I'm going to be looking at Navi. I'm going to be seeing how they bounce back. As we just mentioned over and over again, Super Weekends are different. I want to see how Navi's going to come in here. We saw them being able to qualify to Super Weekend in 15th place. So I am looking forward to see them at the end of the day, at least with the top 5 situation. Unicorns of Love, this is another strong team from Europe. This is another team that I'm going to be looking at to see how they bounce back as well and how they're going to be playing here in the Super Weekend, because this team ended up in 16th place out of the week of League play coming into the Super Weekend. And then last but not least, the team that I'm going to be looking at, from Americas at least, is going to be Ghost Gaming. This was a team that we kind of saw wake up in a way, especially in day 2. We saw them switch up their different playing styles as well. Sute, they pretty much went from being those fraggers that everybody's intimidated by to just being a team that was kind of playing just for placement points.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming, they barely got through. They kind of, I would have to almost say they sneaked their way through. Sure, they placed, you know, further ahead than Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love, but it was just not in a very, you know, commanding fashion. It was just kind of like they just made their way through. So I'm curious also to see how Ghost Gaming does. And to add on some extra information though, we saw PMGC East Super Weekend the first day, and something very interesting that stood out to me was, you mentioned this to me actually, or it was actually Span that brought it up.
Yep.
But during the League weekend, or the League days, there was a team, Infinity, I believe they qualified in 15th place, and then after one day of Super Weekend, they're in 3rd place. So maybe Na'Vi or Unicorns of Love can do something similar, and then on the opposite end, TJB, one of the Chinese teams representing the China region, qualified 2nd place from the League regular days. And then first day in Super Weekend, well, they're in dead last. They're in 16th place after one day in Super Weekend. So, like I said, whatever you saw during the regular League days, throw it out the window. It's a completely different ball game, and that's what I'm so excited about. Speaking about completely different ball game, we talked about it like very slightly. We do also have Sanhok today, and that is something that is a map that we have not yet seen these teams play yet.
Yeah, we really haven't. I mean, as we're looking here at the at the day's matches, that's going to be match number 4, and that's a match that I personally just absolutely love, because we see absolute mayhem. We see sometimes teams that might not be performing well throughout the day use that match to kind of just recover and be able to take advantage of all the mayhem going on, and we see a lot of teams usually towards the end of the leaderboard be able to come out with a chicken dinner. So it's going to be interesting once we do get to that Sanhok. And another thing that I'm going to be looking at is seeing hot drops. You were mentioning to me here earlier, Sute, I was thinking about it too. Bootcamp. Who's going to be going towards bootcamp? Well, we'll see Alpha 7 try to land there. We saw what happened in Americas when 19E was there, but it's different now. Who else is going to be trying to challenge them there, Sue?
Yeah, we'll see. On the east side, there were 2 different hot drops that happened. Like, we just gotta get into the games. I mean, I'm so excited. I can't wait. But of course, you know, Span, I'm gonna toss it back to you. Which, like, real quick, hot drops and boot camp, yes or no, Span?
I mean, I definitely think there is. I mean, why not? That's definitely a location on the map that everybody's obviously going to want to go ahead and fight for. The center of the map, best place for rotations, just place to start in general, especially that southern mountain of it as well, I gotta say. But also, before we get into that next match as well, gotta go on ahead, once again, point out that you guys touched on a lot. The Super Weekend points are much different. So you kind of already pulled out a couple of teams as examples that did well or not so well in the league play, and then went on ahead and did super well coming into the Super Weekend for East. Like, there's definitely going to potentially be some teams that are going to be doing that today as well. And I guess on top of that, do you guys have any initial thoughts potentially on who that could be? Do you want to see more from teams like Na'Vi? Do you think that they're going to go on ahead and change up their play style coming into the Super Weekend because they know that they have to go on ahead and play differently, Zoo?
Well, since you mentioned Na'Vi, here's my take on Na'Vi. I think between Na'Vi and A7, only one of these teams will do well at the end of the Super Weekend. They are so closely like interconnected in terms of their rotations and their performance that if you ask me another time, like I believe A7 and Na'Vi both could be a top team, but I mean, we've seen what happened. I feel like one's success is going to lead to one's failure and vice versa. So that's my quick hot take on it. As far as who's going to come out on top, Na'Vi or A7, I'm definitely leaning towards A7 for now. But like I said, it's a Super Weekend. We could see a totally different Na'Vi. We could see a totally different A7. What are your thoughts, Seven?
I'm with you. Do Brasil. Dude, but I want Alpha 7 to do good. I mean, we saw what they were able to do, and we saw them get that last chicken dinner into weekly league play. I know we've been talking about weekly league plays in the past, but it's still, in a way, a confidence boost, because if we remember, on that last Erangel that we played on weekly league play, we saw A7 trying to just kind of bridge camp Na'Vi, and it absolutely backfired. Na'Vi won that fight, and it kind of helped them, also boost them to be able to make it to the Super Weekend. For me, Na'Vi has just been playing not like Na'Vi. I want to be able to see Na'Vi be able to be that dominant. They usually do a lot of rotations. We saw them get caught off in a lot of rotations because there's just so much more aggressive teams. One thing I'm going to be looking at as well is we're playing 3 Erangels. None of these teams are sitting out. All of these teams are going to be playing. How are you guys going to be adjusting, knowing that now you got Rise Esports here, now you got Alpha 7, now you got this more aggressive teams coming, especially out of Brazil, that are going to be playing here? How are you going to be adjusting your rotations? And we saw what happened last time when they adjusted the rotations by going towards the middle of the circle. It didn't work out for them. They just got absolutely crashed by everybody else. So, I'm excited. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on that first Erangel. It's going to be telling a lot of what could be happening this Super Weekend.
Exactly. Alpha 7 Na'Vi on this very first match is definitely going to be something to watch. But we also got to go on ahead and shout out 1+9 and 9 Pro as per usual with flagship performance, y'all, an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers. The 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboard. And we already said it, this is the time that these teams need to climb the leaderboard, need to be at the top of the leaderboard, because this is where, again, the points do matter, right? In the league play, because they need to get in the top 16. But the points here matter even more because this is where, of course, the prize pool really comes into play, especially those bounties, and what really matters, of course, being in the top 16 to go on ahead and move on into the finals as well. So today, even though the weekend play super important today, I feel like there's just a whole new level to the hype and the expectations, the kind of stress that's going to be put on every single team, because this is where these points really are in fact going to come into play. And you guys actually mentioned to me a little bit that a couple of teams that started to kind of change their gameplay, their game style, even in the second day of the league play. You mentioned Ghost Gaming changing up, kind of going for more placement points than kill points. There's some other teams I have to point out, like the Bulls ended up coming in huge, more than like doubling their points coming in from day 2. And then some very specific teams that obviously going ahead and focus more on placement points than kill points. I could go on ahead and name a few. But coming into this, what are you guys' thoughts? Do you guys think that these teams are going to continue with their usual strategies in terms of that? Or do you think being a consistent team, kind of getting equal on both eliminations and placement points is kind of more the way to go for the Super Weekend, Zite?
That's a big question, Span. That's a really good question. My brain gears are turning right now. I think so. For the teams that didn't do so well, like let's just say, Ghost comes to mind, right? Because Ghost had a huge change from day 1 to day 2. You guys mentioned it. They went way more passive, played for the placement points, and it worked. It got them into the top 16. But now that we're into the Super Weekend, I'm thinking some teams that didn't do too well, this is going to be a good chance for them to reset, to change whatever strategy, that they were just doing on day 2 just to ink their way through. And now coming into day 1 of the Super Weekend, we might see them, reset and change back to their more dominant strategy that will get them more points. No one wants to, just finish the Super Weekend in 13th, 12th, 14th place. Sure, in the regular league day, that's perfectly fine. In fact, there's nothing wrong with that at all, right? But in the Super Weekend, nobody's going to aim for that 14th spot, 15th place spot. So I think everybody's going to change up their style a little bit more to go for at least top 5, right, 7?
Definitely. I agree with you. Another team that we haven't really talked about in this intro is going to be Knights. Knights was just such a surprising team for a lot of us, especially going into that day 2 of weekly league play. They started to become that more aggressive team. Maybe some of their players started being more comfortable. The nerves kind of wore off a little bit more. But now we've been saying it, this is a completely different beast. Now we're in the Super Weekend. How are this team's going to be reacting? Knights is a team that I'm going to be looking at. I want to see how Coops, I mean, we saw Coops waking up, getting those kills. So Coops maybe looking to get that MVP.
And additionally, kind of one of you guys, I'm going to quote one of you guys, I'm not going to name names though, is that, you know, Na'Vi Unicorns of Love, kind of towards the bottom, they're not looking the best for EU right now. Had to put that quote out there because it's kind of a challenge here. Who's going to go ahead and do well in this very first match? Starting off in Erangel, we're going to throw it over to Mustache Dave and Highland Wolf.
Yo! Thank you very much. Oh, Dave, you're here. I was searching for you.
You're
I
here.
wasn't sure what
You're
you
here,
were.
bro.
I was scared, man. I'm glad you're here. We're hitting it up in a Super Weekend, man. That's what we are.
You're here, I'm here, we're all here. Super Weekend #1, 16 teams, baby. Bring in that heat. Remember, all these points here matter because all these points get accumulated on the overall leaderboard, and that's the points. Those are the points that these teams need at the end of the Super Weekend. So huge day. The Deaths, they talked about a lot of teams. We're looking at Na'Vi. We're looking at Unicorns of Love. We're looking at these teams that barely qualified to make it here to really pop off here today.
Yeah, of course, we have a final 16 teams coming through from the first week league stage, and now we're coming into the Super Weekend. I think that actually Zute said something very, very accurate, and what we saw in the East just earlier today, it's been a complete topsy-turvy of the standings compared to the previous days of play, and now actually I think we're probably looking at something similar, or at least I hope, because we saw those big shocks coming in on those first 2 days. Na'Vi underperforming. We saw Unicorns of Love, the PMGC points representative from Europe, also barely slipping it through in 16th position. There's a lot of changes that we're hoping to see change if it's going to be an improvement from some of the favorites coming in.
Yeah, big day here for all these teams. So already kind of dropping into match #1 here. Pretty solid, pretty quiet. All these teams, they had the appropriate time to go back, review the footage, review the VODs from the first 2 days of league play, and find a drop spot that they can call home and hopefully get some loot very safely. Now, Zute also kind of tacking on to, you know, that big brain. First of all, Zute looking fly, man. I'm telling you, every day we see that guy, he's looking flyer and flyer. Oh, man, I need some tips. But he made a great point. Alpha, 7, and Na'Vi. These two teams always just kind of hand-to-hand when we're looking at their rotational pathways and just how they like to play the edges of the, at least the first couple circles. And Zute said only one team will be making it out alive here this Super Weekend. I have to say, unless Na'Vi has a game plan to react to A7, I agree with that.
Oh, I definitely agree too, because I think that we started to see other teams who we did expect to see perform well, like Black Dragons, like S2G, fighting it up already. Well, it's Black Dragons this time who are the ones with first Greason striking first blood and first Super Weekend of PMGC West. And I actually think that Black Dragons, one of these teams who started the entire tournament with that first chicken dinner, now also stepping up in Erangel. It feels like this map is their comfort ground. And to see 3 games every single day played on Erangel, this has got to be a big, big plus for them. Saying that, I almost jinxed them. Rip 7 almost took down for Squeeze, but not quite.
Coming out with the buys in here, game 1. And yeah, they did get the first chicken dinner when we're looking at Black Dragons. Not only that, they got 15 kills to go with it. So they showed up in their first match.
Oh, they did.
Well, they popped off big time. But the problem is, all you needed was top 16 back in league play. So, you know, that doesn't really matter right now. So hopefully, maybe they can come into today's games with that same momentum, that mentality. Like, hey, let's get a huge chicken dinner. Let's get a bunch of kill points in and really start to get that gap going on the overall leaderboard and get a strong foothold here within the lobby.
Yeah, of course, that first phase zone as well here for the Super Weekend. Dave, it's gone up towards the northern side, and actually, we're going to see what could be a lot of rotations where we haven't seen them before, which is on this northern side of Erangel. All of these teams in the west scene have a tendency to actually avoid that top western side, and you can already see because of this, fighting happening with teams like S2G rotating up into Black Dragons early on and getting caught now in this fight. Unfortunately, it's going to be the demise of Golden. There's not much he can do about this situation. Nades do miss, so at least it's going to waste a little bit of utility, but the nades will miss, but the gun does not. And there goes 1-for-1 trade. Rip 7 barely almost getting punished there by Black Dragons, but not also going to go down. It's going to be a quite 1-for-1 trade. It's GC God, though, in the back line, who I see in the map, that could be the saving grace, but it's got to come in quicker than this.
Yeah, GC God has been in that vehicle for some time now, really pedal to the metal, trying to support their squad mates, and now we'll be behind Silas, taking some nice shots. I would probably just blow up that vehicle, honestly. So let's see, Black Dragons looking to make the push, get that revenge play right here. Nice little knock right there onto Silas.
Still going to be 1-for-1 and not Silas knocked and first just yet, but it's not looking good for him either. And S2G have already abandoned Silas. As Timber, they are using him as potentially, yes, a free knock because they tried to go for the first, and Timber will strike one back, but we still cannot save a teammate just yet. They're going to have to go further back in as they pick up the cavalry on the opposite end towards that northern side. Again, more fighting happening more towards the east. Supermassive Blaze taking another down of Rise. Mufasa will be knocked, and Supermassive Blaze, they break through, but Gary has something to say about that, but not enough because it's answered straight back by Tron.
Dude, these shots just get ring out back and forth. Look at all these different angles. You got Gary, you got Nunez. They're all separated for the time being. And it looks like SMB kind of getting stuck in the middle. Let's see what Tron can do, trying to get that flick on the Nunez. Nunez, AKM, gonna be taking out Tron right there. And will they be able to pick up Mufasa? Will they be able to pick up Gary? Well, that's the question on my mind right now, because you definitely want to have those numbers moving into that mid to late game.
Yeah, it's a problem, right? Because if you are Rise, you actually have that advantage of a Supermassive Blaze. They're the ones who cried across the bridge. They got pincered by Alpha Mythic on the backside, and the result, they lose out Tron as well. But back towards this Black Dragon side fight, where again, GC God gets knocked for squeeze and immediately knocked straight after as S2G, a beautiful grenade elimination and a 3 knock onto them both. And they're barely surviving. Black Dragons running for the hills. They won't be the first eliminated, but they are bleeding out, quite frankly.
I believe just a solo, and we saw them out there in that buggy trying to go for that last-ditch play to try to survive. But look at this, Knights, one of the most aggressive squads in the lobby. At least look at their league play. They were just on the hunt every single day, racking up those kill points. Looks like they're going to be trying to take the fight right here with Furious. They will be able to take down one who was in that compound. Looks like they were able to take that compound up, but look at Furious, Scream, pushing out here, trying to square up against Coops.
Coops, the star player, of course, for Knights. I mean, he was, again, the MVP coming through from the Americas spring and summer, and actually now, I think actually coming into PMGC, he might have matched his match, because Coops hasn't been the player. It's actually been Knights, so as a team that has been why they've done so well. It's not been reliant on this solo, and I think that's what is so impressive to me about Knights and their development through at least these first 2 days already. We've seen them do well, and hoping that, this is one of those moments that they can improve. That nade just slightly cooked quite late, but the shots coming through from Coops once more keeps them at bay. I think the Knights probably hold off in this situation. You're not really looking at Knights wanting to take this fight. It's more about holding off Furious Gaming for the meantime. As Pat
I don't know, man.
Couple bullets in the face, but it's not going to be enough again to take him down. I think that you're with this Northern Zone, though, you can see it in that control, right? That Knights are the ones that don't have to move. However, as that zone did shift hard towards the south side, I might be mistaken, and now the Sunset Furious Gaming, they've got the upper hand when it comes to being close to that center. It is a hard shift, actually, in towards those ruins side, which is what's going to be so difficult coming into the future for these teams to navigate.
You're saying Coops met their match. I don't think so, man. Coops just starting to get warmed up here. Chico getting a nice little knock on a Poppy Patro out there, and We can see Furious Gaming. You like their compound. I do like that 3-story, but they decided to pull out of that building, kind of getting caught out there in the open. Chico making that pull up, health down to about 50% HP, but look at that team communication. Once when Chico started to get shot at, the whole team, other Knights, quickly turning their attention to that one player up there on that hill, behind that boulder. Oh, Sanhok's just sending it right there. Knights are looking good, man, but they need to be cautious, head on a swivel, because these shots are going to be alerting other teams looking to take up a off-center position right here. And I believe that's Eastern Stars out there in the distance.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It is. They're going to knock through. Coop's going to find the killer, but it's got to be quick and decisive retreat now, because Eastern Stars, they can't just barely find those knocks coming through. And Knights do get back into former position and do get that hillside to protect them, but it's not done for them yet. And actually, Eastern Stars rotating in, they're going to have to force this fight potentially through Knights. And this is better actually for Knights now to just retreat back into the zone, because if they get stuck in a fight that could be prolonged due to this compound being quite tricky to navigate from and also take fights in, you are looking at then if the zone circles down south once more, Knights having to chase that zone and not having any information given to them, as I think we might finally see our Black Dragons demises. Yes, it is. Next Roya will silence them down.
Try blowing out some fire. Nothing came out right there. Getting taken out at 15th position, I believe, this game. So that's going to be netting them 0 placement points. And we saw there for just a moment, I believe those were the kills from league play. Pretty impressive stats there. Coops #1, Monkey #2 from the Mad Bulls. And well, like we talked about, the league play kind of a warm-up to the Super Weekend. Top 16 was the goal, but now the goals have changed to let's slay out, let's get as many points as possible, and really start to develop a nice strong foothold on this overall leaderboard. And checking in with other squads, got Fenerbahce out there in the distance, trying to just play game #1, I guess, as this is going to be Potato Hill. Nice and quiet for the time being.
True, but look at Fenerbahce's split on that map. They are going for a 2-2 right now. You got 2 players looking towards Atom in their full squad. You got 2 looking further in towards that central zone. And actually, I think that for Fenerbahce, yes, they get all of this information, which is great work coming through them for now, but we do have to be really careful. It's something that we've seen in the past too already, where teams try to go for these risky splits to gather the maximum amount of information heading into phase 3, phase 4, phase 5 in these quicker shifts. But actually, they get caught out earlier on. They lose a member, they lose 2 members here and there, and actually as a result they then struggle to even survive coming into those zones regardless of the information they've garnered. So Fenerbahce, smart idea, but now they rotate through, because as this zone shifts phase 3, another hard one towards the east, which means Rosshop School Apartments, we're actually looking back towards what we saw in that first day of play in around, I believe it was that 3rd Erangel match where it finished around school. And I think this is actually really good for teams like actually Rise, who struggled against Furious Gaming, right? But Furious Gaming, they've not got the players to handle this time around for that chicken dinner. So now Rise, they have all of that comfort and that comforting spot itself that they are well aware of and how to handle all to themselves.
Yeah, Rise, very aggressive team too, just looking at their overall play style. They like to go for those aggressive plays, get those kill points, and they favor kill points actually over placement points. So like you mentioned though, with this zone, with this current position that they are holding down this game, well, they might be able to get a nice little split 50-50 here as, ooh, nice little stat right there. Total team damage, average rankings between PK and Mad Bulls. We're bringing this one up because both these teams, #1 and #2 from league play. So we have to respect the work that they've been putting in here so far in this lobby. But now, as we mentioned, leaderboards start at 0. This game 1 is going to be a nice indicator of what's to come for the rest of the day, in my opinion. If you can get a strong start here, I don't see anything stopping these teams, because the difference here with Super Weekend is that all 16 teams play every single game. There's no more rotating lobbies. There's no, hey, you sit out this game, you sit out that game. No,
right.
Everybody playing all weekend long.
There's no bench warmers when it comes to playing in the Super Weekend, Dave. You ever remember back to high school and you ever had that stereotypical last one picked off the bench? Well, that's not this case this time around. Everyone has a part to play in the story, and I actually think that when it comes to those stories developing in this first game, my big concern is not a team like that in the center of Rise of Footballers. I'm actually looking towards the far outer reaches under the likes of Na'Vi, because Na'Vi very slow in rotations once again. I am not too comfortable with this, however, because I like that they are staying on the edge of zone, but the problem is they're on the island, still in that northern end where the zone is not, and it's still to cross that bridge across Roadblock, which is guarded by Team Knights. I do have to hold my breath here, because S2G, they will suffer a knock to the hands of Mad Bull. Zachary will be able to find it. Timber will go down out in the open. But to digress back to my point, it is going to be the fact that Na'Vi and A7, two of these outer teams who are going to struggle coming in with that information once more, as you can see in the map.
Mad Bull's kind of mad, though, with this next circle shift. And it looks like they were trying to get a little fight going down there. They did knock out Timber. Timber probably going to bleed out to the blue zone. Next zone goes up. Knights, wow, what a spot, what a position. Knights so good at finding these power positions on the map and holding them down, making sure they don't get crashed on. And I'm bringing that up because there are going to be a couple teams looking in their direction. One of those teams, oh no, going to be Ghost Gaming, their arch rivals from North America.
Ghost Gaming, they say that they're number one, Dave. They're taking the kills. It's free already for them, the Knights. What a disaster. Coming in and they tried to go 2-on-2, but it was a full 4-man frontal coming out of Ghost. It struck them straight back down. And actually, of course, as we say, them picking up the kills, picking up into position. Actually, this is massive for Ghost because, as we said, Knights had such a good position. Well, it's in control of Ghost Gaming now.
Ooh, tense right there. I thought they were getting ready to push that flex out and take out the duo out there in that compound. Because Ghost, they're looking for that respect on their name. We saw them League Day number 2 just going for placement points, but we'll get back to that because we got to pull up. We got Unicorns of Love right here, fresh, trying to get involved with A7 right over this hill. This is going to be on that east side, just outside the zone. So technically A7 are going to be gatekeeping Unicorns of Love here.
Unicorns of Love, though. This is a team that we've been wanting to see so much from. I think that Unicorns of Love, we said already that they barely slipped through by 2 points on that leaderboard in the Super Weekend. Yes, you throw that out the window, but you can't throw out the performance that we've seen from them and how much they struggled, as A7 will ignore them, but fall straight into the trap of another, as Eastern Stars already find 1 knock, but can they hold the rest? Yes, they do. 2, 3 drops in A7. They're down to just a 1 player remaining because Eastern Stars, they're looking for the full house flush.
Yeah, kind of a surprise right there for me when we're looking at A7. To me, when I think A7, they like to play the edge, like to be the edge sweepers right there. So I'm a little surprised they didn't decide to stay back, take out Unicorns of Love. Instead, just decided to send it to his compound that Eastern Stars were already in a really solid position to defend it. But that distraction from A7, that window of opportunity allowed Unicorns of Love to kind of pull up right behind on the opposite end of that compound and take up a spot to call home for the time being.
They used A7 for a distraction. Eastern Stars, he turned around and then Unicorns of Love said, we're going. We are making our use of A7 as a bait. They're the carrot and the stick and we'll take the compound anyways, as Football is also in a little bit of a dicey danger now as they lose 2 to the nades. S2G. This, they find a kill, but instead of Batchy in the front line, who will be finding now even more for them. The Soul K's trying his best, but it's not enough. He tried 3 knocks, but the last one was there. Max Bomb does save their team, but on the top end, Rams trying to make the revives be the case. But look at Axon, look at all of those heading around the rest of Footballers. Those are the problem for Footballers because they can't find a break by just moving out to the opposite end. It's Falke. She's going to be the next drop, lads. Again, knocked once more. Instead of Batchy, we're talking about him not missing, Dave. This is 5 in a row for them. They don't even need to go in the fight. They'll take you out from range.
Fenerbahce, right there. They had the challenge pushing up this hill towards the guard tower. but they didn't even need to do it. They used their grenades, their utility to do the heavy lifting for them, and that right there goes to show you how strong some nice placed grenades could be. Also, we are giving away a Grenade Master award here at the end of the season, so players going to be incentivized to use those a little more here, not only to make the job easier, like we just saw right there. Next zone did go up. You see Navi, they are going to be sending it across that bridge now that the zone did not favor that northern part of the map that they were currently holding down. But I'm looking at Rozhawk. We got a couple teams in Rozhawk who are going to need to reposition right here.
And it's about those hills. It's about positioning on that high ground once more, coming through from the rest of Ghost Gaming. Of course, you've got that high ground of Fenerbahce. They're still going to have the highest amount of vision overall, looking down upon these players, but they got to get from that zone. That's the tricky part. You can see it's so difficult from S2G as well, who decide to hold up and around the apartment. But they've overstayed their welcome. They didn't pay their rent, Dave. And why is they here to collect it?
Yeah, rent's going up here. Rent's going up here, and well, S2G finding out firsthand.
Life is expensive, Dave.
As they look to go out camping. But Mad Bulls talk about a Sen here. We got Chico, we got Xenox in the compound. Gonna be having their backs against the wall. Chico, UMP in hand, go for that spray down, but quickly taken down in return here. And oh, but Mad Bulls, Xenox with the save. Mad Bulls are gone because look at that. The kill feed finally catching up. Looks like Navi kind of third party that push as well. Mad Bulls, see you later.
It keeps them alive. It keeps them alive, right? And it's crucial for Knights in this situation because Knights, they've still got that position in the compound, but they're not done quite yet. Look at next word, now moving their way further forward. They've got to fight now a 4v2 situation. They barely just brought up their second man, and they're already making the push. Navi in the backside. Next warrior, they are going to be more careful, but you can see already the smokes being put out, blinding the vision from Knights. The nades surely going to be sent in after. They have to head back towards the back of that building. Is next warrior, they tried to pull up. Furious Gaming tried to third party that one, but they won't be able to. Fenerbahce also in the kill feed, losing their lives towards Acid, and Navi did strike that one onto Yekta too. Peek too far out the front side, so Navi defending their position is actually the zone. Once again, went over towards them and will continue to stay with them. So Navi, they hang on the edge, and actually now they might be the ones to come out with this game alongside Eastern Stars.
Got him. Got him. Look at the vehicles, too, on the compound that the Knights have. That was from the Mad Bulls. When YOLO sends go wrong right there, I believe one of those players got stuck in the vehicle, so obviously Navi was able to easily third-party this one. But Chico, Xenox trying to toss these grenades out. Trying to get some knocks here because next zone goes up. Both of these squads are not in the next zone. And remember, Ghost, they took out 2 members of Knights a couple zones ago. They are fully aware of who's going to be over here. It looks like they're going to be taking their time to wait just a little bit to try to third party this one. They recognize both these teams will need to reposition here very shortly.
They've got to go, but the problem is they have to get through Knights. They can't go around Navi. Navi have too strong a point, and it's just nice. Chico steps further forward unexpectedly, gets locked down, barely can't find a knock, so Chico is delivered to the afterlife as Kudor sends him there in a fast track pass. Xenox, the only one alive, remaining for Knights. He goes back upstairs, tries to hold up inside the bedroom, but he's getting taken down like a thriller movie. It's Jack, and he's come knocking. Kudor, he's the one with the axe.
Xenox wins this. Xenox wins this, I'm telling you. Oh, Xenox wins this, baby! With that grenade, you can have it. Thank you very much for showing up to the Knights compound. So let's see what else is going to happen here. Unicorns of Love. Remember, we saw them earlier on pull up. Now Eitan pulling up on that south side in the smokes. They're getting picked apart from multiple angles right here. Definitely having regrets here, trying to send it to this broken wall.
Eastern Stars, they still hold on to their position. They're not moved all game here, Dave. Atom, they can't aggress onto that position, though. Where do they go? You've got Unicorns of Love in front of you. You've got Eastern Stars picking you off from a team away. Unicorns of Love, that team who has been quiet too, has not moved. They've been reliant on that zone, staying with them, but finally they strike, and that's the double lid nade that we're looking for. Atom 6 kills, so they get 6th position to It's now Ghost. Their next wants to make their way on into the zone. Look at that smoke wall, though. They've got not much time because, yes, that smoke wall is there. The problem with Ghost, though, Dave, is they're not quite in that zone. They've got a few more meters to get in. And unfortunately, where they go in is that more flat side area, which is more vulnerable. The car is the only thing protecting them.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ghost, they're so good at using these cars. They're so good at bringing their own cover when they have done. I'm looking at Na'Vi, though. They got a little 3-1 split. They got Tixie out there waiting on that west side to try to pick apart any stragglers that might make their way into the zone over there. Na'Vi right now, they're looking for kills. They're looking for the dub. Na'Vi, talk about starting from the bottom, barely qualifying to even make it here. I think they were trolling us. And now they're showing up here during the Super Weekend. When it counts, 5 kills so far, like 4 up. They are doing so well, and next zone doesn't favor them. But the trio out there behind that boulder, they have a vehicle. I see them popping in the vehicle. They're looking to make some plays. Will they survive? The Eastern Stars defend.
This is a redemption day. All 4 of these teams struggled in the first league days, but they're here for the final 4 now. Na'Vi,
Ghost!
Look at them drop, though. What happened? They pressed an elite Keystone Stars on Na'Vi. They just disappeared. And they will fall in 4th. Ghost might just disappear as quickly as Na'Vi did, though, as they too tried to regress onto the compound. Octavia doing so well. He gets knocked. Spec in the backside of the wall, but a nade helps with the explosion of vehicles to knock down one another on Eastern Stars. It's Unicorns of Love who are the ones sending them through. They're the ones who have the upper hand now with all 4 members still alive.
Tensa in the compound looking to get any type of confirms. UMP in hand. Unicorns of Love, they watch the Ghost. They watch the Na'Vi send across the way. And they're like, hey, let's just relax a little bit here, fellas. Let's just take our time. And now that's paying off. They got the numbers advantage. They got 4 up, and now they're slowly creeping and crawling in the back line, just picking apart, getting the thirst, getting the kill points here. But Ghost Gaming, they got the reset. They popped those heals. We might have a whole 4v4 right here between Ghost and Unicorns of Love.
Unicorns of Love takes to a 4 members. Eastern Stars, so that solo player, Bazi finally will be eliminated. We're down to the final 2. GK first gets knocked on the front line, gets exploded. Down to 3 players for Unicorns of Love. The full man squad, not quite, but now it goes to the trio. Tensa, not 2, and you can even make the push. Unicorns of Love, they're desperate to try and make it inside of this zone. They have to make it inside of this zone. They're not quite there just yet. It's Fresh on the flank side. They're looking to utilize that knock, but how can they? They're so defensive and Tensa back up, healing back up. Lind goes in front line. Now it's down to Tensa in the front. Ghost. HH24 on the opposite end of the window, but he navigates away from the trap.
Ghost have the zone too. Spec on this roof is huge. This is like the nail in the coffin in my opinion. We do see those smokes. Roll Kids trying to bridge the gap, but Spec with the crossfire. Now Tensa HH, one of the best duos in NA, working in tandem to get that flank, but Illin putting a stop to that. Bayo in the back lines needs to make some moves right now. Maybe get the reset to revive, but remember, the clock is ticking. The blue zone's going to start to close in here very shortly. Spec on the high ground.
Oh no!
Connected as well. Bayo trying to get the pickup. Illin right outside the door. Bayo can hear this. Oh, hello? Who is it? Bayo taken down from Illin.
Illin, 3 kills, finally goes down, but where's Rolkers in the backside? It's the vision being given by Spec as much as he can. They're going for the replay, but Rolkers is going for the heal. What? But he's not going to be quick enough to do it. It's going to go over to Ghost. What is Rolkers doing? Dave, it was a 1v1. He goes. He isn't brave enough to take He's brave enough to go for the knock. He resets. Illin is back alive. Ghost did not go for the first diver. Is Illin. Now Rolk is heading in further forward. They heal back up. And it's going to be Ghost going down. Because of Love, they play their game right. Ghost, they also, I think, build. And you can see it. The pressure getting to these teams. They're not willing to go for these 1v1 engagements they might have gone for in the past. Inside what could have been potentially a more ranked game of play. It's PMGC. They're going to go for all of those same strategies that they can get.
Wow. What an ending, though. Congrats to, of course, Unicorns of Love right there. You talked about it. 2 points, right? They qualified to Super Weekend by only 2 points. And now coming into this game, coming into this match, getting the winner chicken dinner, coming into this match, getting some kills. I like how towards that late game, they played it nice and slow, nice and steady. When they saw Na'Vi push with the vehicles, they saw Ghost at the same time push with the vehicles. Instead of being ultra aggressive in that situation, they played it slow. And I think that is really what helped them here towards the end. Hey, I thought Tensa, 1v2, all day Tensa, but at the end of the day, great fight regardless. That was a pretty intense game number 1 ending.
Oh man, it all came down to Spec, of course, on that rooftop though. That was where it fell apart for Ghost Gaming. Now, you said that Spec has that vision, right, Dave? He can stop the rest of Unicorns of Love from aggressing. The problem was, we already saw Lin, he'd come into the same building as Spec previously, so that was the problem with actually Spec's position. There's one less member to take care of Lin. Lin pulls off the Miracle 1v2 play, and then from there, Spec, yes, he can try stop the wreck, but he can't even stop roll because he falls down, and that was the undoing of Ghost Gaming. They did not stop Unicorns of Love from entering into that final zone.
Illin, chillin', Lin. Definitely the clutch player there towards the end. CQC all day long. You can have it. Bayo opening the door, definitely catching a surprise with some bullets. But here's some highlights from earlier on in the game here. Mad Bulls. What happened? I know what happened, but I would love to hear those calls. Like, hey, let's just YOLO send it. I think they overshot the compound just a little too much, and we saw, I wonder if it will be in these highlights, but we saw them, their cars kind of slanted on the landing. I don't know if that's, there, you see right there, like, I don't know if that's what they wanted.
No, I don't think they wanted to phase through the wall. I mean, that's one way to make an entrance, but PUBG, you can't break through the walls. You gotta go through the door, Dave, like a normal individual. It's unfortunately Mad Bulls, they cannot charge their way up into that fight when they get taken down, but I think again, the Unicorns of Love, yes, you can argue, they got the slow given to them a little bit there when it came and rotated up towards them, but you cannot deny the excellence in this push. I think the Unicorns of Love inside the league stage, we were questioning their team fights. They weren't even looking the right direction to who was shooting them down. This time, they were picture perfect when it came to on-point trigger discipline.
Yeah, Lin right there through the window, just UMP, here, you can have these shots, and that was it, man. That was it. But regardless, Ghost and both Unicorns of Love should be really happy with their Game 1 performance because looking at their league play, not the hottest, right? We saw Ghost Gaming day number 2, pretty much just only going for those placement points, turtling up, being really safe. And then, of course, Unicorns of Love barely making it here. So both of these teams should feel a lot of confidence here after game number 1. And we mentioned it as well during this game that there's no more rotating lobbies. These are the teams that will be playing all weekend long. So momentum is going to be a huge factor in this lobby.
Yeah, and I think that the mental coming through from Unicorns of Love, even from Ghosto in Eastern Stars and Na'Vi, all of these 4 teams who made it in onto that final zone, we quickly highlighted it, were teams that really needed to step up coming into these finals. And to see them make that step up as well in the first game, that's a big win, as we said, on that mental side of things. Is now, can they keep that momentum up? Because we are heading into a different maps. We're heading into Miramar. So what we're also heading into, Dave, is back to the analyst desk.
That was an amazing first game. I mean, you heard Highland Wolf and Dave gone ahead and already talk about it. Our very last 5 teams, right? Our 5th team, of course, was Knights. They ended up doing very well coming into the Super Weekend in the first place. They came out in 5th for their very first match. And then the rest of the teams, the 4 of them were teams that really needed to step up. The next highest one was in 9th place from the weekday, and that was Eastern Gaming. Then Na'Vi, Ghost Gaming, Unicorns of Love. Like, what's happening with that, Zute? That was insane to see those teams really stepping it up. We were kind of wondering what's going to happen now that it's the Super Weekend and first match already.
Yeah, I said toss everything you saw in the league days just straight out the window. Yeah, I mean, it's only been 1 game so far, right? We still got 4 more left, but to be able to do that, 180 turnaround for all of these teams that struggled and on the first game looked so dominant, like, Ghost Gaming. I mean, we'll talk a lot more about Ghost Gaming, but let me just say, Ghost Gaming, just hello. Yeah, that's all I gotta say. 7.
Even the final part. I mean, it was a 4v2 at some point, Ghost. I'll cut you some slack, all right? I'm just gonna cut you some slack. The other teams, I mean, Alpha 7, we'll be talking about that too. But here, let's go into the match rankings. Ghost Gaming ends up with 20 points, which is huge for this team, considering that in weekly league play, I think they were only able to get like 52. So great start here out of them. Unicorns of Love as well, being able to secure that chicken dinner. And not just that, they were able to secure it with a solid 10 Ilims, which is really impressive. Eastern Stars being able to get 18 points. Navi, trust me, there's a lot of stuff that we want to talk about this team, but there's some stuff that we're going to be wanting to show you as well when we talk about Navi. And then we have Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, PK being able to get at least 12 points there. Aton Esports, this is a team that's usually aggressive. Guess what? They were able to secure 6 Ilims. And when you talk aggressiveness, I mentioned this earlier at the beginning of the show. I was talking about Rice. Rice is that team that just continues to be very aggressive and make sure they secure those Ilims. They were able to secure pretty much all of their points when it came to just Ilims because they only ended up with just 1 placement point. Next, Ria being able to get their 5 points total overall. Just a big surprise here as we go towards the second page, Sute.
Yeah, the second page, it's a lot of surprises. Supermassive Blaze, one of the teams that, really impressed us. We saw Mad, the other day with, I think, 18 Elims in the regular league day. I know it's just one game so far, but still the contrast between what we saw in the league versus the super weekend is huge. S2G, another team that I think super consistent team all the way through. I don't think they had less than like 6 points per match in the league day, and on the very first one of super weekend, 4 points, not too bad. Honestly, 4 points, that's not bad at all. What is really bad, Alpha 7, 0 points, Footballers, 0 points, Supermassive Blaze, 1 point. It's not what I expected for the first game. Even though I said toss what you know straight out the window, but it's not what I expected, Spam.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. I also have to point out, I just went and checked because I was just like, wait, I think these numbers are very similar. Unicorns of Love, okay, so you already said 10 Elims, 15 rank points so far. Their total placement points for coming into this was 19, and their eliminations was 24. So they're already basically hitting those numbers just with the very first match. So that's that is very good, I guess, to see from them. It is only the first match, that they just have to go on ahead and continue that, bring it into these next couple of games as well. And there's also somebody else. We were talking about Mad Bulls. I do believe that we are going to be going over that in your replay in a bit as well. But also, the MVP, all the players for this match as well. There was some interesting stuff that we had to see towards the very end as well. There was, okay, just talk about the 2v2, the 2v4, I mean, just go on ahead, go for it immediately, so that's all I could say. Trying to allude to it, but it's not quite working out.
That's all right. I mean, I'm at a loss of words too, Span, with what we saw at the very end. It was like a 4v2. But before we get into that, though, there's some other things we want to mention. So we talked about Navi and A7 and how I predicted only one will rise, the other will fall. So we didn't see, the big showdown was Ghost Gaming versus Unicorns of Love, but let's take a look at the rotations. 7 pointed this out to me that Navi, typically play on the edge of zone, but this time around, they played inside the edge of zone. I think this one right here was huge. We're going to show an Alpha 7 rotation, so keep in mind, freeze frame that right there in your heads. We will see Alpha 7 do a very similar rotation, but then forced to go elsewhere. That allowed Navi into this late game. You see this here with controlling that northern island. They control that bridge rotation down and the circle shift south. They have an easy access point in because they control everything on the north side of that. And we did see Navi make it to the very end. They did have a scuffle with Ghost Gaming, got into a third-party fight. I think if they played that one out a little bit better, timed it a little bit better, we could have seen Navi at the end game. And now 7, well, this is Alpha 7. I'm going to let you take this one.
Yeah, with this one, I mean, we just saw what happened with Navi there. You see Alpha 7 now starting to go more towards Severny. And at this point is when I was mentioning that I saw Navi just completely switch it up. They were playing that inside circle instead of that outer circle towards the end. And you will see Alpha 7 right there, just forced to go to the east because Navi was holding up those bridges that pretty much allowed them to go into Rostock. Alpha 7 being forced to do this kind of rotation, being forced to just kind of full send it. Something that we saw out of them during Weekend League play is they were usually the first team to make it to the edge of the circle, but be inside the circle. Navi being the one that was winning until the end. Well, guess what? It has switched up here on this first Erangel suit.
Yeah, so that was pretty much the downfall of A7. We're gonna keep a close eye on that, but Ghost Gaming. Definitely want to talk about this. We're going to just follow Ghost Gaming all the way through. I mean, first they full sent it to this location, caught 2 of the Knights playing a 2-2 split, off guard, took down 2 of the Knights players, and I do want to just throw it out there. If the Knights defended that location better, they could have been the team at the very end in that 4v2 and maybe even won the game themselves. But playing split, you always got to watch out. So the Ghost Gaming team, they break in aggressive, full sent it. You know, we've seen them do these full sends before, but usually it would be a little bit different. They full send in with maybe 3 players, 2 players left alive, but they kept 4 up, took this location over, held it down, and this location right here is crucial to the end game because that allowed Ghost Gaming to get to this position right here in the timing of this third party. Well, I mean, that's just staple Ghost Gaming. It was a little bit rough, but they did manage to stabilize 7.
Yeah, and something that I love is how quickly they were able to acknowledge that Tixi was holding the off angle for Navi, and they were able to just neutralize that player right away, make sure that they had everything going on for them. And then we turn out here towards the end, which, boy, I wish Spec would have hit those shots because it would have been a completely different story. We saw Ghost Gaming having at least 4 players up. We see this engagement here between Tensa and some of the Unicorns of Law players. What really impressed me here is that Tensa, you know what? Tensa was low on health. He decided, let me just back off, let me heal up. And I actually enjoyed that the Unicorns of Love player decided to go for that revive, decided, you know what, we can probably get the numbers up on our side, and ultimately that's what ended up working for him, for them to be able to just revive that one player. As soon as Tensa is able to pull off that heal, that's when he becomes the attacker. That's when he starts to figuring out what am I going to be doing here? How am I going to be in the situation? Because now I'm pretty sure he knows there's going to be 2 people. They're able to trace some people off here and there. But overall, man, an amazing performance from Ghost Gaming, an amazing performance from Unicorns of Love. And I love, too, that some of our this is why we're analysts here. You mentioned it. Only 2 teams are going to survive from Navi and Alpha 7. I said, we're going to see playment completely different from Navi, especially of what they saw happen in that previous game, in the previous Erangel with the league play. They saw Alpha 7 trying to gatekeep them. Well, guess what? The tables are turned now.
Yeah, it was the difference of 0 points from Alpha 7 and way more points than 0 out from Navi. So it was quite a crucial decision right there. I mean, Span, do you think this is going to mean that we're going to see like this kind of race between Alpha 7 and Navi now in terms of who can just get into that third circle first before the other one and then just, you know, force those off rotations once again?
I mean, you guys already kind of talked about that at the beginning. We do think that they're going to be running into each other, especially in all these Erangel games. We have at least 2 more, as you can see, looking at this. First, we have to go to Miramar. I have a feeling that they're probably going to continue to kind of butt heads, especially since they keep kind of trading success back and forth. I mean, that could mean they'll continue to do that. I mean, do you think that they would go on ahead and change it if they keep going back and forth? Like, if it was an obvious advantage, would the other person kind of back off of that too? Yeah.
I'm just more curious to see if they're going to start just cutting their rotation or their loot time super short just to try and get in front of one another, right? Like that's the race I was asking about. Like, is it going to be like, we're going to try and race in here first? No, we're going to try and race in here first because whoever got in there first forced the other team away. And then second question to beg is just, maybe they're just going to force that fight because they realize like, hey, if we don't fight here, our whole entire game plan has changed, and we don't want to risk doing something completely that, you know, that's different, that we're not used to, Span.
We could. Well, we're gonna go on ahead and see some more action after a break. Next up is Miramar, so we'll see you guys very shortly for PMGC.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim... Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
A7 looking decent for now, but they're bleeding.
Prize is what Lute just said right there. Able to practically save the day. Can we get the last one?
Separated out, trying to scout the areas. Took a few shots onto himself, but guess what? Footballists and Eastern Stars, they have cost their eyes.
Right, of course, unfortunately, Footballist, he has been spotted.
He has the high ground over this entire situation. SDUG is still struggling to get inside the zone. Nate comes in through, was quite close to A7, but guess what? A7 are caught in quite a difficult kind of a position over here. They're pretty uncomfortable. Revo, his head's being exposed. GC taking a few shots onto him. A7 looking decent for now, but they're bleeding. And he will be taken down and confirmed as instantly. Fenerbahce now left with only one last man alive, Matt Bulls. Spotting the rotation from Black Dragons. That's quite a risky one as well. Both of them fall down in the clotheslines, and Octavian is just conveying so much information for his team. That jump shot comes in through. Octavian getting caught off guard, getting taken down. Wasn't really close to his teammates. Kapahala looking to take the revenge. Alucard still behind that little wall.
Is Alucard going to clutch right here? Going to be peeking their head around that wall, getting that confirmed, and now here comes the collapse. 2v1. Once again, Eastern Stars. They love the high ground. They love playing the tippy top of the hills. Let's see if Octavian can get a couple knocks here. I do see one of the squad mates from Football is trying to get that wrap around, that spray down from behind. And surprise is what Lute just said right there. Able to practically save the day. Can we get the last one?
And Furious Gaming, they are slowly and steadily making sure that Unicorn's love are crumbling down, crumbling and falling apart. Fresh is left there with GK as well. Fresh in the clotheslines being contested from 2 angles. Doesn't really know where to shoot at first.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back. After that short break, Super Weekend 1, Day 1, we're about to be going into Match 2. But I have to say, so we talked a little bit before that first match started, and there's two things that we ended up pointing out that I am going to go ahead and point out again. Is that one, we said that after Day 2 of League Play, Ghost Gaming clearly went on ahead and changed up their strategy and started going more for placement points than eliminations. And number 2 is that Na'Vi Unicorns of Love were surprisingly not looking too good for EU. And now both of those teams, we have to point out, Ghost doing really well this last match, and Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love also there as well. And speaking of Unicorns of Love, we can see Lin already up there, 790 damage, 52% team contribution, and 7 eliminations. Just off the bat, doing really well. 7.
Yeah, I mean, he really is. He was able to put up a great performance here. And this is kind of like what we were expecting out of Unicorns of Love, the second place team out of the EU Championship. Now, it makes me happy, all right? It makes me happy seeing this kind of numbers. Then we have an Eastern Star players at this, being able to put up 2 Illims, a lot of damage, 655. Usually, I like to see a player being able to convert that into more Illims. But hey, I'll take that. I'll take the 2 Illims. That equals 2 points. 25% team contribution right there. But going back to what you were saying in regards to Ghost, yeah, they have focused a little bit more here in regards to placement, and something that Sute and I were getting a chance to talk about is they're playing like old school Ghost. They're not being super aggressive throughout the match, unless they do have to send it through a circle, as Sute was telling me. But they're just trying to keep all their 4 alive. They're readjusting to what happened in weekly league play, which is something that I really enjoy. And this is something that I always mention. If you want to be a champion, you need to be able to readjust, and you need to be able to readjust quickly. And I think for me, Ghost was able to do that, Sven.
That's interesting as well, because the playstyle that you just described to me, like the team that comes to my mind immediately is actually Supermassive Blaze. Like I feel like they're very much, they like going on ahead and playing very carefully, waiting for the circle, going for placement points rather than eliminations. Yet in this last match, it didn't turn out as well for them as it did for Ghost Gaming. So I guess it does just come down to the situation that happened inside of the zone, but I'd just like to point it out. I guess it just comes into every single match, but for that one specifically, like, how do you go on ahead? And you usually have that kind of play style. How do you go about that in an overall match? Like, is there a basic overall formula, or is it very specific, Zute, since you've played, of course?
Yeah, so, like, to answer that question, it's like, teams can have similar play styles, and one team will come out on top one match, one team, you know, will falter. It doesn't mean the play style is wrong. I mean, after all, it's just one game, right? Every game is different. But what I will say is a big first step into coming into this Super Weekend is deciding what your play style is and then adjusting it as the games go on, because teams are constantly learning, right? Just because you pick a play style doesn't mean like you got that play style down. We'll make mistakes. We'll see teams making mistakes. And teams will just keep adjusting. But the big part is, to answer your question quite simply, is pick that play style and lock it in and keep refining it over the matches, over the days. It is a Super Weekend. Ideally, you come in hot and it's just locked in and it's good. But of course, you know, that's what everyone hopes to do, and only a few teams will be able to pull off.
Yeah, exactly. And since it was only the first match, you know, there was some surprising teams based off of the league play, and then that did well, and then some that were supposed to do well that didn't do so well. Of course, analyzing that after just one singular game isn't, of course, the best viable solution. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen with the rest of the day. At the very end, I'm definitely going to be coming back to you guys with these questions once we've had at least 5 games under our belts for this Super Weekend. And very shortly, though, we are going to be moving on to Miramar. So we only have this Miramar, and that's it. So is there any team specifically that you guys want to point out for this one? Was there anything interesting that happened over the league play days now going into Miramar? Yeah, Zute, you're saying, yeah, is that something you want to go grab?
I mean, I think Seven and I are thinking the same thing. Let's try this. Let's try a 3, 2, 1 countdown. All right, we're gonna throw up one name real quick, one team name. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ghost Gaming. Oh, I was thinking the Ghost Gaming Hot Drop and Picado.
Oh, true. Okay, so you were thinking a hot drop. I was thinking of a completely different hot drop between Next Ruya and Alpha 7 because we didn't really see that on that final Miramar that we played on week of league play. And those two teams ended up actually fighting for the chicken dinner on that Miramar. So I want to see if they're even going to try to do it anymore, if they learned their lesson and say, hey, we don't have to lose a player so early on.
So 2 hot drops. Let's see if they're going to happen. Let's go to Necro and Dave on our second match on Miramar.
It's not Dave! It's not Dave! It's me! It's an imposter! I'm with Necro, that's for sure. As we are dropping down in onto the battleground, Necro. Miramar once more. And I'm loving, quite frankly, I'm just going to say it, he's playing past it, being kind, central playing past for the 3 days that we've seen so far. We may have seen nasty zones, okay, Necro?
Yeah.
At least we can have nice things with the playing path.
Yeah, definitely. But one thing I really wanted to talk about was we were having this conversation, right? How in league days, I mean, Unicorns Love, Ghost Gaming, and Navi, how they barely made it up to Super Weekend. And now in Super Weekend, in the first game, they've had the best game of their life. I mean, not life, but at least best game in the PMGC so far. Yes. And this is what we expected, right? Them showing their experience, what they're capable of, and already starting off on a good note. I'm pretty sure we have a lot more to come.
Right, indeed. I mean, we talked about these nasty zones. Okay, we're going to see what has been the third time now we've seen an eastern north side zone. I'm starting to think there's a slight bias when it comes to Miramar. I'm not sure, Necro, if it's just that we love the northeastern side, but we've not seen any western zones. And what this does say, apart from my, quite frankly, disappointment that we don't get to see some of the El Pozo side teams, a little bit pressured in terms of handling those zones and seeing how we can keep them, but actually seeing how, again, these teams adapt coming into the final Super Weekend 16 teams, heading again over to the same location. How have they changed their playstyle if it didn't before? And they're going to then keep that playstyle working if it did work for them before.
Exactly. But another thing to talk about over here is that Ghost Gaming is Supermassive Blaze. Now, in the league days, Supermassive Blaze, you got to say, they have came up on top all the time, and Ghost Gaming isn't really able to fight against them. Somewhere down the line, they have been shown the struggle, but I do want to see what kind of things are they going to be utilizing to spice things up against Supermassive Blaze and Picado. Another clash coming in. It's going to be Furious Gaming and Rise. Rise as well having a pretty good league day. So, of course, they are going to be having a little bit of confidence boost up their sleeve as well. And Furious Gaming, though, they do realize where Mufasa has positioned himself. Here comes the charge in. Mufasa's position being compromised. And, well, he is also being spotted. Both of them charging in forward, but still they're trying to take things a little slowly.
He's on his own, though, Necro. There's no team to save him. Finally, we do. Striking one return. Barely we get there in time to confirm a knockback against him and a confirm a kill, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. And Furious Gaming and 3. Yes, I think it could have gone the best, though, that Rise could have made that situation, because all 3 of those players were far out on the outer reaches coming of that hill. Mythic Nunes now have that priority over Triggers in because they actually took 1 kill away from Furious Gaming in terms of players down to a trio. So now Triggers in is in the same situation. Furious Gaming just put Rise in that 2v1. He tries to go for the first. He tries to go for the drop shot. It's not enough because he gets drop shotted straight on back and Triggers in's down 2.
That's a beautiful tread coming in from the side of Rise. They did realize that there is one man standing there. The shotgun did come in and came in handy, but again, that double peek from the side of Rise played for the trade perfectly. And both the teams now are handicapped. But if you talk about Furious Gaming, they're now left with only 2 players alive. Ghost Gaming getting quite close to the players of Supermassive Blaze. Supermassive Blaze taking things a little patiently. They're just going to be sitting around. They're not really giving a lot of sound cues away. On the other hand, Ghost Gaming, I'm pretty sure a lot of sound cues have been conveyed. They have a lot of things to report.
I actually like it so, because Ghosts are going really extremely quite fast into this compound. So actually now as a result, Supermassive Blaze, they got thrown away back in the apartment side. They don't have the full 4-man squad to attack this back onto Ghost. So actually, Supermassive Blaze, they're the ones on the defense. They're the ones trying to push away from the compound as a whole, because Ghosts are trying to adapt by not staying in these apartments, not being slow, and allowing Supermassive Blaze for the third time possibly to aggress upon them and out again. Instead, it's Ghost doing the thing to Supermassive Blaze that they did to them. And Kokoro Avori gets away. Now is the onus on Supermassive Blaze still to get those players across towards them together, because what we are trying to do is put them in a position where Kokoro can survive long enough, heading backwards to where Ghost have to come outside of that gas station, or casino, should I say, and then actually engage upon Supermassive Blaze on that road. What Ghost want to do is they want to stop the rest of Kokoro, and of course Kep, if possible, from getting backwards, because that's the thing that Supermassive Blaze need to do to actually keep these players alive.
But I'm pretty sure Ghost is reading the situation pretty well. They do know what Supermassive Blaze is trying to do. Ghost not really taking things aggressive, instead taking their own time to figure out what exactly Supermassive Blaze is trying to do, taking things a little bit calmly over here. Beowulf and another lad, Spec, charging in forward. As you mentioned, Kokoro is right above Casino. He does have his teammates, Tron and Savian, trying to at least give him cover fire if he gets pushed up on. So Ghost, I am pretty sure they don't have any intentions of going out in the open.
That is extremely true here, Necro, as the Kokoro is in such a tricky position, and this is all down to the fact that Ghost, yes, they pushed in fast, but he didn't push in arguably fast enough. They needed to be so ultra fast with that push that to take out that one player from Supermassive Blaze would have then allowed them to be able to push on to the next and make that domino effect onto them. But because they don't find these knocks, they don't find these kills, we're actually back to a stalemate here inside of Picardo, in something I think this time does work out, but in future times we're still to see these fights end up going faster against one another, because holding on to this compound for so long, we can tell how difficult it's going to be later on to rotate after you get from those hilltops past the north side of Los Leones in towards those more flats into Graveyard. That's when it's going to get dicey, and that lack of information that's going to be so difficult to then navigate from those flat open areas back up to the next hillside for protection.
Another drop clash I noticed was between A7 and Nexteria. This was what the analyst desk was talking about as well. A7 and Nexteria going up against each other, but it didn't seem like they fought against each other. Instead, both those teams kind of decided to not really engage and try and take their time to at least make it sure, at least they're making it alive in the late game. Here we do have the highlights from the previous game of Erangel, how Unicorns of Love did pretty well and how they got themselves that win in that previous game. And I mean, starting the day off on a good note, already on the first map of Erangel on Super Weekend, I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love, they're going to be having a little bit of sigh of relief.
Okay, I'm loving the Unicorns of Hype train. I might be a little bit of a glass half empty guy myself, but my pause, I'm not quite yet, quite frankly, with the Unicorns of Love. I'm still waiting to see what they can bring in name number 2, see if they can make that repeat. Anyone, I think, on a good day, in a good game, yes, albeit they played well, can get a chicken dinner and get a bunch of kills. Yeah. Can they repeat that, though? Can they show us something different than the 8 games they showed of, quite frankly, really abysmal plays at times? I mean, plays that we saw, particularly on Miramar, GK first, not even in the fight, walking through into other enemies, not even recognizing that they're there, not even thinking that they could be there. It's PMGC, and as much as I sound harsh, this is the best of the best, Necro. You've got to be able to form up to that. You've got to not fall to such simple things, such as flanks, or not even having your team in a fight as a whole.
But definitely, I got to say, we have seen a huge step up, though, coming inside Super Weekend from a team like Unicorns of Love. And yeah, as you mentioned, somewhere down the line in league days, presence of mind wasn't really being shown from the side of Unicorns of Love. But in the first game, I gotta say, they're off to a great start, but we don't really know how the future is going to be looking like for a team like that. But on the other hand, as we take a look at the map, still A7 and Na'Vi, again, quite next to each other. What I really want to figure out is, are they going to be locking horns against each other? If they do, that has been happening throughout the league days. And if that happens again in Miramar, I'm pretty sure both those teams are going to be left devastated.
The zone going to shift back down. Hard south shift once again here for the second game in a row. And La Bendita is going to be towards that center of his zone. I actually really love this shift coming through. And I think that Mad Bull is going to have a big fat advantage when it comes to this zone, because they aren't going to be in danger with this zone shift. In fact, they can actually put everyone else in danger when it comes to this zone shift because of that extreme high ground they've got, in the nature in which La Bendita is. 360, quite frankly, unless you're coming down from Los Leones and you're flanking from the bottom, it's very hard to engage onto Mad. And I think now it's a control. Can Mad actually spread just a little bit more up towards that northern side? Are they willing to take this information into their own hands? Because they have a great position. The one thing that they're not doing is spreading their players about to take control of that. And it's something that I think, yes, we criticize teams are going to split, but in this specific situation, it's more better to go actually as a whole, moving around and trying to maximize the amount that you can find overall in these earlier stages.
I do understand, though, why Matt is like trying to, just play. They're just trying to stick together. It's pretty understandable. Day one of Super Week and Week 1, of course, you have that pressure to perform well. And it's pretty understandable if Knights do want to play as safe as possible. Split sometimes, yeah, it can pan out good, but if a couple of players do get knocked out, that's where it gets really tough in those splits as well. So it's kind of understandable why they're going for that. As you mentioned, there are plenty of options they can try and play the situation out in. But Na'Vi going against Nextruya. Na'Vi already in a man advantage inside this one. Nextruya, though, the rest of the players don't really seem they are in the nearby vicinities. I do see one in the minimap, though, but he's quite far away, and he has no intention of challenging a fight against Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi already going to hop back on the buggy. We're going to transfer themselves through into this zone. Of course, a little bit of a picker. The pace is what we're really looking for from Na'Vi, and I'm glad to see that. But we're not quite done. We are roaming into the territory of Supermassive Blade, so we may have another hand on their fight before we get in comfortable to phase number 2, as we are already, keep in mind, heading into phase number 3. Wide flanks on the board of Supermassive Blades. Actually, they did stay too long, and this is a tricky reason why I said, if you stay in Picado, you don't escape the compound. This is what happens, Necro. You cannot escape the open flats outside. The high ground just too powerful from Na'Vi coming down. Tixie's beautiful position on the back line. Yes, he may be tanking that blue, but Supermassive Blaze, they got bigger concerns to worry about, because Tixie is going to stop them the moment they even come out from that caravan.
Exactly. I also like how Tixie has kept his position anonymous, but on the other hand, A7 and Eastern Stars going head-to-head against each other. Both the teams have traded, though. They have one man down on both these sides. But again, A7, Senatex is quite far away. If they do want to make sure Senatex has back up on his feet, it's going to take a lot for them to get that man back up. On the other hand, Eastern Stars on a charge in forward. Bozzy going down, Cario down quite low. A7 as well. It seems like things are slipping away. But again, the trades are there. The trades are there. Trades are happening equally on both these sides.
It's about A7 stopping the push up this hill. And that's one way to do it. You just strike Kapahala in the face with a nade. As Revo turns straight back. Carrillo takes down Athits as well. It's a team fight on all fronts, but they found the executions that they were searching for. Octavian, MVP, the last player alive, and the smoke they spread for those damage counts. Don't find him just yet, but there's nowhere to run for him. It's all but done. It's all but dusted. As that smoke does dissipate, he's out of options here. He tries to take down, of course, Carrillo. But Octavian, where do you go? And there he goes, puff smoke into white, just like the smokes he put down.
Yep. A7 coming out on top in that previous fight. Eastern Stars knocked off in the second game of Miramar. A7 must be looking good after that squad fight. They must be feeling themselves. On the other hand, as you can see on the points table, Unicorns although of course leading the charge, then Ghost on the second, Eastern Stars on third with 18. Already been taken off this game. That means the consistency factor kind of missing in the map of Miramar, but it's fine. Still have a couple of games coming up on the day one. On the other hand, Mad Bulls and Ghost quite next to each other. Beowulf is the only man in the close lines, and it seems like he doesn't really want to challenge a fight against them.
Still. However, that third phase has again shifted more centrally. I think actually this is about the kind of shift we can get, and you can see it. We are starting to see positions on this map where we're holding up. We're starting to slow down the pace of this game. Mad Bulls, of course, did decide to leave the whole of La Bendita, actually give it over towards Ghost, give it over to Na'Vi, who will take that ultimate high ground. But on the opposite end, you also see the other compounds here being held up on the edge by Impala in Unicorns of Love, and also up towards even the further reaches of that northern junkyard, S2G coming in from the north side too. The problem actually is with this zone is, as lovely as all of these positions are, as I rightly mentioned, they're all on the edge here in Necro. It's actually when you come into the more open center, very rare control that you can find inside of there. I mean, Footballers, they're the only team that really has that control inside those couple of buildings stretched across that big open expanse road.
Yeah, and I mean, Knights are the only, and Footballers are the only one who have the center position inside the zone, who have the prime positioning. And we saw in the previous game in Erangel how Knights got completely just YOLO'd on, right? There was a team that went, just tried to go in. I think it was Mad Bulls, if I'm not wrong. And Knights, I mean, they got saved by Na'Vi. Na'Vi was during the back lines. So they gave him a little bit of, back of fire. That's why Knights were quite lucky to make it alive through that push. But again, Knights now, with that circle shift, they're on the edge as well. So a lot of teams, of course, as you mentioned, they're on the edge of the zones. That means in the center of grounds, that means in the center, there's not a lot of cover available for any kind of teams to play in.
Right, we've seen exactly around this situation before. Knights, they actually played in one around this compound that Footballers are in. Of course, it's so hard for aggressive upon them. Thankfully, the zone does shift away once again from that location. As well as a little bit of a tunnel here. Get your L plates on, but we still survive. They do acrobatics too, as well as playing the game of PUBG Mobile, but not quite enough. That triple flip was not enough to save you. Rise still lose one member in Ason. They can't find a confirm on the kill, but also look behind them. They need to bail out their one teammate, Cardi. They actually left him behind. A7 sent a text there, just noms him up like beautiful food on a plate since he's a freed meal.
Oh, Na'Vi out in the open in this position. Matic is the man in the front lines. Doesn't have any cover from the back. There's a huge chance that he might just get shot from Black Dragons, and that's what I think is exactly happening. They are getting shot at. McHugh again has managed to kind of sneak close past. He's getting real up close and personal against Footballers. Finds the opening frag. That's going to be opening a lot of opportunities for Na'Vi. That opening frag was really essential, and they find it. McHugh making his mark in that compound. Footballers charging in against. McHugh is taking a lot of damage with that Uzi. We do know what that Uzi is capable of in those close range fights. Footballers trying their best. Soulcade gets taken down. Rom from the back trying to make it work. And Footballers and Na'Vi, both these teams, they're on equal pace at this point.
It was crucial that Kid finds that knock, because now that allowed the rest of Matic and Co to join in, find those kills. But actually, despite all of those kills that they were able to find, all of those knocks, they still were the ones getting knocked in the back end by the third party. And Frivolous now, Realm is able to clean up the entire squad. He already peeks, shoots, takes out Na'Vi once more as A7. They've got their own fight, and they take down Aton straight in onto Unicorns of Love. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Make it 2 down for A7. It's fresh in the backside. We'll find Cinetexa. Lin far flank, trying to make those nades rain down true, but it's too far away to go true. Instead, now it comes with Revive. Volkis, Revive onto Cinetexa 2 as Karihill was able to survive. And it's back to a stalemate here. But Impala, it's not inside the zone. And actually, conceding 8-7, that's why you have this sense of urgency. That's why Unicorns Love, they have this sense of urgency to actually finish up this fight, to get outside of this phase 4.
Exactly, Unicorns of Love winning that previous game. Are they going to be able to keep that consistency up inside this fight against A7? Because A7 as well, we do know what they're capable of. Unicorns of Love trying their best to at least try and sneak in some knocks. Curio down quite low, at least on the half HP. Lin is there to try and provide that backup fire to GK. GK charging in forward. Curio's position unknown, but finally gets found, and that's a great find as well. A7, they're crumbling down on their knees, and that's going to be it. A7 knocked off the way.
Unicorns of Love, they are the ones who are taking control today. They made me eat my words there, I doubted them, but they feel like they are a different team when it comes to the charge in onto the Super Weekend. Yes, they still got one more rest of these lobbies to clean up, but if they can clean up this one, if they can get 2 games in a row, that's when we're looking at Unicorns of Love being a completely new squad from what we saw in the past. I think Zute, of course, mentioned it, but I think to this extent, we would have been surprised the 16th team coming into first position. Atom, they are going to be the stopper to that potentially. That is the next problem that actually Unicorns of Love have to solve, but you can see that Atom, they've got their own also pressure with S2G roaming in for this northern side. Because actually Knights went down, you don't see that blockade coming through. Because footballers left through from the north side, you don't see them stopping all of these northern teams who, had they actually been stopped by these 2 squads, would have struggled. As
what?
Gaming, was that just a drive-by? Was that just an execution?
Yeah. Just straight up ran him over. Furious Gaming was that scream. Gotta respect some people over there, man. Aton and S2G, we do know, in quite an uncomfortable spot they found themselves. Or rather, I'll call it as awkward spot, because Unicorns of Love is right in the back lines. If they decided charging forward, they wouldn't really have that much struggle to try and wipe him out. But on the other hand, Ghost Gaming and Football is clashing, and Football is already down to that one last man alive. There's no way Rom's gonna be able to get back up on his feet. Lutz instead trying to play for that positioning, which is quite understandable at this point in time. Unicorns of Love as well. Fresh tried to be a little aggressive, and he will have to pay the price for it. Separated out from the rest of the lads. Got taken down, and to get the res back up onto him, it's going to be a tough task for Unicorns of Love. And you do need all 4 players alive, at least if you want that consistency factor going, and if you want that win. But again, they've already proved themselves up in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, they were trying to use Fresh as a scout their Necros to see if they could find a sneaky way down towards the south. Instead, it didn't work. They got caught, and now their problems lie away across getting across that road itself onto Atom. There's still 1 player there, as Madbill's also crossing her own road straight onto Ghost, who just finished dismantling the rest of footballers. But now it's Ghost who are being put into evaporation as they will disappear off the map as a whole. Madbill's in charge for big fat horns straight through their hearts as Ghost Gaming eliminated in 9th position. S2G as well. The only now outskirt team still to make it inside. Still unsuccessful here is Mabul's. Fenerbahce here from 1 team, taking out another to the 3rd, into a nade. That will silence them all. Was that a triple, baby? Yes, it was.
Oh, Durkin Machine. Beautiful nade coming in from his side. Makes it right onto the mark, and Fenerbahce, they eliminate the threat out of the game, and now Fenerbahce are going to be looking pretty good on those edge lines of the zone. They also are quite in the smack center. They have 2 players. It's 2-2 split from their side, but let's see if that's going to work out in the future lines or not. Unicorns of Love, Rollkiss is the man who has made his presence in the next zone. On the other hand, Fresh, it seems like he's back up on his feet, so that's good, really good news for Unicorns of Love. They can try and play around him. But again, he's stuck between the players of Aton, which is Coco, right next to him. On the other hand, team like S2G, we know what they're capable of. They like to go for those placement points instead of those eliminations, and they're one of the most consistent teams. At least that's what we've seen in league days.
But it's all about getting into that another hard shift. The Black Dragons, they can't do it. They lose out another, and it's all into the zone, but the rock's blocking you, and you can't escape phase 6. STG, they know that is a big fat fact, and they'll take Next Warrior out on their way in. As they take all the 7 kills, now they might finally have met their stopper in their blockade in Fenerbahce. As a knock, 7 kills go over to them too. It's the zone over to Fenerbahce as well. They're the only one with a compound. They're the one with a high ground. This is Fenerbahce's game, quite frankly, to lose.
Exactly. If they're able to play it perfectly, as you mentioned, this is their game. And if they're not really able to hold that compound, we do know what can happen. A team like Unicorns of Love can try and charge in forward and try and get the control, but it's not going to be that easy because we have Flaky on top of the house, making sure that no one's charging in forward or at least stepping out their places. Aton, Coco doesn't have anywhere to go. He's taking a lot of damage from that blue zone. He is trying to tank it. Again, I feel like it's going to be quite next to impossible. He needs to try and make it in. He does have 15 bandages on his name, but that's not going to be enough to try and survive this one. And yes, that's going to be it for Aton. Not really able to make it inside the zone. S2G trying to make their mark inside the zone as well. They will find themselves a little bit of compound. But now these are the final 3 teams alive, Jake.
This is down to if Unicorns of Love. They can challenge Fenerbahce. Will they open the door for then S2G to jump up? Will it be the two squads on the outside? You can work together enough for distraction. Unicorns of Love too to then take down Fenerbahce, but S2G, they want none of it. They don't want that third party. They don't want to work together. There's no team in S2G taking down Fenerbahce's Unicorns of Love, seeing pink blood all over the Miramar Desert, as they will lose another down to just one of Rolkis. Is now down to a solo. That opens the door even more so for that big W coming into Fenerbahce's hand. Still all 4 players alive. That 8th kill headed their way. Rolkis should be their 9th on the opposite end of the map, and S2G, they're the only ones can contest. But how do they get there? They've already used their utility so much to get in. They have nothing left to approach Fenerbahce's door.
Rolkis now needs to play this one as safe as possible. Fenerbahce, they have a lot of info to work with. Of course, with that high ground, they can get so much intel. On the other hand, S2G, they have a little dip to work with. In the end, it does come down to who the circle is going to be favoring. But for now, it's equally favoring both the teams. Both the teams are on the edge lines, including Unicorns of Love as well. Rolkis, though, the problem with them is that Rolkis is the only man alive. He's trying his best to survive. It's going to be utilizing the car. It's utilizing the rod. But again, seems like Unicorns of Love, the chances are quite slim.
It's about getting in. It's about just surviving. That's what it is for Rolkis here. It's about dodging that nade. He dodges 1, he dodges 2, he's on Duke Master, he dodges 3, that one goes wide. Fenerbahce, they can't find him, he's too slippery, and that's the distraction, and maybe S2G need all of these nades going over to that solo member, but they're still not deciding to push. S2G, they're sitting too patient. They have to make a move. They're trying to maybe survive in the hope that the rest of the players inside this game will fall first. But you cannot play like that. You need to find some way forward because Fenerbahce, they, as we see, are the ones in control.
Exactly. Unicorns Love. Rolkis now utilizing that weak last cover for now, but he's getting bombarded on from even Fenerbahce and even S2G. Fenerbahce, of course, have the man advantage inside this entire situation. They're also looking pretty good with the best amount of cover they can ask for. But one man falls down from their side. It's going to be Rebellion. But again, they can try and get the rest back upon the fallen man. He needs a hand for sure. S2G, yep, S2G. They do have that little risk to work with still. They don't really need to move from here.
They have to go. They have to move, Necro, because as that revive comes through, they've lost their opportunity. There's nothing open to them to getting across back to Fenerbahce. That knock was brilliant in actually enabling potentially a push, but Doku Machine also on that high ground was on that balcony, stopping S2G to be fair as well from continuing that push. Now S2G, they might have also spotted Rolkis. He's running out of room to maneuver when it comes to the blue zone behind him and that car in front. There's only so much land left in that phase 8 zone shifts away. It's about 10 seconds before Rolkis meets his fate. In S2G, you've got to believe now, going to hold on as best they can. It's about 2nd place, not 3rd.
So many smokes on the board just to try and create a pathway for Fenerbahce, just to try and position themselves in a comfortable spot. Rolkis on the right lines. Pretty sure Fenerbahce is well aware of his position, but still Rebellion quite exposed to Rolkis. He can go down if he's pretty unaware of his spot. But S2G, this is just a Mexican standoff at this point in time. Unicorns aloft. Rolkis finally spots one out, deals a fair bit of damage, but not enough to take Rebellion down. S2G and Fenerbahce, the final two teams alive. Trades are happening back and forth. S2G seems like they're coming out on top. They're dealing quite a lot of damage, and yes, they do. S2G get that chicken dinner for themselves on the Miramar game.
It was all down to third party Rolkis. They bought him low enough to money, finished him off. Rebellion, you got burned, baby. And now you look towards S2G coming out with that win. I think it was a big mistake for Fenerbahce actually, who weren't able to find that successful control in ending S2G's push, ending S2G's possibility to move forward. And actually all came to the fact that Fenerbahce, they were the ones who actually admittedly smoked up the path that blocked their vision onto S2G. So then S2G utilized actually Fenerbahce's smokes, walked forward across that ridge, and were able to then put in that work. They had then the height to be able to challenge Fenerbahce on that pushing.
Exactly. Gotta give props to how well S2G played that out in the end. You know, they did know there was a guy on the left there, did know there's a full team in the front lines. As you mentioned, they did get a knock on Fenerbahce beforehand, but I really respect the decision to not push in forward, because we did see there were two players on the compound wall. If SGG decided to push in, I'm pretty sure the two players of the front lines would have taken care of the push.
Yeah, I definitely think so. When you are looking sort of generally that push, I think that it, yes, was Fenerbahce's mistake, but is rightly so. Your sort of patience, the discipline coming through from actually as a whole, S2G, that's what we were looking for from them. And it's something that actually we've seen previously, right? In the league stage, where you look back towards that first day or second day, I believe it was second day, but we saw SGG come out on that chicken dinner, and it was exactly that, in which they let other people make these mistakes. They let other people go forward, and S2G are a team who actually capitalize on other people's mistakes, because they know when they have made such an error.
Exactly. They also try to play it safe to end the game, right? S2G, of course, one of those teams who always prefers those placement points over kill points. But in the end, they also somehow are one of the most consistent team, at least that what we saw on the league day. And up till now, in the Super Weekend, they've gotten the second game in their hands, and they're going to be looking pretty good on the overall rankings. Another team that we need to talk about, of course, is going to be Unicorns Love. I mean, gotta say, they have definitely proved themselves. The first game win, it was not a fluke.
Yeah, I think for definitely sure that Unicorns Love, they are clearly standing head and shoulders above all of the rest of these teams when it comes to consistency, right? The first place finish, the third place finish, Rolkis doing absolute miracles, surviving after so many explosions were put his way into at least that third position was about the best you could possibly ask for as a solo player left for Unicorns of Love. But it was these fights towards the end. It was about coming in last minute for all these teams. They, yes, take each other out, but they so badly get bruised by the previous fight that it makes it so easy for the next to clean up. And actually, it's those who had the earlier positions, who had that control over the zones at the earlier stage, were the ones who came out on top, albeit, of course, S2G were that exception, but it was still difficult nonetheless for them at least to challenge the batch who had that earlier spot inside of the zone.
Exactly, and a team like Black Dragons that was doing pretty decent in the league days, up till now they haven't really able to like, you know, show themselves up how they showed themselves in the league days. But again, we never know. There's still 3 more games to come. Maybe in those future games they will be able to kind of showcase themselves up on the overall rankings. But this is how the final fight really went down, and H2G Timber played that to perfection. Howie, as you mentioned, he held his nerves in the end with the gun, and well, finally S2G were able to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, I think definitely so. You are looking, of course, at Unicorns Love being the top. I think the S2G definitely a contender when it comes to Miramar, at least, but I think that we still to see them a lot more on other maps be as diverse as we're hoping to be in PMGC. However, my problem is, and I want to see the analyst desk explain this, what about Navi? What about Alpha 7? These teams, guys, bit with the favorites coming in, what happened to them? Explain us.
Okay, welcome back. Well, Highland and Lekra, looks like they want to go ahead and start off explaining what happened to Navi and A7. So just let's go ahead and answer that right away. Zute, just take it away with that.
Well, A7, we kind of saw what happened with A7. They did manage to pick up some points. They are on the front page. We are seeing A7, you know, going back to their roots of going for the elims. But that A7 versus Unicorns of Love fight towards the end didn't pan out so well, but still a decent game for A7. A7 bounces back a little bit. Navi, well, I mean, they took a fight with Footballers. It got really close. It came down to a 1v1, but Footballers came out on top. So we could have maybe seen both Navi and A7 have a good game, but that whole balance thing of one shall succeed, one shall fail, well, it carries true into the second game. But S2G, look at that, 28 points. 13 elims. That's huge. And FB as well. Another team stepping up out of nowhere. And Unicorns of Love, they had a really good first game. You know, they got the chicken first game and 14 points going into the second game. Consistency definitely pulling through 7.
Yeah, and something that I kind of wanted to mention as well with the Navi and Alpha 7 thing is once again we saw those kind of magnets just be completely opposite from each other. They were forced to push each other in completely different places. I'm usually used to seeing Navi, as you can see Navi right there, being able to collect at least 5 Illims. I'm used to seeing them towards the north every single time. This time they were actually pushed towards middle west when entering the circle, which was completely different. And then with Alpha 7, usually used to seeing them in the north as well. This time they were pushed pretty much to the complete east when we saw them get into a fight, which I can't remember the name of the team right now at the top of my head, but we saw them win that fight and being able to get those points. We do see a rise here once again, continuing with that Illims trend that we've been seeing out of them. They were able to get 3 Illims as we go towards the MVP here. Kalsi with 850 damage, 7 Illims, 43% for team contribution, which is really, really impressive. And we will be talking about SCG's rotations. I just want to say I loved and I love how patient this team was able to be in that ending, Sute, because they realized they had a really good spot. They realized they didn't really have to push into that compound. They also saw a lot of commotion going on between Footballists and Unicorns of Love as well. And they were like, you know what, let's just wait here. We don't really have to go anywhere else. We currently have a good position. The teams, technically, they couldn't even see them because they had that ledge over them, and they could just, in a way, heglitch and be able to just surprise some of the other teams. Overall, they played that so patiently and so perfect that I love when teams do that, Sue.
I can't wait to see the rotations that got them to that spot, because I feel like they kind of slid under the radar of a lot of teams, and that patience really paying off. And look at these juicy stats. I'm gonna say this: one player is definitely better at converting the Elims than the other, but hey, it's a team game, right? Silas Pugh also up here with 850 damage. He might have, really put the damage in to let the team rotate in, whereas Kalsi here managed to get the Elims. But head-to-head, same team, 7 Elims plus 1, and there's probably more from the rest of the squad. I mean, S2G is looking super good. They definitely bounced back from game number 1. And S2G, they did really well in the league week. They were super consistent. So balancing out, a slower start on the first game with a really huge game on their second. And it's Miramar too. I would say Miramar's the more difficult map to be consistent in. So super beautiful to see out of the S2G team.
Another thing I'd like to point up as well, first of all, it looks like S2G is going to go on ahead and actually bump up through all of that, getting that second place position now at 32, kind of starting to catch up to Unicorns of Love with that 39, both those teams now with a winner-winner chicken dinner. And you guys are starting to talk about people being comfortable, and I gotta say, definitely Fenerbahce was a team that was comfortable. They got that compound all the way until the very end, and I know you guys are going to discuss more about what happened at that end point, but so they're holding on to the third place, but on the complete opposite spectrum, a team that I felt like was uncomfortable the entire time is Ghost. So even though they're actually holding on to fourth place, you can see that they did go down. They have 23 total points now. I feel like Ghost, well, first of all, we know that they went on ahead, had a hot drop situation happen in Picado, and they ended up disengaging, and it seems like they couldn't really get away from altercations and third parties, because then later on, they ran into Mad Bulls. Like, what? 7, what happened?
With that, it's just, throw off the luck when it came to the circle. If they would have gotten that circle, that when they actually had the compound, Sute and I were talking about this during the game, it would have looked like probably a Ghost Gaming win. But when the circle shifts that hard and you actually have to go down and there, you already have some teams set up there, it's just unlucky. As we go here towards the second page of the weekend rankings, we do see Alpha 7 there being able to kind of push up a little bit more, able to collect those 7 points in that last match. We see Rise Gaming. Rise Gaming has just surprised me with all the Illims they've been able to put up. And another team on that first page that I kind of wanted to mention, we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet, is going to be Aton Esports. Aton Esports today, so far, very, very consistent team. They've been able to secure a 6th place finish. They've been able to secure a 4th place finish, being able to collect those placement points, which is huge. They might not be getting the most Elims, but hey, if you're collecting those placement points and you're in that top 7 situation, those placement points are going to be looking good, Sven.
And let's go on ahead and actually take a look at how a lot of these placement points are going to go on ahead and be achieved by jumping straight on into the recap with some special moments happening in that game. Zute, take it away.
All right, so one team we were talking a lot about was A7. They had a really difficult game number 1. You saw in game number 2, they did a little bit better. They picked up some Elims before getting to this point, but A7, I feel like they're either A7's looking a little bit, rough to start the day still, or maybe this Unicorns of Love team has just completely flipped the switch, and they're just like a monster team now. I mean, they're first place right now. It's only been 2 games. I don't want to talk it up too much, but they did take this fight with Alpha 7, and I think like Alpha 7, usually we see them put up more of a fight, and if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the Alpha 7s did get third party from long range, so maybe that's what led to a quick demise. But this fight, I just want to kind of show Alpha 7, like, not looking too great, not looking too terrible, but it's like, it's not the Alpha 7 we're used to seeing, and this is definitely not the Unicorns of Love we saw coming out of the league day. So highlighting both teams right there, opposite spectrums of what we are more comfortable in seeing. And heading into the second portion, of course, we got S2G. I asked 7, like, how did they manage to get into that position in the first place? Well, 7, you could break it down for me here.
Definitely, we're going to be seeing these rotations out of this team, and this is a team that's been impressing me even with Weekly League play. I know we say we throw away Weekly League play, but boy, this team has impressed me with just certain consistencies that I'm able to see out of them. You see them just being very patient here, kind of going towards the top of the northern circle. What I do want to get to is when we get to the end here, like the passive, this team, you know what this team actually shows me, Sue? This team's able to turn it on when they need to. They're able to play defensive when they need to, and they're super, super patient as we go here towards the end, that we're able to kind of just control this outer area, control that small cliff that they had to themselves, and being able to just wait out footballers. We were saying, I think the caster were saying, push up, push up, push up. I was like, no, stay there, because that is a great spot. You're just able to, in a way, head glitch so much. You're able to pick up on one side, pretty much crouch down, go to the other side, and then surprise the other team, footballers. And then footballers on top of that had to, I mean, Unicorns of Love on top of that had to worry about where footballers was going to as we go here towards the end. Now, something that I kind of want you to keep in mind is Rollkids played a huge role in this S2G win. As you're going to be able to see, footballers knew that Rollkids was going to be right here behind this burning car, and they kept having to worry about it. When they do send this full send, Rollkids is actually able to take advantage. He's able to cause a lot of damage, and right here, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about in regards to S2G just being patient. They're waiting it out. They're able to use that TPP to their advantage. Right now, they know exactly where the teams are going to be pushing off. That's where you see football is starting to throw those smokes, which I completely agree with the casters, what they were saying. It ended up hurting them, because at this point, yeah, you're going to be able to push up. But guess what? You're not going to be able to see absolutely anything, because you have the height advantage, but it's at a height advantage that's actually a disadvantage at this point. You see Rollkids over there on the side being able to kind of tag some of those players from footballers, as you can see right there. And even if it's just a little bit of damage, even if it's just not a knock, that is going to be just such a huge support here for S2G, being able to throw grenades, being able to get some more damage. Overall, impressive win, S2G. I loved what I saw there from you guys.
Yeah, Fenerbahce there, unfortunately, that's Solo. Solo still has so much power to go on ahead and mess up a game for some people, even if there's just one of them left. And that was just a perfect example of that. And I have to say, Fenerbahce, I mean, kind of surprising. Like, we were even talking about, hey, it looks like they might go on ahead and win, but instead, S2G was going to be able to take it. I do have to say, Fenerbahce, they did keep getting that center compound. That's why we had kept saying that until the very end when they were forced to come out. And I have to go on ahead and say, even though they didn't win it, I'd like to point out that they were still being very active. I wrote down, like, even Dokkan Machine, when he went on ahead and third partied that Mad versus Ghost situation, took out all of Mad Bulls. They were absolutely insane. Even though they still had that center compound, they knew that they still had to be active getting kills around that circle. So they were trying to be active and take everybody out around them, but Rollkids from Unicorns of Love Zute just kept evading them.
Yeah, they threw a lot of util. It wasn't caught in the highlights, but both teams were throwing so much. They were raining it down on Rollkids. Maybe not the way he would have liked it, you know, make it rain, but this time he got grenades and Molotovs thrown at him, so he barely survived that one. You're absolutely right, Span. That Rollkids was a thorn in the side, and that was the demise of, you know, played a part to the demise of Fenerbahce. Yeah.
It definitely did. Now we're about to go into our third match, though. We have a little bit of some videos to go ahead and watch first with a break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with our third match. Once again, on Erangel, we'll start seeing the continuation of these teams continue to play. See you soon.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Sidelines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills,
but is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody. Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right, and oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from.
Olo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot off the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addiction. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. We do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure. They'll get that revive. XSET full sending again. This time into Ogilvy. J7 is not. Kill switch is done, and Thurston.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. moments of inspiration, and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, welcome back. PMGC West League Super Weekend about to go into our third match. At that point, it'll be the halfway point. Again, we're gonna go into Erangel for the second time. A question I was about to pose last time, but kind of stopped myself is, again, I kind of hate focusing on it so much, but the A7 and Na'Vi thing on Erangel, I feel like is something really important to have out there, because at some point, are they going to be messing with each other enough where they're going to have to change something, Seven? You know, because they can't continue. Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, with this one, at some point, one of these teams is going to have to establish dominance in a way.
Yeah.
We see them kind of try to do that, especially in weekly league play when Na'Vi ended up winning that engagement that they had with Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 was trying to camp them. We see how forcefully they're kind of pushing each other from just their usual rotation, especially in that Miramar. I think I've never seen those teams rotate that kind of way where they just were like, you know what? We're not even going to risk it being here towards the north of that circle. We're just going to go completely opposite and just try different stuff. I just hope, Sue, and let me know if I'm wrong here. I feel like one of those two teams definitely needs to establish dominance so the other one knows, hey, we need to back up and just wait a little bit longer until later in the match.
Yeah, it's probably better that one team wins outright so that the other team could just start developing a second strategy. As bad as that sounds, right? You don't want to throw out your playbook of Erangel because one other team is in your way. But if it's a constant like back and forth scrap, it's like one team's always going to be constantly losing on Erangel, and one team's constantly going to be winning. So I honestly, this is the first time I have to say I've seen this in competitive throughout my years of watching comp. I've never seen two teams clash the way they do right now so often on a map, right? And on Miramar, we saw them kind of split off. You know, other maps might be a little bit different, but Erangel is like, it's the bread and butter map. Teams have their strategy locked down to like a T on Erangel. So that is why we see like so much, you know, frustrations back and forth between these two teams. But we got two more today, and we got 2 more days of Super Weekend. It's going to be a storyline that I'm really curious to, you know, follow and see what happens.
I guess I'm also curious to see if, you know, they're obviously aware that their strategies are very similar on Erangel. Will one of them start coming up with some sort of a game plan to start getting that edge right over the other one? Just be able to change it just enough where they're going to continue to successfully win every fight, or if it's going to keep going back and forth, kind of like a ping pong thing as of right now that we're seeing right now. Maybe they need themselves a 1+9 or 9 Pro though to go ahead and climb that leaderboard and win that fight. So gotta remind you guys, with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology, the 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards made specifically for gamers. You guys know the drill. And we're gonna see how these teams go ahead. 2 more Erangels, and also gotta point out that kind of the wild card map thrown in there for the very first time. We're gonna see how everybody's gonna go ahead and do on Sanhok. The only good thing I guess that we can say is that it's not gonna be a randomized team like it is on the league play days. Instead, since this is just a super weekend, at least it's still the same 16 teams. But Zute, like Sanhok, kind of be thrown in there, like they have no knowledge on what's gonna happen.
Yeah, teams can do VOD reviews, see where they drop in, you know, previous matches, previous tournaments. But like I said, Super Weekend's a completely different thing. Like, you don't know what to expect. And as far as, you know, PMGC East go, which already happened a few hours ago, we saw 2 different hot drop fights, one in Hot 10, I believe, and then one in Paradise Resort. No hot drops in Boot Camp. So maybe this time from the west side, we'll see, you know, a Boot Camp hot drop. I mean, those are always fun to watch. But, you know, we'll have to wait until later. Right now, we're going back to, you know, Erangel, where teams, I think, pretty much have everything figured out, besides Alpha 7 and not V7.
Man, I was going to say, I feel like the viewers might be watching us talk so much about Alpha 7 and Na'Vi, and they might be like, why do they keep talking about it if they're not even fighting? It's because of what's kind of happening behind the scenes. You guys might not be able to watch the map the whole time. we're watching the map pretty much throughout the whole game, and we're seeing these teams get very, very close and get to the point where they can see each other and just kind of push away from each other. Another team, if we kind of want to push away from Navi and Alpha 7, Fenerbahce, I confused them earlier between football. It's just because I'm so used to seeing FB and all that stuff. But Fenerbahce today has played so well. And I want to go ahead and continue to see this trend. I mean, they could have definitely won that last match in Miramar. It just came down to some things misfiring, like we talked about, like the smoke grenades and all that stuff. But I feel like this team is getting fairly close to that chicken dinner. And if they can get a chicken dinner here on the first day of this Super Weekend, a lot of teams are going to be cutting themselves some slack. Because remember, next Super Weekend is not guaranteed. Some of those teams that are currently sitting out, they're watching this and they're like, oh man, okay, you know what? This team is actually not performing that well. This other team is performing really well. Okay, this is going to become our target. So they need to look out. They need to score as many points as possible this Super Weekend.
Yeah, more on that. Specifically, those teams, just as a reminder, is Xset, Team Queso, Buluk Chaptan, and Besiktas Esports. Those are the 4 teams that aren't currently in this Super Weekend. They're definitely taking notes. I'm curious to see how they're going to come in next week. Of course, that's for later, though. For this one, I'd also like to say, since we're about to go into our third match, kind of that halfway point for today, there's been a lot of teams kind of stepping up. Like, there hasn't been just a couple of teams that have been at the top. We've seen like a good mixture of teams getting towards that end game, getting some points into that end game. So I think that just kind of goes on ahead and emphasizes once again that these teams are obviously capable of going on ahead and getting towards the end. It's not like the league play weeks. Everybody is going to be trying to get towards that top, and everybody's capable. I mean, it just depends on how they're going to go on ahead and specifically play each of these matches. And Zute, like, every single time they go on ahead and play these matches, it's different. These teams, you know, they have to go on ahead and try to get further into the match, and obviously they've been doing so. So far, we haven't seen a singular team go on ahead and make it forward, is what I'm trying to say.
I gotta agree. It's, keep in mind for everyone watching, you know, maybe you're just now tuning in, but these teams have had to play in multiple tournaments, multiple stages for the entirety of the year leading up to this point. So all of these very capable of adapting, very capable of taking fights, very capable of learning and improving, like 99.9%. Actually, all of these teams, right, are still learning and progressing match by match, engagement by engagement. So can't count any of these teams out, and this is the Super Weekend after all. It's crucial for these teams to get the points.
Crucial, because I gotta go on ahead and get those points, get the top 16 to go on ahead and move on. It's so important. And of course, we're about to be jumping into our third match. So again, on Erangel, it's gonna go ahead and see what happens. There's still a couple of teams that we haven't seen up towards the top, so maybe this is going to be their map, and we're gonna send it on over to Erangel, this time with Dave and Necro. Let's hit it.
We in the club, let's go! Game number 3, chilling here, checking out that Jinx rocket. Loot, driving down, dropping down, trying to get down to get that loot as quickly as possible. So, last game, Miramar, man. Were you surprised?
Well, gotta say, man, Fenerbahce had a lot of expectations from that team, but in the end, I just feel like they kind of choked up. What do you think?
I think if at first you don't succeed, try again. And I think that's going to be the slogan for Fenerbahce 1908 coming into this third map of the day. Currently, they're in third place, so I think they're okay. They're okay as of right now with 25 total points, but let's see how they can make that clap back. And talking about some interesting things here, A7, I had no idea, but they're playing from a gamer house. They're all sitting at the same table, looking in each other's eyes, giving those call-outs. I'm looking at A7. I was on the Navi hype train coming into today, especially after game 1, but after learning about that, A7 all day, son.
Yeah, I mean, of course, both these teams are pretty good. You know, they're capable of a lot of things, but up till now, they have been clashing on the drop, but we haven't really seen them fighting against each other. If you take the conversation back to league days, though, these two teams are always encountering each other on the kind of rotations. This time as well, they're encountering, but it seems like they're not really interested in fighting each other.
We'll see. Erangel #1, they did avoid each other for the most part, but they're gonna want some revenge because the overall leaderboards, Alpha 7 Esports, they are in 14th position with only 7 points. So definitely a surprise, but we're only at the beginning. We got 3 days. We got Friday, we got Saturday, and then we got Soul Case Sunday, baby. So 3 days, there's a ton of games to be had. I think coming into here with a slow start doesn't really concern me, honestly, because we don't have those rotating lobbies anymore. So as long as the team recognizes, hey, we messed up, we fumbled the ball here, and they correct it, I think that's all that is going to take here.
I mean, exactly. It's just the first day of Super Weekend, right? You still have a couple of days more to try and prove yourself up. This is just the week 1. You have a couple of weeks more as well to try and go in. But now talking about a team like Black Dragon, Dave, I mean, in the league days, they were feeling themselves up. But so far in the Super Weekend, something seems missing.
Yeah, well, Black Dragons, you know, they started the league play with an insane game 1. They got the chicken dinner. They got 15 kill points, so it really set them up for success when we talk about that momentum. And right now, Black Dragons, they are in that mid-pack, so not too concerned still. As the points in that mid-pack are pretty close. You know, you got Aton 5th place, 19 points. You got all the way down in 11th place, Footballers with 9 points. So it's only a 10-point difference, which could definitely be made up in one game.
Definitely can be made up, but again, I mean, Unicorns Love have been one of the most consistent teams so far, of course, leading the charts as well with 39 points, and they won the Erangel game. I'm expecting a similar kind of performance, at least try and keep that consistency factor going in, because you do have teams like S2G not really far behind, only a couple of points behind, and then Fenerbahce as well. It would just take one single mistake, man, just one little mistake to try and make sure these teams are catching up on that #1 spot or to try and take down a team like Unicorns of Love. But again, as me and Jake were having this conversation about Unicorns of Love, maybe the first game was just a fluke, but they proved themselves in the map of Miramar.
So let me get your take then. Unicorns of Love, you know, we're looking at them from league play, and we're looking at them obviously play right here, right now. Is this like the Unicorns of Love that everybody expected to show? Is this their form? Or, you know, what do you think? Do you think they changed up a lot from league play to now?
Exactly. I mean, I feel like the presence of mind that Unicorns Love is showing inside these kind of Super Weekends, at least up till now, has been pretty good. And if they just keep on doing the same thing forward as well, it seems like the team communication, team synergy is looking really on point. And I feel like if the same kind of consistency keeps moving forward, Unicorns Love are definitely looking good. If you talk about the performance change from league days and Super Weekends, I feel like it's noticeable.
Guess the same could be said for Ghost Gaming too, right? Day 1 league play, they were mid-pack, but then they slowly kind of slid down on day 2, and then they went into just straight up turtle mode, defense mode, placement points mode, and they made it. They qualified. Those last 2 games that they played, they clutched it out. They got a 3rd place and a 6th place, barely any kills. Now we saw a couple of games ago, game 1, real aggressive team coming into here. And how many points they got right now? They got 23 points. So same could be said, you know, those teams that really just barely qualified to even make it here, definitely improving since then. I think recognizing the skill set that the lobby holds and kind of respecting that here now that we are in Super Weekend.
Exactly. And again, man, team like Supermassive Blaze as well, till now haven't really had a good start. Again, maybe this Erangel game, this is where Supermassive Blaze can try and step things up. But still the early game phase, we aren't really seeing a lot of fights happen, even including that drop clash again happened in Northern Georgia Pool with Navi and A7. And both the teams, it seems like, again, they're not really interested in fighting each other. Navi, of course, is taking their sweet little time to try and make sure they're getting that sweet loot. They're getting that comfortable loot. On the other hand, A7 are already off to a comfortable spot in the late game. And now we have a team like S2G. S2G, talk about this team, of course. They're one of those teams who like to really play it safe. They like to get those placement points.
They also had a strong start when we look at league play, if I'm not mistaken. And kind of slid down from there. And ooh, great transition there from the observers. S2G Timber, definitely one of those players from the squad that every time we see them in a team fight, one of those standout players always getting involved, always hitting them shots. I feel like really putting in a lot of work for this squad, S2G.
Definitely has been, man. Gotta say, up till now, they've been playing even in league days, even in the Super Weekend, how the starts looking. S2G are just proving up to the mark. Other team like Eastern Stars, I mean, Miramar is known to be their home. Doing pretty decent at 7th position. Yeah, it's just a day one. They can always keep on climbing up that mountain. But again, Eastern Stars, they need to also keep that consistency factor going. Teams like A7, all the way down to 14th position. I mean, we do know what they're capable of, but I feel like a big team like that, they definitely do want to make sure they're establishing that dominance in that first day.
We'll talk about establishing dominance. We're checking in Knights right here. Actually had a couple words with Chico before today, and they told me the goal is top 5 at the end of today, and that they're looking to try to take some more splits, maybe risk a little more here, at least towards the beginning of Super Weekend, and try a little bit different things in their play style compared to what we saw them in league play, kind of just rolling around as a 4-man unit, just steamrolling everybody. So I like that they are kind of building confidence on an individual player level, in my opinion, with that game plan in mind. When you start making some more splits, to me, that's telling me that the team is feeling a lot more confident in their individual skills. So we'll see what they can do here. There's a lot of potential, a lot of points to be had on the board, of course. And just looking at league play results, I gotta say the Knights one of the top teams when it comes to kill points. So curious to see how they transition that performance to the Super Weekend performance.
I mean, if you take a look at the overall rankings as well, right? I mean, top 5 isn't really that far away. They're quite close to the top 5. It shouldn't really be that difficult for a team like Knights to get up there. And as you mentioned about that split, we're already seeing that split between Knights and Coops, right? Before, we saw that 3-1 split coming in. I do like how Knights are trying to play. Also, they're trying to stay together at the same time. But sometimes, if they take a stop, I'm noticing one more thing is that Coops is always a man who's on that backstep, who's kind of separated out from the rest of the pack.
Coops MVP. That's why. Coops MVP, man. The dude knows how to hit them shots. So Coops can do what Coops wants to do. I would say 9 out of 10 times it works. And a couple seasons ago, before they added Xenox to the team, it was really Coops and everybody defend, make sure Coops has that room to make those plays happen. And it worked out good, but then they added Xenox on the team to kind of alleviate some of that kill potential pressure that was always on the back of Coops. So we'll see. Knights, definitely one of the strongest teams from North America, and that's a fact.
Yeah, definitely they have been. I mean, in League Day as well, we saw what they're capable of. Coops as well, actually, in the final day, I mean, the second day of League Day, we saw him clutch out some incredible moments on the map of Miramar, but we can talk about that later. A Supermassive Blaze, in the kill feed I saw, he knocked himself with that buggy. It seems like he stepped out of the moving vehicle, and that's why he was knocked out.
I feel like the little nerves are starting to show themselves for Supermassive Blaze because they have 1 point out of 2 games. So I definitely understand why they might be a little nervous, but you got to put those in check because this is the best lobby. This is the biggest competition here of the year, and you need to just play your game. They made it here for a reason, so they definitely have that skill, the skill set to participate here. But I feel like they get a little nervous, and that play right there, getting knocked out to yourself, it's kind of showing.
Yeah, definitely. Nerves do hit, you know, especially, as I mentioned, the first day does kind of get important. If you do want to have a good night's sleep, you got to make sure at least you're having a good day on the first one, and then you can at least try and have a little bit of sigh of relief on the next days. You can always try and play your game. It's not like you're not going to get any kind of points, even if you do try to let things a little loose. But on the other hand, Fenerbahce spotting out of the rotation in the front lines is Furious Gaming. Trigger takes a lot of damage from Fresh. He will be knocked out instantly. Fenerbahce, they have their sights on all over in the front lines. Flaky as well. He's out in the open. He should be a little careful there.
Papi Patro just out there in the vehicle trying to salvage what they can, trying to find a spot to safely pull up and just remain undetected. But unfortunate for them, they are between a bunch of teams. They are between Unicorns of Love, Fenerbahce, Black Dragons, Aton, and Knights. So Papi Patro, find a shack and hide in that shack and try not to be spotted. Honestly, you do not want to get taken out in 16th position. because that's the goose egg. That's 0 points, and that is not what they need currently in 15th position overall.
Oh, that's definitely not what they need, but it seems like he was taken out, and the kill also was being confirmed. Unicorns of Love charging ahead against Aton. They did have a great spot, but now the Unicorns of Love are looking to take over that one. Coco with a beautiful nade did deal quite a decent amount of damage on Lin, but Lin able to survive that damage, able to withstand that damage. But Unicorns of Love do realize there's only that one man alive from Aton. Coco has been kind of pinned in that little bathroom. He doesn't really have a lot of breathing space. He doesn't really have a lot of room to work with. And he's also getting incinerated by that Molly.
I mean, he's got the perfect corner right now. But they know exactly where he is. Here comes a push. GK first, spray down with the UMP, and just like that, Aton taken down and out. Unicorns of Love, though, gotta point out, they are playing completely different from when we saw them during the league stage. League stage, they were way behind, playing real passive, but now only 2 games deep. They have the lead with 38 points in total. They're like nonstop aggression. I can feel it. We can see it in their play style, the confidence coming out from that squad. So if they can continue with that, I don't think anything's going to stop them here today.
Exactly, that's what I mentioned, right? As you talk about team communication as well, in every single fight they're taking, it just seems on point somehow. And as you mentioned, yeah, in the league days, they seem to kind of slipping out. You know, they barely qualified as well. And showing this amount of confidence inside Super Weekends, it's absolutely insane in my mind. But now A7 rocking their horns against Navi. A lot of bullets, a lot of shots being taken in that direction. One man falls down from Navi. Takesy as well is quite low. Couple of bullets hit to Takesy, and he will also be taken down. That means Navi will not really be looking good. But take a look at this A7 carrier, of course, on the front lines all the time. This man likes to play it aggressive.
Yeah, also one of the players that's always in the race for MVP in the Americas, so it's to be expected. But over here, Eastern Stars, one of their squad mates on the first story, they did toss a molly up there on that second story. Rolkiss was getting chunked out a little bit, but let's see, Unicorns of Love. We keep talking about their momentum. We keep talking about their confidence. Let's see how they defend this compound in this 2v1 against Octavian.
Oh, Octavian, that nade was quite close, but not really cooked to perfection. Rolkiss had enough time to slip away from that room, but Octavian taken down quite low as well. Eastern Stars have a huge disadvantage inside this fight. Buzzy trying to crawl to safety, but I feel like getting the rest back up in the bodies. Buzzy's pretty much next to impossible. Octavian being blown with the vehicle with that nade. And Eastern Stars now just down to that one last man alive. Kapahala is alive. He's trying his best to make a lot of things happen. He has a lot of burden on his shoulder. But I feel like in the position that he's found himself, it's going to be really tough.
What is going on out here? I think they could pop in that vehicle and send it all the way to that north, stay in the blue, and wrap around towards that northeast and maybe find a spot to continue to survive. That's if Unicorns of Love don't chase them down. But fortunate for them, that solo is that Unicorns of Love, now they have a distraction. Renabachi taking shots at him right now.
Yeah, exactly. Eastern Stars Kapahala, of course, the final man to spot. One man trying to rotate from Unicorns of Love did take quite a bit of damage, though. And it seems like Unicorns of Love, they're looking pretty vulnerable at this point in time. Fenerbahce, as we mentioned. Yep, Flaky is still locked out, but it seems like they have given up on the Flaky. There's no hopes from their side. On the other hand, Eastern Stars just trying to play with Unicorns of Love. What is he trying to do? Is he just trying to waste time? But no, instead, a little mistake. I don't even know what was he trying to do in that spot.
I don't know what's happening out here in the blue zone, but we are heading to Pachinki. Pachinki is one of the main focal points in this new circle, and then you got those fields down there to the south. Like, I don't say this often, but I think we're going to be getting stinky in Pachinki here this game.
Yeah, definitely a splash of colors in Pachinki. As you can say, a lot of teams just stacked up in there, including Ryzen Knights. Both these teams had an incredible performance in the league days, but I do want to see what they're capable of in the Super Weekends. The Knights already opening the fray against Rise. Mythic falls down. Now they're just left with 3 players alive. Knights, I do like how slow they're playing. You know, 2-2 Slift, 2 players in the trenches, the other 2 in the house. Chico has a little bit of high ground if anyone tries to push up on them.
Ooh, and I like the spot too that they have. They're not deep in Pochinki, but on the outskirts of Pochinki, because when teams tend to go into the center of the town and a zone doesn't favor the town anymore, it's always just a bloodbath in the streets to make it on out alive. And the teams on the outskirts are always the ones to capitalize on that. So their spot right here, pretty heads-up play, in my opinion, might be the game-winning play. I'm not going to lie. If these Pochinki zones shift away from the town, because all they really need to focus on is gatekeeping any teams that need to reposition to the town, and all the way down there to the south, which is going to be the Black Dragons right now on the outskirts of the zone. So we'll see what will happen. Over here, though, A7, a little bit of vehicle warfare against Mad Bulls.
Oh, Mafioso can be potential threat for Mad Bulls for sure. They want to make it out alive from this. They would want to make sure they're at least trying to silence the threat. Mafioso, I do like the awareness that he's trying to show over here. Not really overstepping himself, not really overstepping the boundaries. Instead, playing things a little safe. Did spot that buggy. I thought maybe there's someone running behind it, but that's not the case. Instead, both these teams are on the move. They do realize if they waste a lot of time outside the zone, that wouldn't really pan out good for them.
Yeah, not only that, footballists are set up to probably third party that. So once when they start to hear those shots, they might decide to flex out a little bit and investigate the situation. But over here, Navi getting into some gunfire right here. Oh, Kudor pulling up with the buggy.
Oh, next Ruya. Already down 2 men. That's not looking good. Nihab as well falls down. Kudor in the clothesline, taking a lot of damage. He's not going to be able to withstand that one. He also falls down. Now, next to Ruya, we're left with only one last man alive, and Frozen is hauled away in the middle of nowhere. He's running. He's on a run. He doesn't want to fight against Navi. It's understandable. Wants to play things a little safe. Wants to go for the survival points, but he's out in the open with his vehicle. And he's lucky that he's able to slip past through so many eyes.
For how long, though? For how long? We're sending into the tower. Where are we going? Frozen! You missed about 5 of your bus stops, and now you're going to be making a U-turn and finding this hay bale to sit behind. GC God behind him on the high ground? Yeah, I was going to say, GC God had clear sightline. So while that was happening, Footballists and A7 actually sandwiched the Mad Bulls. So Footballists, they did hear their shots, and they did decide to flex out, investigate the situation, and Mad Bulls, kaput, gone. They got wiped out right there.
Look at how many smokes being used this early in the game as well from the side of A7, if I'm not wrong. And already utilizing this kind of a lot of smokes in this kind of a situation wouldn't really pan out good, because they will need a couple of smokes too if they just want that better positioning in the late game. We do know the smokes do come in handy quite a lot in those late game situations. A7 spotting at Footballist on a move. Footballists found themselves a compound, but no, instead 2 players, Solke and Lutz, are on a move inside. It's a 2-2 split maybe possibly coming in, but no, instead all the players of Footballist on a move and realizing the same thing. A7 are pretty much trying to mirror that, but on the other hand, Footballist they straight up run in Supermassive Blaze's compound. 2 players fall down. Supermassive Blaze, they're doing a successful job holding this one down.
Yeah, I know that push didn't work out, but I do like it because they had the opportunity to pull into that that warehouse that is on the edge, but that warehouse, the sight lines are horrible. So I definitely understand why they decided to pass that warehouse, especially with A7 looking right above them, and send it a little more to center of Pochinki. SMB, though, Tron, they got 2 squad mates kind of bleeding on out right here, and they're so separated that I don't even think they'll be able to get the pickups and the revives on their teammates. A huge missed opportunity, in my opinion.
But they're trying their best, though. I do see those smokes coming up just to try and cross that way. But on the other hand, S2G, they have a good positioning, I gotta say, because we don't really see anywhere in the backlines. No one really in the backlines. Yeah, A7 are trying to make their way in, but to try and flank S2G, that wouldn't really be that easy of a task, because A7 will have to cross all the way from in the open, and that is quite a close, Nate, but not close enough.
Navi, they know. They know their angles. They know them angles. They're probably behind in the closet, making sure to use those walls to block any type of splash damage. But, Molly, though, you can't really block that. It looks like Navi going to be trying to group up here in this 3-story. Coops, though. What happened to Coops? On their knees.
Seems like man got caught off guard out in the open. Black Dragons as well, one of those teams I have my eyes out for. Looking pretty good, as I mentioned, in league days. But Knights, As you mentioned, Koops was down. Koops is the main man. He's a big man. He needs to be back up on his feet, and that's what Knights is exactly prioritizing. On the other hand, S2G again find another knock on the Na'Vi. Knights as well spotting a couple of players out in the open. They're taking return fire as well onto themselves. And Xenox seems like pretty unknown of where he's shooting at.
Yeah, and we see the Black Dragons just a thorn right now in the side of Knights. And Knights, they really need to be mindful of those windows and those angles. But the next circle goes up, so the Knights compound no longer in play. Black Dragons, they're going to need to make a decision. Do they try to camp out the Knights, or do they look to reposition? Because the only team right now, for the most part, that has a huge advantage right now is A7. Behind this broken wall, the only team in the zone, but a ton of eyes are going to be looking over here.
Yeah, but a good find from Mafioso on the Golden. They also did take a return fire, but again, A7, they're utilizing those smokes to perfection. The res on the carrier should be there without any problem. Same thing goes with Senatexa. Black Dragons have 2 players down. One should be back up, but the other one is out in the open. I don't really feel like it's going to be that easy to get the res back up on the fallen man. So instead, Black Dragons now will not need to try and play things a little safe. Na'Vi back all 4, and yes, this is a huge trifecta of death going on over here. Na'Vi versus Ghost, and S2G's there in the back lines. If things go south, S2G will of course have the most advantage inside this one.
Who's in the front lines? Oh, Matic and Tixie in the front lines trying to pull into the Ghost compound, but a grenade from Spec taking down PQ, gonna put a halt to that one, and here comes the Molly to follow up. Let's see, can Spec continue to hit these grenades? Can Ghost continue to put a stop to the Na'Vi push?
Oh, Tixie so lucky, finds a little corner in that room. He's going to be making it out alive, and here comes the push from his side. He's on the aggressive page. Tixie finds the second one, but he's also getting burnt by that Molotov. Na'Vi take a lot of casualties on their name. Kitsune will be completely confirmed. Ghost have just that one last man alive, but Matic is trying his best to stay alive. Try to get that res back up, but that was not the case. Instead, Spec comes out on top.
Wow. So close. SMB, though, huge missed opportunity. They're going to be taking the fight with Knights. I feel like they should have pushed out in third party that engagement that was right next door. But now the 4-man wrecking ball. Knights, 7 kills. That's because of that compound they were holding up that I was talking about on the edge of Pachinki. So much potential, and they made sure to squeeze out that juice. And right now, 7 kills is huge. Let's see if they can continue to survive as SMB right ahead of them, kind of just turtling up right here.
And I also like how S2G is not really overextending themselves. They're just taking those kills that are actually easily grabbable right from their side. But Supermassive Blaze, Rise, he's being pinned behind that little wall. I feel kind of bad for Mufasa. He's also getting incinerated by the Molotov, and that's going to be it. Mufasa not really able to withstand that damage from that Molly. Knights, they have locked their eyes against Supermassive Blaze. But Supermassive Blaze down to a 2-man squad, looking pretty safe for now. But again, safe would be a pretty safe word to say at this point.
Yeah, and talk about not being safe. Alpha 7, look at the field ahead of them. Look at the field. The one good thing though that A7 have working on their side is that probably all these teams in the half of Pachinki, they're going to be concentrated on taking out each other and not looking down sights into the field. So Alpha 7 timing is going to be everything if they want to continue to survive out there.
Exactly. Oh, Black Dragons. I feel kind of bad for Black Dragons, man. They're just getting suffocated to their death. Out in the open, only have those smokes to work with. Smokes, of course, cannot block those bullets. That's why they're taking a lot of damage onto themselves. They're also burning through their meds. And Knights, Sanhok falls down. That's a huge knock. Any other team that is trying to take opportunity over Knights can have a huge chance of doing that. S2G, as you mentioned, they just have a beautiful positioning. If any other team tried to push on in forward against S2G, they're going to be having free kills.
M249 too, man, the squad wiper. Talk about being in a situation like this, just letting that thing rip is definitely ideal. As we're checking back in with A7, they're just trying to crawl their way into the zone. They're trying not to be spotted. There's a ton of people looking in their direction. Oh, peek, bro. Don't peek the window. Sit down.
Oh, Timber instantly falls apart. A7 showcasing their individual skills. That insane spray coming in from all the way across the field. Ghost, Tensa falls down. Spec, the last man alive, trying to tank the zone as long as possible. S2G making way so much harder for all the teams that are inside the city. Teams trying to leave it, but that's not possible. S2G just edge guarding all the teams. And as you mentioned, that M249 just coming in so much handy.
S2G, they got 5 teammates right now. They got that compound, man. This compound has sightlines on all of this. And we see the Knights trying to pull into what I'm going to call the Blood Bowl right here, because this bowl, okay, it might block the sightlines from across the way from Black Dragons, but S2G, they got clear sightlines on it. Oh, but look at this. S2G down to 2. If Knights can push up, throw a molly, throw a grenade in that second story, that'll seal the deal on S2G.
But I'm pretty sure Knights as well are going to be having shaky nerves. They won't really have that nerves to actually make that push happen against S2G. They're trying to play things a little safe. S2G do exactly know. Yeah, S2G do exactly know where teams are. And as you mentioned, they need to. They don't have any other choice, but still Knights, they're opting out to play things a little bit more safe.
2v1, v3. 3 teams to go here. S2G looking like they got the clear advantage with the numbers and the compound, but let's see. We got GC God from the Black Dragons just buying their time. Oh, that would have been a huge grenade. Just off the mark.
Nades. I don't really know exactly where the players are positioned. S2G, some blind nades coming in from their side. Chico missing the mark on that nade, but it's fine. S2G, they have a smoke wall made for themselves just to help to try and cross over. And a beautiful nade coming in from the side of GC God. Gets a huge knockout on the Coops. Coops knocked out the way. Now Knights will have, at least Chico will have a lot of burden on his shoulder. He's pushing it forward. Finds one. Will get the confirmation as well. That's 1 point secured for his side. At least he can try and play things a little safe over here. Black Dragons, as you mentioned, GC God is the only man alive.
The blue zone gonna be chunking them down. Were we able to pick up Coops? No, we were not. Chico almost able to get that revive. Forced to push uphill. Now it is a 2v1. GC God, Hayfield, back against the wall. Doesn't even matter. S2G said, take this grenade, sir. You can have it. S2G, winner, winner, chicken dinner, baby.
Gotta say, brilliant positioning from the side of S2G, as you were also mentioning. They had that 2-2 split, 2 in the blood bell, as you like to call it, and then 2 rest back in the building, making sure they aren't really getting pushed. And as I mentioned, they weren't really overextending themselves. Instead, they were trying to play things so. They were trying to make sure if kills are easily obtainable, then only they were going for those fights.
Man, Spec popping off that game. 4 kills I just saw too from Ghost Gaming. So Pachinki, a main focal point of this game, obviously, and then it was pretty much in the zones until the very end when we saw those teams forced to push on out. But Black Dragons, one of the 2 teams that played the outskirts, it was Black Dragons and Alpha 7, they survived. Second place, that's a huge come up. That's 12 points. So only 2 teams decided not to send it into Pachinki, and we can see very heads-up play from Black Dragons.
Yeah, definitely. Very heads-up play, I gotta say that for sure. Black Dragons, though, they were suffocating down to their death. And as I mentioned, they were out in the open. The smokes were being spotted, and a lot of teams were just blind firing in those smokes just to try to find something. They were able to deal decent amount of damage, but not were really able to get those knocks. And GC got in the end able to survive till the end, but unfortunately he was the only one alive. S2G just showing that presence of mind throughout the game, and they got 2 chicken dinners. Yes, Dave. Yes, 2 back-to-back, man.
That's 30 points in chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Let that sit in. S2G, they said, Super Weekend, these points add up to the overall leaderboard. These are the points that we want to get. They're clocking in, man. They're showing up to work, and they are looking for a promotion here with 2 chicken dinners so far. So they're going to be most likely ahead of Unicorns of Love after that game, you have to assume. But I have to give it to the Knights. You know, when things seem to be against them, yeah, they got some good placement points that game. But I like how Knights are kind of coming back to that form that a lot of people would expect from them, at least if we compare them to the Americas and to North America. One of the most aggressive teams, and they got a ton of kill points as well that game. So let's check out the highlight from game number 3.
I don't really know what was going on in the open field, Dave. Like, there's just so many teams out in the open. Fenerbahce as well, some questionable plays coming out from their side. But yeah, it's fine. Fenerbahce had quite a decent previous game, so I don't really know what was going through their minds. Well, yeah, they did rack up quite a decent amount of kill points in the end there. And yeah, as I mentioned, all these teams were taking so much blue zone damage, but they still stayed there. And Unicorns of Love kind of got grafed.
SMB, I think they quadrupled their points. They only have 1 point coming through this game. SMB getting a couple placement points, a couple kill points here too. So huge come up for them. Huge come up for a lot of teams that desperately needed them. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. The Blood Bowl right there. Any team that goes into that bowl, you're dead. You know, you're dead. But kind of pulling back to SMB, I feel like they had a couple opportunities that they could have really capitalized on here this game, that instead of taking advantage, trying to third party, they decided to hunker down in their compounds and kind of just see what happens, go with the flow. I think when you're a team at the very bottom, you got to kind of keep in the back of your mind, like, should we stay here or should we try to get some easy kill points if the opportunity presents itself?
Gotta say though, this game of Erangel was definitely way much more systematic game, right? Each and every single team tried to play it as safe as possible. They try to use those tactics till the end. But sometimes, you know, those unfortunate things do come up. Ghost Gaming, gotta give props to this one as well. How they were able to win that fight against Na'Vi as well. It's insane come up from their side. And I do like how teams that we expected, that we wanted to perform, they're performing in those super weekends, man.
Woo, the Blood Bowl, man. The Blood Bowl. So many players went down in that thing here. Timber, we talk about S2G, we talk about highlight players. Timber saying, take that, sir, to seal the deal for game number 3. Huge game, man. It's been a pretty exciting day, all things considered. Every single match so far.
Exactly, it definitely has been an exciting day. And as I mentioned, I mean, it has been an exciting day because teams like Unicorns Love, teams like Na'Vi, you know, teams that barely qualified in, they're having a great time, Dave.
Hey, they are just driving in the convertible, down here, blowing in the wind, having a great time. Now, we do have a couple more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. So I know we're excited, we're on the edge of our seats, but don't go anywhere. Let's hear what the devs got to say about match number 3.
Thanks, Dave. All I have to say is back-to-back chicken dinners. The first team with 2 wins, S2G. Zute, that was an amazing ending, I have to say. I mean, it's always interesting, right? Whenever you see an end game end in a city, there's just so many people alive until the very end. Like, is there any strategy? I feel like at that point, it's just trying to spot anybody and just take shots.
Is just surviving the mayhem, trying to keep 4 members alive, and then just closing it out with the gun skill and the util, and S2G definitely closed it out. But I want to give a shout out to the Knights. Those end zones, they had to fight their way in. S2G did kind of get circle blessed, but the Knights definitely made the best out of that situation, picking up 13 elims. The most elims makes sense because they had to fight their way through Pachinki to get up to that second place right there. Black Dragons coming in from the fields, a 3rd place finish, really good by them. And Ghost Gaming, Ghost Gaming, they're I think they're back in form. You know, this is the Ghost Gaming we're used to, very consistent. They get those, you know, placement points, those rank points, and they pick up a few elims along the way. A7, 6 rank points, 0 elims. That's a bit new for sure, but hey, points are points. And Na'Vi, A7 and Na'Vi both this time getting the points in. So I guess that one shall fail, one shall succeed. Maybe that storyline's getting altered a little bit while these 2 teams, you know, just work things out, so to say, 7.
Yeah, even when we don't want to talk about them, they just make us talk about them, dude. I don't know what's going on here with Alpha 7 and Na'Vi. Now let's go towards the second page here. There you go. Football is 5 points. Fernabache with 4 points. This time I won't confuse you. Furious Gaming 2 points. Rise Esports 2 points as well. And as we go down, I think this might be the first time, guys, Anger Ladies, that we have 4 teams with some big O donuts, some big O zeros. But I want to go back to S2G. I mean, in a way, they played that so well in those final circles. They had a 360 view of everything. They were able to kind of hold up Alpha 7. And it was just wonderful to see the patience that I talked about in Miramar. I kind of saw it again here. And also some gun skill as we do go towards the MVP. Timber being able to get 1k damage, almost 1.1k damage, 4 elims, 32 team contributions, man.
Oh, I just have to say, wow, like, what was it? Somebody likes to, like, say, like, make a noise, like, over 1,000, something for that damage. That's It's not the first time I think we've seen that. So yeah, Timber just absolutely insane with that. 4 eliminations, 30%. You already said it. I mean, S2G, we just kept talking about it even as we were watching that game. Like, somehow keeping all 4 people alive until the very end, especially in a city ending like that, is very difficult. In fact, I'm kind of surprised to see that 4 teams had 4 donuts, right? Because it's usually those endings, I feel like, in the cities that all the kills are almost shared, since you can just spot everybody, right, Zute? I feel like that's usually what it is. And it also looks like, though, a Timber is going to be going head-to-head with a Knights member. It looks like it's going to be Chico.
I get to see the Knights up here, and Timber, of course, making an appearance. And to answer your earlier question, you know what happened? It's because it was a Pachinki finish, and the Pachinki, I feel like the Pachinki circle happened very early, and 4 of those teams just didn't get the invite. Like, they showed up at the Pachinki doorsteps, but it's like, what's the secret password? You know, they didn't know the secret password, and all the teams partying in Pachinki just kicked them out. You know, 0 points for you, 0 points for you. It is rare to see 4 teams getting 0 points, but hey, it happens. Back to, you know, the head-to-head. 1,000 damage on each side. That's what happens in these city endings. You get that knock, but you can't confirm it because the knock is in a building two roads down, or like 2 buildings over, and you can't really just push right across because there's like 3 other teams around you, so you just farm those damage numbers up. The overall damage by the whole lobby, I would not be surprised if it was like a record high. Now, let's take a look at the record high. Oh, 2 chicken dinners. First team right now with 2 chicken dinners, and we're only 4? No, we're only 3 games in. Wow, that was quick to get 2 chickens by S2G. 58 points, but Unicorns of Love pretty close right behind at 47. Was there something you saw? 7, I heard you make a ooh sound.
Yes, sir. I am looking at that 3rd and 4th place. Come on now. You know I like to follow NA. You know I like to be that a little bit biased. I'm impressed here seeing 2 NA teams currently in the top 4, and 2 of them being actually tied and completely different. You can kind of see goes. We've been talking about they haven't really been as aggressive as we're being used to seeing them in the past couple of months. Well, guess what? They're currently making that up with the placement point, 36 points for them. And then with Knights, I mean, it's pretty much just equal out. They've been able to get those elims for them. We saw what the damage that Chico was able to put up. Now, as we go here towards the 2nd page, now this is something interesting, and this is something I personally didn't see coming. Alpha 7 still currently in that 11th place. Rise Esports, a team that's super aggressive. I wonder if this team is going to readjust a little bit to see what some of the other teams have been able to do. S2G has been able to do this perfectly. They started off being able to be that team that kind of made it to the end, didn't really worry about the kills, the elims, and then now they're that team that are also able to get those elims. Overall, man, I'm just really, I said this earlier, I'm just so impressed with what S2G has been able to do, the composure that some of these players have been able to show me, along the lines of what we were able to see there from Knights. I'm pretty sure we'll be breaking some of that stuff down in a bit.
Well, I'm pretty excited as well, right? Like, a lot of the teams that we saw there at the top of that leaderboard so far actually came in at the bottom. I mean, Unicorns of Love, Navi, Aton, Ghost, I could keep going even. And then even some surprising ones, though, on the opposite end of the spectrum is I'm kind of wondering what's happening to Mad Bulls right now. My assumption is that they're kind of having a little bit of a harsh time right now, but we can go a little bit more into that after Zute goes on ahead and takes it away with, of course, the recap from that match.
Yeah, Mad Bulls right now, Span, looking more like sad bulls. I'm sorry, I had to do that. It was too good, but they're not the focus right now. Maybe we could focus on them later when they get some good games in which, you know, we've seen Mad Bulls, they could pop off. So yeah, I still got it in them. I still believe in them. But let's take a look at the Knights. We haven't shown too much of the Knights on these segments, and I think the Knights have just been very consistent. We saw them earlier right there in that top 4 position. Or was it Ghost in 3rd and Knights in 4th? I don't know. They were tied. They were neck and neck. But the Knights rotations all the way from Yasnaya into Pachinki, definitely not an easy one. And this is kind of where they kind of set their flag down. You know, this is where we're going to hold in Pachinki. We did see the circle shift a little bit off them, which forced them to take a lot of fights to fight down through Pachinki. We saw them in the very late game. They didn't get circle blessed, But hey, Knights is a strong team, and they took advantage of the circle shifting away by picking up a bunch of kills. Look at those X's just popping up and down, and I think this is the one where the Knights picked up a majority of their kills. I'm just watching this, looking at the red X's pop up. None yet, but you do see right there, 3,000 total damage and 13 elims. They were just causing mayhem right there. They did lose in the N2S2G, and I got 7 here to pick it up right where all the chaos started happening.
Yeah, and this is when we're going to be talking about the Knights. The Knights just played that so well in regards to just being patient, right? Waiting for... They knew Ghost and Navi were getting into a fight. They were like, you know what? Those are two teams we really don't want to go up against, so let's give them just some time to kind of just eliminate each other. And then right here is when the Knights decide we have to push. We're definitely going to have to make it. If we're going to want to make it, we're going to get into that little divot right there. You see S2G just being patient as well. They have one player inside that little hole, I guess you can call it, whatever it is that you guys want to call it. And it kind of backfired because then you have Chico pulling up. And this was so great out of Chico. He realizes, if I'm going to go in there, I'm going to have to just full send it. He is able to full send it. He's able to actually secure it. And as YouTube chat, shout out to you guys. You finally got an answer right. I asked you guys who you think was going to win STG. You guys actually said STG. So, Anime Legends, I see you. Savage, I see you. There you go. Make sure you guys keep on commenting there. Use that hashtag PMGC. And then we have right here, Knights, Chico. I love that he was able to secure that kill. I didn't like those, Sutane. You might be wrong. You might disagree, or you might agree with me here. I didn't like that he go for that revive, considering that the zone was pushing in, and he could have gotten a better angle to start with.
It's those last second decisions. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, this time, he misjudged it by a little bit. But if he didn't go for that revive, if he ran up there a little bit earlier, probably the same demise, right? You never know. There's a lot of what ifs in these games, and that's what VOD reviews for. That's what these teams mainly do after each game. They go over scenarios. They talk about, what if we did this instead? What if you did that instead? Hey, it's a learning experience. But overall, the Knights, I think they played 99.9% of that correctly. The cards were stacked against them to win that game, and they optimized it as best as they could.
I mean, being that team that comes in the center as well, especially when both teams knew exactly where they were going to come from. They knew that they were going to be coming out of that little hole or whatever it is right there, as Seven was saying. The other teams, they were already safely hidden inside of the field, right? But S2G is in fact going to be the one that goes in and grabs it. We can see right here, 2 wins already. That's our first time. Let's see. We have 2 more games left. Kind of curious to see if potentially they could turn that into a third, but also our excited wait to see what's going to happen on kind of the wildcard match. Sanhok is almost over. We're about to be jumping on over there, and we already talked about it. We don't really know what to expect. Obviously, they have the information from past games, past tournaments. They're able to see what teams are usually able to do on Sanhok, but we haven't seen these teams specifically going ahead and go against each other on Sanhok. So just blanket statement, just based off of you guys' knowledge on Sanhok, right, and how you play it, just say a team that you think is probably going to go ahead and run away with it.
Ooh, Alpha 7. Alpha 7. They've been very quiet so far in the 3 matches for this Super Weekend. And Alpha 7, they're a team that's they got really strong gunpowder and team synergy when it comes to just taking fights. And I think Sanhok is a map that really lets those teams with those special skills shine through. Of course, we never know, but if I had to pick one, it'd be Alpha 7.
All right.
7. Okay, 7 real quick.
All right, for me, this one is going to have to be Ghost Gaming. I would love to see if anybody's going to hot drop in. They usually tend to land Paradise Resort, so I want to see if Ghost Gaming is going to be able to do anything here. Usually in previous tournaments, they tend to do really well in Sanhok. I want to see what's going to happen on this one.
Awesome. Okay, well, we will not have to wait for long to see who's going to be correct and who's going to be wrong, because we're going to go straight into a very short break, and we'll be back to see the action on Sanhok. Be back soon.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
and their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position is push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Викаш продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной гранаты, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат по сути.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
It's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekta. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Kudur'u almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Ne bir kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla... güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Araç aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara. But the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but Power coming in. Tron!
Ranan gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы сфокусироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
Que melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题可以重新来一遍。特别强的队伍嘛，其实我们中国的战队其实就我们2个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak gue, menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее в будущем китайце и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по сути, конкурентов нету, кроме как китайцев.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo Carrilho.
Okay. Let me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Maxman curse, you know? Who is Maxman? Where does he come from?
Is he a demon?
Is he even real? We could all be filming, have fun, time how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely, definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no Loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new Loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 4 Angry Men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well, but there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Influence Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place.
Let us pray.
What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking 3 shots on towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. Still vibing.
They're absolutely vibing.
We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the Loop's vibe continues.
Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Dá maleta. Sai de fininho. Vai, 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 vai. Mete bala, mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Hello everyone and welcome back to, of course, PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Super Weekend 1, about to go into the game 4. Sorry. I almost said like day 3 or something like that. Game 4, of course. Only match that we've all been waiting for. And 7, you said that you wanted to talk about something real quick. I'm gonna force you to do it now.
I just want to see which one's out of this team, Sute. It's gonna be that diamond. All right, which team do you think is gonna be that diamond, Sue?
Not Ghost Gaming, because you mentioned Ghost Gaming earlier. I'm just gonna say Ghost Gaming.
Oh man,
they're a good team, right? But on Sanhok, I feel like it takes a very aggressive team to usually get the win on Sanhok. And Ghost Gaming, I've seen them do really good on Sanhok, don't get me wrong. They get like 3rd place, 2nd place, 4th place with a good amount of kills. But I've rarely ever seen Ghost Gaming like win a Sanhok. I still feel like it's a team that's like A7 that has a better chance of winning Sanhok, a team that's very aggressive, that has, you know, that gun skill. But I will caveat everything with Ghost Gaming. They sometimes just get those circles, and if that's how they get the win on Sanhok, well, more power to them. I'm going to be disappointed, though. But that's my takeaway, Span.
I actually had a thought going into that. You said something about aggressive teams. A team that I don't think we've really gotten to supersede that much right now is Rise. Actually, they came in 7th place with the majority eliminations, 41 eliminations actually, and even the 2nd place team actually had 41 eliminations. The next highest was 42, then 54, obviously being from Knights in the 1st place. So I'm surprised, I guess, why we haven't seen Rise in that position. Maybe it's gonna be Rise that's gonna surprise y'all and show up on Sanhok finally. Or, you know, there's other couple of teams like that as well. What do you say, Seven?
I mean, with Rise, we've seen them. They're still that aggressive team. The placement points are nowhere near to be seen. If I'm not mistaken, I think Rise is currently sitting at with 9 elims, and the placement points, I think it's somewhere way below that. But they could take advantage of this. The reason why I picked Ghost, going back to what Sue was saying, is they're just playing so passive. They're making sure they're readjusting to something that we were talking about during the Week of League play. They're readjusting to just having those 4 players alive. And if they can play that passive, and we know that they can be that team that can switch it on. We see some of those full sends that they did on that first Erangel. So I want to see if they're going to continue that, or if they're going to maybe switch it up to maybe third party and a little bit more. We've seen some teams take huge advantage of that third party, right? We saw what Knights, in a way, was able to do in that last Erangel. We've seen how some of the other teams have been able to accomplish that in Miramar too. Overall, I'm just excited for this Sanhok, right? I know a lot of people been waiting for it. If there's going to be a winner, it's going to be us, the viewers, because there's going to be just absolute mayhem, Span.
Oh my goodness, I agree. Absolute mayhem. And part of that is because we already talked about it. This match hasn't been played just yet. And Zute, you were talking about, you were the one that went on ahead and watched East this morning, and you talked about that a little bit. There were 2 hot drops, but you're surprised there wasn't stuff on boot camp. Are you kind of expecting potentially to see the same things, or are you hoping to see something different?
I think a bootcamp hot drop is more likely to happen simply given the fact that, well, back in the Americas, that was Alpha 7's spot, right? Alpha 7 kind of just dominated bootcamp. There was another team that wanted bootcamp, 19 Esports. They're not here, maybe due to Alpha 7 clapping them out of bootcamp. But Alpha 7 right now, you know, I'm not gonna say they're looking weak, but points-wise, they're not looking too hot. They still got the gun skill. We've seen them win, you know, a couple fights. They got the elim points, but that might be an invitation for one of these teams thinking like, hey, I don't think Alpha 7's got what it takes, and they might just drop on them and boot camp. We'll see. We'll see in the next few minutes. But it's not just boot camp. Usually the fights that happen the most are the teams that are too scared to fight in boot camp, so they drop somewhere else to like an edge city, and another team's thinking of the same exact thing. And that's where we get the fights. Like in PMGC East, we saw a fight in Paradise, which is where Ghost will be going. And then we saw another fight in Painan. And I'm not too sure which teams are heading into Painan, but there's so many cities and so many teams, and Sanhok is the smallest map. So not everyone is going to be able to find a place of their own.
That's very true. And I mean, Sanhok is also, I guess, then it's the place to go on ahead and get kills. You said it yourself, it's very small. You start getting in a fight and just immediately people could go on ahead and potentially just run up on that and third party it. That's usually what happens, right? When you hear the shoots, the shoots start flying, the shots start flying. There we go. And so 7, like, I guess when that happens, when all of that chaos really starts coming down, and you know that you need to go on ahead and catch up and get kills, especially for some of these teams, you know that they need to go on ahead and start capitalizing on situations more. Like Sanhok arguably is the best map to go on ahead and do it on. Do you expect all the teams in this situation to be a bit more aggressive? Like, are we going to see people kind of running at each other and third-partying more things just because of the map?
Yeah, I think you're going to be seeing teams be a lot more aggressive. And I think that the word that we're kind of looking for here is we're going to be seeing a lot of teams be more riskier than what we've been able to see before. We're going to be seeing teams that usually maybe don't like third party and stuff. If they hear those shots, and they hear those shots for maybe along the lines of 3 minutes, that's an eternity here in Sanhok. You got to remember, especially as it gets to the later circles, it gets more compact. It's already tiny. You got so much vegetation. You can set yourself up to third party that other team, given that false sense of hope that, hey, okay, we just won this fight. Let's try to loot and then just catch them while they're looting. So you're going to be seeing a lot of teams just be more risky, be more willing to take that third party, be more willing to just be like, okay, you know what? We haven't been doing well along the likes of Rise Esports, and maybe try to be a little bit more aggressive.
There is something that we're completely forgetting, though. I mean, we're talking about third party, we're talking about, you know, action, we're talking about aggressiveness. Sanhok is also the map for the complete opposite of that. Med stratting. As much as, you know, it's boring to see and talk about, med stratting is a huge thing, and I want to give a quick shout out to Team Queso. Unfortunately, they're not here, so you guys won't see Team Queso, the masters of med stratting, on Sanhok. But for the people that don't know, over in the Americas side, Team Queso med stratted to second place on Sanhok. Not just 2, but I'm pretty sure 3 Sanhok matches in a row. I know for sure they did 2, because I was like, wow, they did it again. But I think they did it 3 times, if I'm not wrong. So maybe another Americas team could take that strategy. Maybe they studied it. Yeah, what's up, Seven?
If we're talking about med stratting, do you think we're going to see those magical boatates? Do you think we're going to see any of those teams just get on that boat and kind of just do those wild rotations that we're used to seeing in Sanhok? I mean, it could be a possibility, right?
Everything could happen in Sanhok, but med stratting for sure. Maybe we'll see another Team Queso, right? You know, a team that's really good at med stratting. So, I mean, we got a few seconds left, Span. Anything could happen at this point.
You're not wrong. And I guess it'll be interesting to see who's going to go on ahead and potentially take that challenge and see when they're going to decide to do so. So we're going to jump straight on into it. And for this one, it's back to Dave and Highland Wolf.
Oh, Dave, we're back in the party!
Let's go, baby. Zute, I love that you talked about the med strat, because I think Sanhok is the map that players can really utilize to get those heals, to med off, because remember, at the end of the tournament, we're giving away a Survivor Award, and that award is given to a player with the longest amount of healing done without doing any damage. But right out the gate, though, the Black Dragon's blowing hot fire at SMB over here in Runes.
And we're getting the hot drop, but it's not a boot camp. It's over in the other popular spot of Ruins. And Ruins actually one of these really intriguing parts, because Black Dragon,
already
you can
on
see the problem.
Inside another one, though, taken it down. What is happening in here, though? You got SMB on the outskirts. The double barrel shotgun. GC gone. GC gone.
Oh man, no, look at that. I mean, to be fair, you see the problem here, as I was saying here, Dave, with the fact of Inside of Ruins. It is 2 knockdowns, make it a 3 for the rest of SMB, and it's all down to the fact that actually they couldn't have the vision inside of Ruins over SMB, whereas SMB were playing outside. The moment the rest of Black Dragons put their heads outside, they got popped, and I think something similar going to be happening here when you see S2G trying to hold up against Ghost. Now, this is crucial that actually Beowulf on this blank side stays alive, because he doesn't, and he gets caught off guard by Timber, and that's the surprise flank gone, but we do return 1 kill for now.
So many hot drops here at Sanhok. I love it. Timber done, son. 2 of the squad mates from S2G on their knees. Spec got traded in that back line. Pilots in the front line trying to get that spray down. We hear those shots ringing all over the place. Dude, he just got the double. Ghost Gaming Paradise. And they got that drop spot just snatched from them right there. And the third, dude, Highland Wolf, a third hot drop here. Furious Gaming.
It's fighting on all fronts. It's what it is, Dave. This is Sanhok, baby. We've been waiting for this all week long. And this is what it's going to be like, I think, all rest of the tournament. We are looking at a very, very, very difficult first phase zone. You cannot see it, but this is very Sanhok-esque, where we're splitting between two different islands way up in the northern side. 50, 55, I dare say even 60% of that zone already in water. And it's only the start of the game.
Yeah, it's actually insane. And Furious Gaming, I don't think they're going to be able to respond to that hot drop because they had Scream and another one of their squad mates all the way on the east side of Quarry. So you really can't provide that optimal support. But kind of back to your point, we're already down a couple teams, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. And this is the first Sanhok game of PMGC West. So it's kind of to be expected. You know, you had the scrims, you got the practice. But when we're talking practice, teams don't really utilize their true strategies, I guess you could say. So I think that's why a lot of these teams kind of get caught off guard here and forced to fight for whatever type of drop spots they wanted. But I'm looking at teams high 10. I'm looking at them. Yeah, I mean, you're straight chilling because like you mentioned, there's a ton of water in play. A ton of water. And Eastern Stars up there, they are chilling, man.
Yeah. I mean, when Hutton, right, is the center of zone, Dave, you know there's something wrong with the zone. I mean, last time I checked, Hutton was the North Ocean coastline of Sanhok. It was the center.
You checked right. you are correct, sir. And talk about being correct. Well, Knight already done doing their looting. Looks like they were receiving some shots from A7, now receiving some shots from S2G. S2G, I am feeling this, man. They got the squad wiperino on the Ghost Gaming. They took Paradise from them. I hope if you're Ghost Gaming, you don't drop there anymore. You can't afford to get taken out in 16th or 15th position with no kills. But S2G, already with those kill points, are feeling a lot better because 4 points equals a 6th place finish. So they already have some room to kind of play with here on this map. But let's see if they can come out on top because now they're going to go against A7.
Yeah, you can obviously see the A7 here trying to roam their way through Paradise Resort, catching at S2G in their own rotation outside. Might be also the long-range knock, so we'll actually bring A7 back a little bit when it comes to their push. Carrillo can't go in there alone because you don't have a visually of where those S2G members are. And we're going to see, I think, what could be a retreat either side. S2G going to reposition, but it's more heading towards actually, as we say, that center of zone. Heading actually forward into Knights, into actually what was Supermassive Blaze. Knights, they actually such a position, not only onto Supermassive Blaze, but actually the future, the winner of this engagement, then has to roam in onto Knights too. And it's actually a brilliant opportunity for Knights, who have been underperforming actually in a couple of these games so far, to really pick it up on those kill points, which is something that we've seen when it can roll away with, really roll away with that game.
Yeah, it's huge. Talking about rolling away, and R out here rolling away in the Cybertruck, man, that thing's looking fresh. Looking fresh. And it's going to be right there on the edge. So you have to assume they're on the hunt, and they're trying to finish what they started a couple moments ago against Furious. As Furious, they do have, I believe, still a duo kind of out there in the distance. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. As Fenerbahce, another squad that has been playing outside of zone number 1, will now be piling in to that east side in the circle. And I have to... Uh-oh, what's this? Is it a replay? Oh, poor Xanox. So they're down to a trio. But I have to assume, where I was going with this, is I have to assume that it's going to sizzle out. This Sanhok map, it's going to calm down just a little bit because we did have so much early game action.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely going to see a lot more fighting, though, depending on where this zone goes. If this zone goes over towards that eastern side, we can say prayers all day, Dave, because we're going to see a lot quieter of a game. But if this zone wants to go down under over towards that western side, that's when we're going to start playing a little bit darn dirty, because we can see that there's only 3 out of these 14 teams playing on that western side, and it is still a 50-50 opportunity. So it's very dependent on where phase 2 shifts, will depend on the pace and also the volatility of this 4th game.
I agree. All these players kind of with that same mindset. They have a nice little compound for the time being. They're secure in their spot, kind of just looking at that mini map, right? Waiting to see where Papa Blue is going to take us here on this Sanhok game. Man, the first Sanhok of PMGC West. I'm pumped up. And I don't know. We had so much action. I didn't really get your take 8 minutes ago on the whole heal strat. Any thoughts? Like, do you think we'll see 1 or 2 teams try to implement that here?
I think this is a perfect opportunity, right, to link it back to the volatility possibility of that zone. Is if we are going to see that western shift, yes, of course, we're going to see that fighting, but it's definitely something that we can look towards, and the South American teams potentially, of course, adopting that healing strategy coming forward, because there is only, of course, that one bridge crossing point. There is down towards the south end boot camp and that L compound bridge still available. It is outside of the zone, and it will be more difficult to navigate back across. It is an option I think is slightly safer if you're going to dance with the zone versus how many players we can see, because as that zone does continue to shift in phase 2, we're not given that answer. We're actually keeping that mystery alive because we still don't decide which side we are playing on. And actually now the position of Knights only becomes even more influential that we talked about, because they have such control over that bridge, but actually because the zone shifted more towards the east rather than the west, it is more likely that they can maintain that control throughout the entirety of this game.
Just got to point out Silas's vehicle real quick. Inside peanut butter, outside jelly. That thing's looking fresh, that paint job. But I agree with you. And I've seen in the past at this type of competition, this level of competition, these players, if they know how to hit those timings, those heals correctly, I've seen a solo go from like a 14th, a 13th position all the way to 2nd place just off of healing. So healing, such an underrated skill that if you know how to do it, Sanhok is the game to do it, because 2nd place is 12 placing points, which is a huge come up. Especially if your team, say you lose 3 squad mates really early on, Sanhok, difficult map on rotation, say it didn't work out.
Yeah.
If you have that solo, just healing, oh man, you can get so many placement points. And to kind of reiterate one more time, we do have that survival medal. Longest survivor that does the least amount of damage.
It's going to come from this map, right?
It's going to come from Sanhok. Exactly. It's going to come from Sanhok, and that's $2,000. So you got to keep your eye on that. I love it. I love all the different medals and awards, too, that we are going to be giving out here at the end of the season.
I love it. Sanhok is so special it gets its own medal, but also in addition to the fact of that survival time and earning that medal, it also matters about positioning. Now, you think, well, I'm just going to heal wherever I want to, right? But it's also dependent on how far, even though you are healing, you can get yourself into zone. Because come that phase 5 mark onwards, you can't actually continue to run and heal at the same time. You have to then make that decision. So pre-phase 5 is a lot about the positioning of your players and your team coming forward into that zone. If you cannot get in, how close can you get? Can we just get a little building or 2 closer? Because the further you are away from that zone on the next phase, actually the more damage the zone does to you versus had you been beside the entrance to that zone instead. So it is very much those who are healing closest to the zone are going to also survive the longest.
And Highland Wolf, let me tell you, the zone has a name. And the zone's name is Papa Blue. All right?
Oh, the hot juice. The hot juice drop, man.
Papa Blue coming in here today. And I've been asking for about a year now. We need a Papa Blue kill count because I guarantee you when we look at limbs, especially here on Sanhok, Papa Blue is going to be MVP. So we'll see what will happen. All these players waiting for the next circle to collapse here. I believe it just did. Anybody going to have to move? Will we go to that east island? Will we go to that west island? Whoa, looks like we're going up there to the north. And I still really do appreciate Eastern Star's position. I think they're in a strong spot to potentially gatekeep Na'Vi, essentially, right? So we'll see what they end up doing.
I actually really appreciate voter positioning also coming through from here, Rise, because I think that actually alongside them and Supermassive players, we are looking at, as that fight doesn't shoot through from Footballers and Fenerbahce, these are the two teams that we're coming into this phase 3 because it's around this lakeside just north of nice positioning, which is where now, as this shift enters up, you're looking to try and take control of because that's the high ground, that's the actual positioning you want, not only to control road coming across the bridge and coming forward, that car's flying, Dave, is you also are looking towards the ocean. That's what you're looking towards. Those coming in from Tap Mach 2 from behind you as that flank, and that's why that position is so powerful.
Forgot to put the market break on that one. So it looks like Aton and Fenerbahce going to be getting a nice little sandwich maneuver happening right here onto Footballists. And I believe Footballists recognizing the danger that they're in. But honestly, I don't even know what the play is. I think Footballists are just going to have to decide, okay, do we take the fight to the north? Do we look to wrap around the north end near the coast? Or do we just bunker down and make sure to defend our current position against Aton, who are currently trying to snake it a little bit closer within grenade range and possibly get a grenade knock to open up this fight?
Aton, they will strike throw onto Footballers and they take one down. Solke's out and he's out away from his team, which is pretty much gone and kaput here for Footballers. Rogue Member are now down to 2. Realm, Lutz, they do defend, but we're inside the shed and there's not really a place to go. There's not really a position to call home. And Aton as well, you can see how desperate they are at this push because on behind them, next Roya, they are also assassinating them from the tree line opposite. So Aton equally pushed away from the fight by that third party means that neither of these contenders are going to be successful. They're all going to continue to stay on the edge of this zone, whereas you can see that they still have a lot of work to do coming across that zone. The positioning of those on the eastern side, so difficult coming in on that open road through Tap Mach, because even Tap Mach isn't a compound itself. It's very difficult to navigate because, yes, it looks on the map like there's a lot of buildings and a lot of cover, but actually that cover is very small and very actually short. It's difficult to navigate quickly around Tap Mach at that.
Yeah, and we can see right here, prime example, especially with Sanhok, how quickly a third party turns into a fourth or even a fifth party. There's always going to be some type of eyes on you right here. So next Rhea going for a straight up send, I'm going to call it. Going to be pulling up this little shack here. And remember, Furious, they lost 2 really early on. So if I'm assuming here, Furious, we see them not taking these shots because they just want to survive. They just want to remain underneath the radar. See if they can do so. Kudar looking in the opposite direction here. And discipline. Discipline is key. But next circle, Eastern Stars all game long. Zone magnets.
Dave, I think if you are on the eastern side, it's time to cry. It's time to get the tissues out, and it's time to sell defeat in a healing strategy. Because that zone looks pretty damn impossible to navigate into if you're a team, quite frankly, like Atom and Footballers still to get across through Tap Mach. I mean, Tap Mach was a tricky compound in itself, but to cross even past that, to cross them through the entire lobby of players to just find a position in phase 4, never mind even survive inside that phase. In the difficulty you can see now of how fast these players have to be to rotate. You guys love, he just bamboozled him. He just took him out from the backside as they jump over the cliff and switch back to the back end of the buggy, took him out front to the back, and then back to the front again over the top, and they drive their buggy over into their next compound as Cow going to be holding up for Unicorns of Love. I am actually just curious how Unicorns of Love have rotated, because they rotated all the way from that side of Ruins. It actually wrapped completely around onto Cow, really kicking themselves a little bit, Rotate, because had they just roamed the raid a shorter round towards Hartin, it would have been a lot easier for them.
Yeah, insurance is not going to cover that one, by the way. So footballists, they are going to be swimming in the water. I'm not against it. If they can remain undetected, kind of play that scuba Steve role, and maybe even swim beneath those docks and let the Mad Bulls be their defenders that are going to be on the coastline, you can see them getting some solid placement points. But right here, though, Chico on the roof, getting shot from Mafioso across the way, connected on, and well, looks like A7 Knight's going to be clashing over here near the southern half where that bridge is. And listen, it's going to be chaotic. There's a ton of teams all stacked on top of each other right here. We're going to lose at least half the lobby right now.
Linda's 2v1 though, Dave. Didn't even need his team. They're all down behind him, but Linda's did not care. He walks up. And Nunes trying to do the same, but it's much harder this time with all of those players behind you, Nunes, and that's why you get knocked down by S2G. You have to be so careful with that on the flank side. Is trying to rotate their way around as well as Navi. Also, a third trying to do the same exact strategy. Meku, but he's got friends. Is Natixi now comes up further on board. We can't get that kill the rock too much, and Kapahala lives to tell another day. And Kapahala's positioning crucial to defend against Navi, because if they do not, they actually suffer the same problem. It's actually what Knights have done, because you see that Knights, the reason why they're in such a dire position is because they didn't hold off against all of those teams coming over. They sat and waited for their zone to come to them. It didn't, and as a result, they get put out down in a difficult spot. Even more difficult for Kapahala though, taking on to Navi. I mean, Navi, they're still swimming. They couldn't even hold down even against one.
Kapahala right there could do that because they had the support from their squad mates behind them, making sure to pre-fire that ridge line. So every single time the duo would try to make a push onto them, immediately spotted and received some shots. So Kapahala playing that boulder, I'm sure the teammates are like, hey, you should go push them now. They are hurting. 2 points, just like that. And kind of going back to your point, we got Coops, we got Alucard swimming in the water, we got 2 squad mates from Navi swimming in the water, so we'll see what will happen there. But Silas from S2G currently with 2 chicken dinners so far. They are definitely feeling it here tonight. Let's see what they can do against Mad Bulls as Monkey trying to make the push uphill. Gonna be spotted.
But they do have that edge of zone S2G. They can play a little bit more patient and going to make that revive. Of course, one of them did get knocked on the big eastern side. That was the danger zone we were talking about, but S2G still navigated it. And actually, I think crucially, taking out Unicorns of Love. One of these teams trying to cover that healing strategy. You can see Rolk his way into the back of Cow, already trying to make that work for himself. They've at least gotten themselves a position, but it's going to have to be a lot of quicker fighting going on. Potentially to tell 7th if Mad Bulls get taken down, at least one. And now in the zone is Agari forced out of the danger zone. Papa Blue, we talked about from the massacre that will take place according from it. Only going to draw in more kills here for S2G as they snake their way forward. Can they confirm it for the blue zone? Takes it. The healer from Agri will actually grant them the kill as they up to 10.
10 kill points right there, 10 elim points. Let's see though, because Eastern Stars have also been racking up the kills. They have been favored in this zone for some time. Like Eastern Stars trying to make the push up this hill. We're gonna have a true King of the Hill moment here. And Eastern Stars, I believe they only got 2 here in the front lines trying to make their battle uphill. So it's gonna be a 2v4, very challenging position because they also have a duo on the west side, pretty much trying to keep out SMB. So Eastern Stars, they're taking fights right now at multiple fronts.
Still, S2G, better ones in control at the high ground. And Silas P, this is crucial, but then you're not only looking towards Eastern Stars, you're keeping those off on the flank side because those are looking into the fight. Is Athis is going to get knocked down because a little bit too high up front, and that actually might just be the push they need. They might not even have to worry about Eastern Stars on the front side because they're deleting them through. 3 down, 1 returned revenge from Octavian. It's sweet, but is it sweet enough? Because it feels like the sugar is all on the side of S2G. They can't take them all, and their S2G stand tall. They have the zone. This might just be 3 in a row for the Turkish squad.
Not over yet. We'll see though. We got Gary down there below with Mythic from Rise, super aggressive squad. Let's see what they can do here today. But I have to agree with you a little bit here. Just looking at the numbers. S2G, they got 3 up, as looks like Unicorns of Love implementing that heal strat right there. 3rd place, 10 points. I'll take that. So let's see here. S2G setting up to set a record here for PMGC West. Looking to get 3 chicken dinners back to back here.
It is, though. That is the problem, Dave. They've got to push themselves down. And this is now up to Gary, up to Mythic. Can they stop them on the push as they come over the hill? The smoke's already put down, but you can see the zone. Even one tick deleting through that health bar as they continue to move back and forward. But a nade, that's a double. That's the silencer that you need for Rise to stop the push. In on targets as the molly will go inside of the smoke, and pew goes Silas, but only up top of the rock to dodge out the fire. He needs those pew shots, accurate as ever. It's a 2v1. It's all down to S2G. Can he keep the hat trick? Dream alive, or will Rise steal away this game from them?
Gary, M249, looking to get the 1v1 with Silas. Mythic, their teammate, trying to get the flank, trying to get the wraparound, can almost make out the shoulder of Silas. Silas looking to make some moves. Gary takes some shots. Going to be receiving a lot of the shots from Silas. Silas going to be getting chunked out from Papa Blue. Probably going to go out to Papa Blue, and we're looking at Rise rising up here to get the winner. Chicken Sanhok dinner, baby.
Oh man, Rise, they put the pain down on S2G. They looked like they were going for that triple, but they couldn't quite find it. And I think it was that nade, that positioning that we talked about, the rest of Rise needing. They needed to stop them on that decline coming down. If they got to those rocks, if they got to that cover, it's easily in S2G's favor to then move up and take that win. But that nade, that was the stopper in the tracks of S2G. To be fair though, S2G, they earned themselves a chicken dinner's worth of points in those kills alone too. 15 kills coming through from them in that Sanhok game. They obliterated, and it took absolute advantage over those teams coming out from that hard Eastern shift.
Yeah, that's why you tend to see towards late game teams, they try to spread out just a little bit. They don't push grouped up here, because that is the reason why. You have the numbers advantage. It's looking like it's your winner chicken dinner. Next thing you know, oops, stepped on a grenade. There you go. You lost 2 in the process, and you know the tide's definitely turned right there. But you talked about it. They got 15 kills. That's equivalent to a chicken dinner regardless. So shout out to STG. Popping off here today so far, and it started. It's not like they were just chilling the whole time, like Eastern Stars, who also got a lot of kills. But no, S2G, they started with the drop right there, so they just fought the whole game.
That's what you need, and that's what you expect through from S2G. Though they are this immaculate team fighting team, but it was all down to zone. That was the fate decider for so many of these squads. You can see being forced into these so difficult and awkward fights they don't want to be put into. They try to, of course, all pick each other off, but actually they do the work, of course, for S2G. Wounded, actually, all of these teams just 3 points coming into that final zone. It was those, actually that one player of the team, should I say, of Unicorns Love, who really impressed me, though, of Rolkis, staying all the way back inside a cow, understanding that, hey, we gotta get into this zone, but give me all the mech kits, I'll do the work for you, and actually survive all the way in onto that 3rd place, despite the chaos that ensued on that front line.
Dude, Timber right there with the tracking. That was a bike, too. That was a bike, but oh yeah, that was a huge come up right there for Eastern Stars, being able to put a stop to the Navi push. Very aggressive squad in the lobby. CIS, and oh, here's what happened on the shoreline. Coops, the Navy SEAL popping up from the water. They were breathing out a straw that whole time, waiting for the perfect moment to pop off and be like, surprise, take this. 2 kills.
That's the problem, huge. Right? That's the problem with Sanhok, is that we start to see the mistakes lie in there of teams who aren't being aggressive, who aren't being proactive enough. And that's what I love about Sanhok, is you see so many times in this problem we're talking about in the league days where teams weren't being as aggressive as they needed to be, and they were trying to hold back and actually let other teams do the work for them and then try sneak in for placement points. That doesn't work in Sanhok, and I think it was very clear to me that Knights, who had an absolutely stellar position coming in on that first, second, third, fourth phase zone, did nothing to stop any of those teams. And we mentioned it, a single kill realistically when it came to anyone engaging on them. The only time they fought was actually when they decided to have to fight because they were in trouble. But to break that all down more and all of that trouble at Sanhok is back to Spancargo and the analyst desk.
Back to Span, Cargo, Zute, and the 7 Worlds Gaming. Gotta go ahead and say all the names once again, but I don't know. Oh man, Zoo, I don't really know what to say, except for the fact that the end of that match was exciting in that if it went S2G's way, that would have been their 3rd win in a row and the most wins for both East and West. But it went the other way on a team that we were just talking about before that match actually went live.
Yeah, Rise Esports took the win, and that it came down to that grenade. We all collectively gasped when it happened. The 1 for 2 on that push that got them the win. But S2G, I think they finished that game with 15 elims as well. So it's just like, well, here we have it. Yeah, S2G, they didn't get the chicken, but they got the most amount of points. 15 elims, a 2nd place finish. So that's 12 rank points. Total 27 points. Rise Esports, you mentioned it. What's a team that's aggressive that hasn't really shown up? I picked Alpha 7, but I remember earlier during the league days, 7 was talking about how Rise is looking to try and become the big brother of Alpha 7 and outshine Alpha 7, and we saw it here. They were the more aggressive team here, and that grenade was super aggressive. Flew right into the face and smacked 2 of them. 7.
They definitely did. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly. When that grenade happened, we both kind of stopped talking. We're like, what? So it was beautiful to see. But we gotta give props for S2G. I mean, for them to even get a chance to get back-to-back chicken dinners, that would have been amazing. Now, on this one, boy, oh boy. We're going to be breaking it down in a little bit, but Ghost Gaming being able to get 0 points, I picked them to win, and let me tell you, I personally got Ghost Gaming, and what I mean by that is that this team, we always talk about it, this team is just so used to not getting hot drop. It kind of gave me flashbacks of the Miramar match, so don't worry, we'll go more into detail in regards to that. Navi being able to get only 1 point, the rotations definitely didn't go their way, and we do go here towards our MVP Rise Mythic, and it's no surprise is this, man. Being able to get 663 damage, 5 elims, and 61% of team contribution, which was crazy because during those highlights, we saw him get knocked. So for him to still be able to put up that kind of amount of contribution, you definitely love to see it, Sute.
It's the crosses on his eyebrows. He's got it on both sides, right? Alpha 7, they only got it on one side. He's got it on both. That means he's extra mean, extra serious, and 61%. There's 4 players on a team. He contributed more than 2 players worth of contribution, and on Sanhok, nonetheless, right? One of the most chaotic maps, so definitely, picking up the stick right there for Rise and shining their way through. But S2G, S2G, 3 games where they had insane amount of points. We have Silas here with 784 damage and matching the elims of Mythic, but you see that team contribution, definitely a bigger difference right there because, S2G, they had kills all over the board.
It's just, oh man. I also got to point out their ability, both these teams, their abilities, right? Like Rise obviously went on ahead and was able to turn kind of a really harsh situation into something that was advantageous for them, obviously with that nade, but also they had that zone. They're kind of wondering, okay, it's a 3v2, they have the zone, but obviously they had to go on ahead and make the push. So both those teams being able to get to that point though was both very, very difficult, and then it's just perfect timing for the side there of course, Rise. And based off of that, it looks like they ended up jumping up a lot. Look at that, all the way up now in 7th place with 32 total points. 7.
Yeah, with this, what impresses me right now with S2G is their elims. This was a team that impressed me a lot in regards to their placement points during Weekend League play. For them to be able to now be in the Super Weekend where the points do matter, and for them to be able to match pretty much almost their elims with their placement points, with the ranking points, and on top of that, 2 chicken dinners, it's super impressive. I mean, going back, we still have one more game left, which is crazy to me because I was looking at East and STE first place out of the first Super Weekend on East. They ended up with 62 points. And right now, our team is blowing that out of the water. I mean, now let's go here towards the second page. We do have Navi in 9th place, 25 points there. And we do see Alpha 7 only being able to collect 18 points. This Alpha 7, I'm not sure what's going on here, Sue. I remember you were talking about only 2 of these teams can kind of improve or do better. Right now, in a way, these 2 teams are failing us.
Navi and Alpha 7 both struggling. Honestly, it's just S2G soaking up the points. I don't know if you guys at home noticed. S2G at 85, 3rd place, 40. That's a 45-point difference between 1st and 3rd. I'm pretty sure I saw those numbers correctly. If I'm saying those numbers wrong, well, I'm making myself look like a fool. But either way, S2G has a huge lead, right? Regardless, on all the other teams. And we only got 1 match left to go, Span.
But first, let's go ahead and actually take a look at the recap for S2G real quick, because, I mean, maybe they'll be able to do it next time. Let's see what they did this time, Zute.
So S2G, they started off strong. It was the hot drop against Ghost Gaming. You see it here. So I'll give you this, Seven. You picked Ghost Gaming to win this match. Technically, if Ghost Gaming won this fight with S2G, they would put themselves in a way in S2G's position towards the end game, and the S2G just definitely could have won that game. So Ghost Gaming, in a way, could have won this, but you touched on it. Ghost Gaming on the hot drops looking extremely weak because they're so used to not being contested, Seven.
Yeah, they're usually not. And you know what? The reason why I wanted to showcase this is because it gave me vibes of when Supermassive Blades first hot drop Ghost Gaming in Picado when we play Miramar. Now, what's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'm super hyped up for tomorrow in Sanhok because I want to see if that hot drop happens again. And now that Ghost Gaming can kind of expect for it, it's going to be a lot different. But let's go to this final play right here. We have S2G. They were unlucky in a way that they were out of zone, and on top of that, they had the high ground, meaning that they were going to have to go downhill. They really didn't have that much cover besides just the numbers. And something that Mustache there, my boy mentioned perfectly, is that they decided to push with 2 players. I mean, right here, there's absolutely really not that many angles. You see 2 players running from S2G, and all of a sudden, guess what? They're going to run into a boom, baby. That's it. 2 players absolutely gone. The numbers advantage absolutely gone. Now it just comes down to a 2v1 when you had the advantage a split second before. Overall, I think I'm glad this kind of stuff happens early in the league stages, early in the Super Weekend stages, because teams are going to be able to go back to the drawing board. Teams are going to be able to go back to pretty much study the film, and they're going to be like, yo, you know what? We could have maybe tried to get different angles there. In hindsight, we're able to see it from a bird's eye view. These players are the ones playing it. Props to S2G regardless for being able to put themselves in that second place. Props for them to being able to secure all the kills that they have been able to secure so far today. But Rise, I mean, I gotta give props to Rise as well because they were able to secure themselves. They were able to get those different angles, and you can see right here, the S2G player, he was like, you know what? I'm gonna pay a tribute to Hot Jukes. I'm just gonna let Papa Blue Zone do the thing.
Oh man.
Papa Blue Zone. Sorry. Yeah, Papa Blue Zone taking down that one. But it's like, that was smart. He denied a point to Rise. They realized like every point matters in the long run, right? And it was Rise on up, right, Span?
I mean, definitely. I also just think, I mean, Seven, you were kind of touching on it as well. You talked about every little mistake go back and go on ahead and fix it for later on. I just think it goes to show that you can even make the smallest, slightest mistake and something will entirely change for these matches. That's what I think just really makes PUBG Mobile so hard, you know? Just the smallest itty-bitty mistake. There was like a step too close to the teammate that ended up completely turning that around. I also have to point out that I think it's kind of amusing that everybody said it was 62% chance that that was going to be an S2G win, but it was not. Ryze wanted to completely flip that probability on its head, wins match 4, and now we only have one match left on Erangel. And I think there's a lot of interesting teams that we could go on ahead and talk about going into this last match, if I do say so myself. But first, let's go on ahead and jump into a break. We'll be right back with Erangel in a moment.
Danny, ready for abstract.
Não conta pra ninguém, tá?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih. É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim... Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в tekuущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Welcome back to PMGC West League Super Weekend. We're about to be going into our very last match of the day, and so it's time to get hype. It's time to start getting excited, see who's gonna go on ahead, grab that last chicken dinner, and of course, kind of set the tone, I gotta say, for the rest of this very first Super Weekend. We gotta already say, reminder that the points here at the Super Weekend very much matter because all of the points for the Super Weekends accumulate so that the top 16 teams for weekend 1, 2, and 3 will move on to the finals. So this is definitely going to be setting the tone for the next 2 days, kind of, you know, Seven, like these teams need to realize what they need to go on ahead and get better at, how many points more they need to get, and kind of approach the lobby now that this lobby isn't moving around.
I'll tell you who's happy right now. S2G. S2G is looking pretty. S2G is like, my goodness. If we were ever to have a day one, this is definitely the day one that you would like to have because of what we've been saying. Just next Super Weekends aren't guaranteed. And with the way this team is currently playing, at least securing, what is it, 85 points or 80 points so far already today, that just speaks volumes of how currently they're playing. And what's actually going to happen with a situation of the S2G right now is they're gonna have some cushioning. They're gonna have cushions to maybe try out different stuff before we get to the finals. And I mean, we'll talk about that even more when we get there. But some of the other teams that I do want to see, I mean, we were talking about it at the beginning of the show. I feel like now it's time. Even though it's currently day one, it is the end of day one, and we really haven't seen any flashes of them. And I think you guys might have an idea of who I'm gonna be talking about here. And it's gonna come down to Navi and Alpha 7. We've been talking about them, how they kind of have to push away from each other, how much they're affecting their own playing style. But I think at this point, with the performances that we've seen, with where they're currently at in the overall ranking, even if it is just day one, I would just like to see more out of them. I would like to see those dominant teams that some of the other teams usually get scared of, Span.
I don't disagree. Another team I feel like is going to be Mad Bulls. Like Zute, I mean, Mad Bulls, we already talked about at the beginning. They did absolutely insane day two, just getting more than doubling their points to going ahead and obviously qualify for the Super Weekend, but in second place as well with 86 total points. Like, where are they right now? It's not going as well.
Yeah, Mad Bulls. I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. Mad Bulls looking like sad Bulls. And they got only one game left for today. That is. There's still 2 more days of Super Weekend to turn things around. And I've seen it happen in Super Weekends before. Teams start off really slow on the first day, and then they ramp it up. and after another day is over, and by the time the third day is over, the standing's gonna look completely different than it is now. But S2G, 7, I like how you mentioned over on PMGC East, the first place team had around 60 points or so at the end of the day. S2G is already at 80 plus, and there's still one game left, and who knows, they might even pop off this game as well. So S2G, I think we could comfortably say, or I'm not going to say we, I'm not going to drag you guys into it. I think I'll say S2G by the end of the Super Weekend, after the next 2 days are done, I wouldn't be too surprised if they finish in the top 3, and that's based on just 4 games of play. That's just how good they've been doing, Span.
I don't disagree. They're going to have to be careful and continue to hold on to that, because we were kind of just talking about this beforehand, before we ended up showing back up, is that they obviously have great macro, right? And they obviously, when they get in fights, they can go on ahead and win them, but just the way that they play, they don't usually go on ahead and get in those fights a lot of the time. So I do think that there is an opportunity that they could potentially fall, as you were saying, but as of right now, very strong in that first place position. And another thing, I'm going to touch on Mad Bulls once more to kind of just close that up as well, is that I think maybe there could be a pattern there. You know, day 1 for this first league week, they didn't do too well, but then day 2, they came back with a vengeance. So that means maybe we're going to see Mad Bulls or even any of these other teams towards the bottom of that leaderboard really coming on ahead and just showing the rest of these teams what they got on these next 2 days. And another thing to definitely be showing off is if you, of course, have a OnePlus 9 or 9 Pro. So with flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. So now, y'all, we're about to go into our last match. We already talked about kind of our expectations. You know, we're obviously expecting Alpha 7 and Navi to go on ahead and fight each other. We kind of got a nice mixture of locations for right now. Very out in the open Erangel match for our first match, just to the side of Rozhawk, and then a very much city ending coming in for the second Erangel match. We're about to be going on to our third one. Kind of interested to see where it's going to go on ahead and ship itself off to, but of course, more so, see who's going to go on ahead and figure out the new strategy to go on ahead and get into this last game. So who do you guys think will go on ahead and do better in this very last match on Erangel? This is the third one today.
Well, for Erangel, yes, this is the third time playing. Yeah, I feel like teams can figure out strategy, but I feel like overall today we've had such different zones. Of course, we mixed in 1 game of Miramar, 1 game of Sanhok, but like you said, Span, like game 1 we had an opener or open field ending, so to say, on Erangel, and then game 2 it was in Pachinki. So even though the day is pretty much done and teams have had 4 games to warm up, I just get the feeling that it's just all over the place. Of course, you know, some teams are super consistent, S2G, and just teams in the top 5 in general. But I personally still have like almost no idea what to expect coming into this last game. It's just like, it's been all over the place. 7, you might feel different. What are your thoughts on this one?
I'm completely with you on it. It's just so, it's been so crazy, and it's been so S2G dominated in a way that I feel a little bit shocked in regards to what's currently going on with today. It is only, I have to keep reminding myself, this is only day 1 of Super Weekend 1, okay? I have to keep saying that over and over in my head. But going into this next match, I'm actually gonna throw a little bit of spice there on the table by saying, I would like to see a team hot drop Ghost Gaming in Pachinki. Because we see what happens when a team hot drops Ghost Gaming in Miramar. We just saw what happened when Ghost Gaming gets hot drop in Sanhok. The only match, and the match that we do tend to play quite a lot of, and I mean with Pachinki position, you get to pretty much just do whatever it is that you want. I just want to see it one time, just for my own toxicity. Well, how do you feel about that, Span? Do you want to see anybody hot drop Ghost Gaming just for the lols?
I mean, I definitely think that could be something that they decide to do, but maybe not today, since this is the very last match. Maybe if they realize it starting tomorrow, they're going ahead and do so. But we'll see, because Erangel is about to start, and we're going to end it off with, of course, Highland Wolf and Necro.
It's the final game, everyone. Welcome to Erangel once more as we head to the rolling hills. A beautiful stat there on the left of your screen there, Necro. Mad, they are third right now when it comes to the overall rankings in Erangel, and that's a big surprise considering that Mad overall, despite the fact we've had 2 Erangel games so far today, they have not been performing well at all on the leaderboard. And to echo that as well, Supermassive Blaze, also in 6th position. They are also very low down on this leaderboard overall in the Super Weekend. So there's a little bit of confusion in my mind why they're not having that success today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just feel like it's all the team just getting their serious game face on, right? Supermassive Blaze, of course, is a big upset coming inside Super Weekends. We expected them to actually, you know, show themselves up. They're currently sitting on 14th position, and that's exactly not what we expect. But hey, hold on, what's going on here? Alucard just stealing that vehicle away from 2 players of Supermassive Blaze, and well, this shows it why Supermassive Blaze is having not that good of a day. Already 1 man falls down.
Oh, no.
Sabian is on a run. He's trying his best to dodge the vehicle, but Alucard isn't going to let him go that easily.
He misses the shots, but he's only going to go around for the second. Hey, Bailey's Fury protection, man. Bailey lives out of it, dodges it, but he's on the run. He's trying to jump over the Hey Bailey gets caught on it. The Hey Bail's like rocks to cars in PUBG, but now here comes Coops. Alive, and there's nowhere for you to run. And a Supermassive Blaze, it's the feels bad stand on all fronts as 2 of them drop, and we're only 2 minutes in.
Well, I think so. We've really jinxed it over there. Supermassive Blaze already off to a bad start on the final game of Super Weekend. Day 1. Well, this is not really looking good. Supermassive Blaze definitely, if they're not really going to be having that great of a day today, they would want to make sure tomorrow they're having a hell of a day. If they don't, I mean, taking consideration, a team like S2G is already about to cross that 100 marks barrier, right? They have 85 points in their pockets. And another question I really wanted to ask you, Jake, was, are S2G going to be able to cross that barrier of 100 marks?
Oh, for sure. You've got to think that if they keep up this momentum, right, they are one of these teams who clearly are going to not even be breaking 100 points possibly today, but we could be looking at them breaking 200, 250 points easily when it comes to just this Super Weekend alone. And you look forward actually towards the end of this tournament as well. There's only 3 Super Weekends, and only the top 6 teams out of all 20 that are competing in the West League can actually go through into the PMGC Global Finals later on in January next year. That's, like, to fight for that, that's very tight when it comes to who can qualify.
Exactly, that's definitely tight. But another thing I can say for sure is going to be tight is the zone that has formed. It's, I mean, for the people that can't really see, it's a military-based zone, and we do like to see these kind of zones, of course, on the final game of day 1, man. Of course, to spice things up, zone's going to be screwing a lot of teams over, and we can already see teams like Fenerbahce, they're already on their way in because they do know late rotation in these kind of zones, they never pine out, and especially if you have Aton Esports Milo's. It seems like he's on his way in there as well. If he gets spotted by any of the players from Fenerbahce, things aren't going to look out good for that man.
But it's already great, though, that Fenerbahce have rotated actually through into Novos this early on. They are joined, though, by Aton also doing the same rotation, and I actually really appreciate these early rotations because a lot of the problems you see, and particularly with those slightly less experienced than those at the PMGC, is that they try to hold on onto these more southern compounds and finish a losing phase. When actually, if a zone is this empty and the plane path is that northern and away from the zone is right, is picking up a kill there. You can actually rotate through onto the South Island, get these kills like this, but also more importantly, loot up and have that positioning from the compounds over on the south side and have the loot that is in abundance because no one's taking it when no one's there on the south side either.
Exactly. Aton and Supermassive Blaze already handicapped big time. Things looking pretty bad for them going inside the final game of this Erangel. And as I mentioned, the Circle has definitely spiced a lot of things up. Black Dragon, another team that we saw, I mean, what they're capable of. Of course, if you remember the league days, the first Erangel game, and it was the same circle, I would say, kind of the same circle, where Black Dragons got themselves a chicken dinner. This might just be their chance to bounce back.
But still, Eastern Stars, they shoot wide, but they miss. They don't land the shots over towards that north-eastern side. As Eastern Stars, one of those further rotating teams, and wow, and wide rotations are what is the story here. Unicorns are love enough one of those wider rotators coming down from Primorsk, actually going to rotate through towards their south of North military base. Now, I would usually be one to adore this type of rotation, but the problem for Unicorns are love, and they don't know it quite yet, but we can see it, is that Aston have already smartly rotated to that southern beach on Sanhok military island, and they're going to be the ones to greet them with that open gunfire to take them out of that lobby.
Yeah, exactly. That's such an unfortunate move as well. If Supermassive Blades do get caught in Aton's sights, I'm pretty sure Aton definitely has a huge advantage in that one. But we also do see Rise kind of approaching to the same direction. Oh, this might just be the trifecta of death, Jake.
Oh, but the trifecta of death is because actually all of these bridges, it's also something that I'm actually surprised when it comes to positioning, right? Negro, we're not seeing these bridges are camped, and this is very stark difference as well. The south side is the parts that are camped here, as we do see Rise walking onto Atom. They want to try control these out of reach compounds, but Milos, there's no teammates to defend him. It's a storm through with all three members of Rise as the fourth one joins in. But Unicorns love, that's actually great for them because they hear these shots as they arrive. It means that they are aware and being more careful, whereas also to go back towards that positioning side of front for such actually a south zone, and we are very highly expecting that to be on a Sovnovka military base finish. No teams camping these bridges apart from realistically Gross and two members of Supermassive Blaze. Because no, dude, you can't do this to me. You can't do that to me. I mean, Furious Gaming, I think this is the moment you realised here, Necro, that you done goofed. You messed up here, Papi Potro.
Oh, it's so close. Papi Potro just able to make it out alive. He's so lucky he doesn't realize that. Wasn't the Weakle, did get spotted, and did realize the Weakle's about to blow up. But look at this, Unicorns love. GK almost getting caught with those Weakles, but now he's out in the open, and it seems like he doesn't have any guns to help him with it. And Rise get themselves a free kills. Unicorns love, what's going on exactly? I'm wondering the same thing. How is this happening at this point in time in the game? But there is Fresh to trade things out.
Oh no! Can he get a double? He's struggling. Fresh is trying to heal. He's coming indoors, but he's knocked from behind. It's a disaster from, I think, both fronts. But how in the hell did GK first 8 minutes in the game, Necro, not have a single piece of equipment to defend himself? That is illegal on the side of PUBG.
Yeah, definitely. So, as you mentioned, 8 minutes in the game, still no weapon to defend yourself. Kind of a questionable move, huh, from the side of Unicorns Aloft. But hey, as I mentioned, the circle is a thing that has been playing in Small Sport that has screwed a lot of teams over. Eastern Stars, another team though, Jake, that we were really eyeing out for going inside this day, because as you mentioned, Miramar has been their home ground, but they were still not able to perform, not in Miramar and not in Erangel.
And there's a confirmation as well. Phase 2 shifts completely towards the south side. We talked about camping over that bridge, and we said it goes with the only ones doing it. Now you see S2G. Now you see Knights towards that eastern front as well, gathering along that bridge front to try to defend against those entering in. There are a few of those stragglers, and I actually am worried. Heading back towards this type of finish where we saw in game number 1 and day number 1, there were big problems, big question marks from the likes of A7, from the likes of Navi. Later rotations. A7, yes, were able to muster that successfully and be able to get himself a second place. But on the other hand, you see how well it can go, but how badly it can go wrong too. As Navi, you are very, very far outside of that zone, and I'm very nervous actually for them rotating later into this game.
And exactly, keep this thing in mind. This game is really important for teams like Mad Bull, Supermassive Blaze, and even Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming especially, including Mad Bulls. Both of them are in the bottom two, man. Furious Gaming on 16, Mad Bulls on 15. Things are looking quite critical for those teams. I mean, if they're not able to perform in the final game of day 1, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be having a good night's sleep today.
Oh no, it's going to be nightmares in their dreams. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, yes, you got Saturday, Sunday, but you want to be able to perform as well as you can, because I think rightly as the analyst desk said, you can't guarantee that you're in second week. You can't guarantee you're in third week super weekend, so it's so crucial for you to pick up points here when you are inside of these games. We head back to the replay and head exactly over to see what Adam just did. They ran over the side of Rise and they put themselves forward, but Nunes, he was the one to finish it all off and took the catastrophe through to the finish line. As you do see, Supermassive Blazer in that control tower. They are the ones holding up. They're the ones with the information. They spy down Frozen. Kudo, though, he's the one with the nade. He's cooking up, trying to land it into the top of that tower, but no one's there. No one's home. Kudo. And they're going to have to enter further in because they are in that middle floor.
There's a 3-on-2 situation. Supermassive Blaze are getting pounced on. The aggressive push. Supermassive Blaze trying their best to hold down this fort. Keth, the only man left alive. Oh, I can already imagine the burden on his shoulder, but no, he hugs his own death. Oh, he digs his own grave. What's going on there, Supermassive Blaze? Lacking on that little bit of presence of mind for sure.
Do you know what it is here as we see A7 slapping down the rest of Knights? I mean, this is what it is, okay? It's tactical inting. We get to game 5, we see a game like this. It's all about exiting from the game as fast as possible, getting a good night's sleep, coming back tomorrow. That's what it is. It's all about the sleep schedule, dude.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it's a sleep diff. It's a sleep diff. That is what it is. I mean, you can see it in Knights, right? They're already quickly making their escort out.
Oh man, thanks. Honestly, I won't really blame the players at this point in time. It's just a circle playing the sport, man. All the way down in south, of course, teams that are going to be making the late rotation, they're of course going to be, suffering from all the teams that are going to be camping the bridges. And one of them is A7. And A7, of course, one of those teams we do know what they're capable of. I don't really need to elongate on that anymore. Cario, though, kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, taking a few shots onto himself, but nothing really connecting. Rebellion, I think so he should try and reunite with the pack.
That's Tone. Only going to go closer towards the Novka military base. And I mean, you can see how difficult it is. Next, Roya will lose one for now. And we'll find out revive. It will be, I think, very much a slower game here coming through from these final few phases. As we tried to tone it down, as we said, one of these teams to super for these points, but coming further forward into that zone and coming into further forward to Sivnovka military base, actually the high ground, coming off this mountaintop, so crucial too, because actually not the mountain itself, but heading further forward and onto those hills, entering into Sivnovka, that's actually going to be so important for these teams, especially because in that northern side is in play. No one's using that, and actually I think it's very crucial when it comes to not only spotting players inside Sivnovka itself, but also spotting things such as smoke, such as cars before heading in, and actually realizing where the possibility of players could be.
Exactly, the possibility of players. That's what we're exactly wondering as well. And now Unicorns Love, with only 2 players, definitely will have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Fenerbahce doing pretty good on the overall rankings. They can, of course, have that safety cushion going inside the second game. But hey, who doesn't want to end the day on a good note, right?
I'll tell you something. If you're going for the sleep diff strat, you're ending on a bad note. That's what we do here, Necro. If you're like, if you're like some of these teams, you look at a base and you're like, oh no, not a set final finish. I don't want that. I mean, Richie, military, me, I'm looking towards that pillow and that cover. I'm looking towards snuggling up tonight quicker than this. That's why it's a bad idea. But if you're wanting the points, if you actually want to win in PUBG, then you're gonna have to go in for the long haul. And this is exactly what the Son of Black Dragons are doing. And you can see the S2G on the other side. They also control this more southern front and towards these bunkers, the plain side. These are the crucial also parts, and actually not that used too often. You can see already the small cover, of course, those gradings and those fence provides you, but actually the plains as well, utilizing the height of those plains, again, like those hills, to try get the high ground, to try get that information. Yes, it is riskier because you can't actually use the terrain. It's only a vehicle or a broken one at that, and it's very obvious when you do ascend towards it. but it's still something that actually the other players on that ground who don't have that easier time spotting out where the next path is won't actually have in their deck of cards.
Definitely won't, but gotta say, Eastern Stars, they have made it to top 5. Started this game off on 6th position, able to get in top 5. Must be feeling themselves probably looking pretty good on the overall ranking. Circle shifting right in the military base. This is quite good. S2G again found themselves in the smack center. Gotta say, somehow, man, they're always really good at positioning themselves inside the zone.
Still, though, you're looking again, that zone only shrinking further, and actually shrinks further towards the south side as well. Now, actually, you turn your attention towards not only the side of Black Dragons, but a lot of these teams heading towards the south, and Fenerbahce one of them, because they gain this positioning just outside the military base. Just as important, though, you can see how useful it is Mad taking full advantage of it on that outskirts. Those small gratings, those small little dips, and actually making such work of that. But again, you have to be able to move backwards, because look at how clustered this zone is getting. There is no space to move, and those who have already settled that position, great. But you better be praying that zone comes towards you.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, you better be praying that zone coming towards you, because there's a lot of open fields. And guess what? A7 Senatex finds an opening against Eastern Stars, but he's also getting shot from the back. That's not a good news for a team like A7. Now Basi trying to close distance on the Senatex, confirming that kill. A7 down to a 2-man squad. Revo and Karila, the last 2 players alive. And A7, Cario again splitting up from his teammate. I don't really know what the game plan is from his side, but I do understand it seems like he's trying to make his mark inside the zone as quick as possible.
Oh no, Cario!
Oh no, he's running right in the open arms of Black Dragons, and he's trying his best to try and make it out alive, and what? He single-handedly takes 2 players out!
That's what you're looking for from a star player like Rio. If that's what you want from a solo, where is the rest of his team? Because Revo, he doesn't have that vehicle. He can't actually support, so it's a beautiful play as it was. He still gets taken out anyway, but the damage has been done to the Black Dragons. And even though this was their Dragon Pit, could be very much their grave here. As you can see, with those knocks, with those fires downs, that's where you start to see those other teams, those other players starting to aggress further forward. As Revo strikes down 1. We talked about that star player of A7. He takes down 2 himself. Hey, Revo with a 1v2. Can he make it a 1v3 through the smoke? He fires down. He needs to reload. Got 40 in the magazine as he takes a buggy. He going on out of there with his successful 2 kills, but it's a slow evade. Whereas Eastern Stars defend. They're not there. He gets away with it.
Oh my god, just A7. Each and every single player is just a 1-man army. Carrier, I don't even understand how was he able to knock 2 players out of Black Dragons in that buggy, but still, you gotta focus on other fights. It's Unicorns of Love going head-to-head against Eastern Stars. Bossy spotting out the player in the clothesline. Rolkis is the man, but he's on a move. He does realize he does not want to challenge a fight against him, but he's down quite low. 1 more bullet, and he will meet his makers, but no, he makes it out alive. And as I say that, I just jinx it. Rolkis falls down, and the kill will be confirmed in no time.
Unicorns of Love, they lose another. I mean, Unicorns of Love, this has been a disaster of a game for them, but they're still defending, at least for now. But it's not without difficulty for the rest of Eastern Stars too, as they take it to Lin. They baited him into the revive, and then he takes 4 kills. It looked like a disaster for them. There's dead bodies everywhere for Unicorns of Love, but look at their zone as well. They've actually got a beautiful position over here towards more that south side. It's just a short walk in, and actually there's a solo player, Unicorns of Love, who actually reminiscent to that previous game where it was Rolkis who carried him to 3rd place. Lin now has to do equally just as much.
Oh, Jake, take a look at the circle shift as well, moving out in the open, just screwing so many teams over. And here we have Black Dragons. The cover that they found is now getting contested. It's getting challenged, and it's Fenerbahce. But Fenerbahce seems like they're falling apart. Black Dragons able to hold this position successfully. Fenerbahce not really, I don't know what was going on. There was a little separation from Flaky over there, but hey, it didn't really work out in the end.
And the problem is, it's all about those people. It's all about positioning, where you were. We said how difficult it is to move across. I mean, you can see Knight's a pure example of that. You cannot move inside this zone in such open expanse because of these type of situations. Those stragglers who are waiting to try pick up those slow rotations from other enemies. And with that, It's in beside the smoke, but still, Meku with the help of Tixie's damage finds it. They're looking for the second vehicle. They're heading in further forward. Is Rise down one member, opens the door for now Na'Vi to enter further forward. Mad Bulls as well, eliminated down in 10th position. They will not strike even further with their horns in third place, but what is striking is the full force of Na'Vi in onto Rise. They saw the knock, it wasn't confirmed, it wasn't put away into a heal back quick enough, and Rise, they'll burn, and they'll burn quickly. Nunes sees himself tomorrow, that is for sure. Gary.
Oh, Na'Vi just charging in forward against Rise. Gary, the only man alive from that squad, and the final hope as well to try and make it alive. Unicorns love Lynn getting spotted. Down quite low in his sliver of health, but he's going to be making it out alive for now. The Black Dragons, of course, having the prime positioning right in the center. And guess what? Yep, Lynn's just pushing in forward, and just like that, Na'Vi blowing the vehicle over just to put the final nail in the coffin for Unicorns love.
But that Unicorns love Smackdown. He had 1 HP. You could punch him and he would die. That's how much little HP he had, but still he takes a kill anyways, and his insult to injury is Rise. And Unicorns love a war of attrition, take each other out. Na'Vi left with the zone towards the south side. Yes, also the other big star team though here is that Dragon Pit that we talked about. The Black Dragons smack dab bang in the middle of this phase 5 to phase 6 shift.
Oh, Ghost and S2G right next to each other. There's a complete silence now. I'm just waiting for this silence to be broken as soon as it is. A lot of bodies are going to be hitting the deck instantly. Silas spots a couple of members in the front. 2 players being spotted, Tensa and HS24. HS24 pretty oblivious, but Silas missing a lot of shots. He also gives his position away with that. Not a good news for a team like S2G. And we did know, started this map off on a good note, and now they're not really looking good, as Silas, of course, is the only man in the clotheslines of Ghost Gaming over here. Ghost Gaming with 2 players live, Tensa and HS24, trying their best, making sure Silas isn't really overstepping his boundary. HS24's position being revealed. Is taking quite a lot of shots. Silas comes out on top in that fight, but Tensa's position still anonymous.
But Tensa didn't go in for the flush back, and they're trying to rely on HH24 to find out revive. The nade bounces wide, so it won't land enough of those nades onto Black Dragon. It's a triple! That's what we were looking for. Tixie, the man of the hour to help Matic blows them all to hell. Is now Meku, draws his final bloody. Kusuni, a little too eager, but it is still Golden who dies at the end of the day. As a team, Na'Vi stepping up in the final game, day number 1, when you wanted them to, from disaster in the first game ever to the final game, as we say, day 1 super weekend. Another knock is S2G gone, in Na'Vi with no Black Dragons take full control over now also Next Roya.
Oh, they're looking to take that full control, though. Still, there is one more man alive of Next Roya, but guess what? The nade from Yikta takes 3 players out of Na'Vi. Matic and Tixie now crawling. They're down, they need some help. Tixie only left alive. Yikta with those perfect nade placement coming in from his side. Na'Vi, you do realize it's pretty much next to impossible to get the rest back up onto Tixie. That's why now he's going to be playing safe in that one. Ghost, still with 2 players alive. They have managed to take out S2G. The threat has been silenced, and these are the final 3 teams. Next Roya, Na'Vi, and Ghost.
Meku, the sole survivor of absolute obliteration. Na'Vi, Necro tried to dish out 3 kills, and then Next Roya came in and said, you gotta take what you give, and they knocked them all down with 3 themselves. Meku in ruins. Ghost in ruins, Next Roya in ruins to Na'Vi's assault. Everyone's left down to a duo or a solo. It's down to sneaking in the grass. It's down to holding on as long as you can. And 5.
Exactly. All these final players wants to be the one with the nature. Ghost, Tensa spotting a couple of players out of Next Roya in the front lines. Traded a couple of bullets. But still, nothing really critical happening. No knocks being found yet. And Ghost as well. As I mentioned, they have 2 players alive. Same thing goes with Same thing goes with next Ruya. Now, Mekyu might just try and play the spoil sport and try and take at least one man down from next Ruya, but if he keeps the trigger discipline, I feel like he might just have a higher chance of winning this game.
Yeah, still, next Ruya moving further forward into the zone. Everyone, by the way, outside of this phase 7 here, Necro. No one is safe. They all have to move forward. You have, yes, that crate that defends next Ruya. They have to move away from it. The smokes being deployed by Ghost. Actually, Na'Vi's positioning the best because they have that very, very slight bit that protects them from the line of sight of others. So it's actually next Ruya and Ghost who are more likely to fight each other, as you can see. Even the tires not choosing to be popped further, real step away from the vehicle being blown up, and they will dodge out the bullets. Next Ruya, they will not stop the assault, but the smokes defend them for now. But how much smokes left have Ghost got? Because those smokes, they are falling and they are fading.
They're falling, but guess what's in their favor? It's the zone. Next Ruya will need to make their mark in the next zone. That means they will have to move in the open grounds, and that's where Ghost might just get their chance to get this chicken dinner in their back. Oh, we all have been waiting for a team like Ghost to get that chicken dinner, and this might just be the moment. And it would be a good time to end the day on a good note for a team like Ghost. But guess what? Next Ruya, they're trying their best. They're trying their best to make it out alive in that zone. But finally, one man gets spotted. He gets taken down. Ghost, it's a 1-on-2 situation. Next Ruya, it's their game to lose.
Yetka, that bush is the only thing it defends, and there comes the killing. It's down to Rostolo. Yetka, I think is his time. You wish you had just killed yourself to the zone. Don't give it other points to Ghost. But there he tries anyways. I think it's pretty futile here, though. You can see the win prediction at 65%. It feels pretty darn more than that. Yeah, miracle play. You need a knock here. Yetka to even survive, make it a 1v1, but how can you?
Ghost as well playing this one out pretty brilliantly and not really overstepping themselves. Not really getting too confident in this situation. But guess what? One man being found. Oh, this might just be weird. The tables might be flipped. Next Ruya, now it's a 1-on-1 situation. HS24 is behind that care package. And as soon as he gets spotted, oh, that wouldn't be good. Yup, he knows. Yeekta pretty much knows. But HS24, has he spotted Yeekta out? That's the real question. And yes, he has. A little glimpse is going to be enough. And Ghost Gaming take that final chicken dinner in their head. It's a super weekend day. And wow, coming through on match number 5, Erangel.
What a great game coming through from Ghost. That was definitely like a nail biter all the way until the end there. Again, yet another really close end game where it came down to a 1v1 situation. So Ghost being able to grab that one definitely played it well, and I believe Zoo, they ended up getting there from a pretty difficult way, didn't they? Plus,
yeah,
sorry, I gotta point out their position on the side of the road as well, if you talk about that too.
Yeah, they had to rotate. I mean, it's a military circle. I'm glad that you mentioned it, because Ghost Gaming, during the league stage, we saw them absolutely just fall apart on a military circle. They went for that early rotation, but Team Queso, if you guys remember back to day number 1, just absolutely slammed their rotation and stopped them short. So it actually matters a lot which teams do make it into the Super Weekend. Queso not here today, so Ghost Gaming was able to make a very clean rotation, and they got the chicken dinner. It was the first one so far, and we'll show you the rotations on the screen later on, but the rotations really paid off for Ghost Gaming. They usually send it kind of more central circle, and this time, it worked out.
Oh, they definitely did. We saw that aggressive rise that we're kind of used to seeing. We saw them not shining away from any fight. I mean, it kind of turned it kind of turned out to be what I've been saying this whole time, Sute, in regards to them just going for it. Like, they're wanting to be those big brothers of Alpha 7 the whole time, and right now they show what we're truly used to seeing from Alpha 7 in regards to aggressiveness. They just literally went for it every single time. For them to be able to secure at least, I think it was 5 elimination points, was great. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of Rise, man.
Exactly. I mean, I will say at the very end there, though, I'm kind of surprised. You know, they were aggressive the entire time, and then Zoo, right when Na'Vi went on ahead and pulled on up to them, it kind of nipped it right there, right in the bud. But of course, we can go ahead and talk about that later, because right here, there we go. We can see that last little winning shots here towards the end of the highlight of this match. Another thing I'd like to point out is it looks like our very last match is ending in the most open on Erangel for this one, and again with some teams that maybe we weren't quite expecting. We didn't really talk about some of the teams that are there at the end there, Zoo.
Nextra, they did make a comeback. They didn't get that chicken dinner, but they were on the bottom of the standing, so this was a good game for them for sure. And it's what I was saying earlier. I feel like this today has been all over the place. Erangel, we saw an ending in Pachinki. We saw a more regular ending elsewhere in the zone. And then we got an ending on Military Island down near the plains and the road. So today was a heck of a day. We had 5 games. I felt like every game was just completely different from one another. I don't even know if teams coming into tomorrow will have a good understanding of what's going on, because every game was so different, Seven.
It was. I mean, you called it something that wasn't as different in a way was S2G's consistency. Yeah, I mentioned about it earlier in the previous match. I've got to mention it here again today, especially in the last match. We saw him going up against Ghost. We saw the S2G player being able to kind of knock that Ghost Gaming player. Luckily for Ghost Gaming, they had Tensa, which is usually regarded as one of the best close quarter players, especially coming out of an A. He was able to clutch that up. But for S2G to just be that consistent, for them to be consistent in regards to the kills too, the whole day impressed me. Even though 2 elims here on this match, trust me, the amount of points that they were putting up in those last 2, I'm kind of glad that happened in a way. That way the other teams get a chance to catch up. We do have the match rankings here. Ghost Gaming 27 points, definitely the Ghost we kind of expect to see. Na'Vi, I feel like out of all the teams here, we even all said it collectively at one point, this is Na'Vi's game to win. And then in a split second span, everything just changed.
It very much did, and I think it's because, I mean, I got to point out Nextria up there as well in that second place position. I mean, I think that's the highest that we got to see them here today as well. So them being able to go on ahead and really take down the rest of Na'Vi, especially with that absolutely disgusting nade coming in from Yekta, that 3K, just forced the Na'Vi loss. I was kind of wondering, was that Na'Vi solo going to go on ahead and ruin it for the rest of them? But it looks like that was not the case. And it looks like Ghost is also going to go on ahead and, of course, grab that MVP. HH24, 641 damage, 6 eliminations, and 43% average team contribution. I mean, Ghost Gaming, Zoo, they just really ended up being able to take this one and turn it into something useful for them, even when they had to go on ahead and have that kind of hard position up there by the plains that's just absolutely crowded with people.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming, shout outs to them, but I want to give it even bigger shout outs to HH24, aka The Problem. If you guys don't know, HH24, he's one of those players that's super hot or super cold. Consistency is called into question with HH, and HH knows this. He's one of those players that always tends to, like, try and push himself and, strive for the better. And it's great to see this game, the first chicken dinner for Ghost Gaming. It is indeed HH being the MVP of the team. 6 elims, 641 damage, and 43 team contribution. But of course, Nextria, can't count them out either. You mentioned it, Yekta with that grenade completely stuffed Na'Vi's push that got Nextria up to that second place finish. And like you said, this is huge for Nextria. They were having a super rough day, all 4 games, not having any luck. And then Nextria, this last one, it might be a good momentum starter going into day number 2, 7.
It is. I mean, with next re-up, for them to be able to do this is impressive. I also want to see how they're going to be able to do tomorrow in regards to some of the plays that we've been seeing out of them. And you know which other team I want to call out that is not even here, by the way? Shout out to The Problem. You said it right there. HH24 having an amazing game. Ghost Gaming, it's a completely different team usually when HH24 shows up. So shout out to my boy there. Now, Fenerbahce. I mean, I don't even know how to say their name because it's just so freaking good. They were able to end the day here in 4th place with 50 points. The consistency that we've seen out of this team, also to be able to maintain themselves within top 5, it's good to see with Ghost Gaming getting that win. Guess what? They send themselves now to 63 points, which is crazy. Sute, you were mentioned this earlier, the gap that S2G was able to build up. Currently, the gap between 1st place and 3rd place, even 2nd place, it's almost 30 points. When you go 3rd place, definitely 30 points, Sue.
Yeah, 30 points. That is a huge gap. At one point, it was 40 points, so the gap is closing just ever so slightly. But if S2G just has another really great day tomorrow, we might see that gap even extend more. Now, we moved on to the 2nd page, but, you know, we talked about it all the time. Na'Vi and A7. Well, Na'Vi is on the 1st page, so I guess for today, they came out ahead, and A7, I definitely have to say, is not playing like how we expect A7 to be playing. It is one day. We've only played 5 games. There's 10 more games to go. A7 is definitely going to do a lot of homework, and they should, you know, study up, freshen up, and I hope to see A7 come back strong in the next 2 days. Next, Truya, they got a really good game, made their way up to that 10th place spot, which is really good. And before we continue on, the Mad Bulls still looking like sad bulls. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Maybe we'll see something different day 2 and day 3 Spam.
You know what's scary, Sue?
Sorry,
I was looking
go
at
ahead.
that 2nd page right there. I think it was Furious Gaming. They only were able to collect 7 points today. If we compare that to the worst team of today in regards to going into the East, they ended up with 17 points. So Furious Gaming is playing super lackluster here. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to see a wake-up call from them.
We'll just have to wait and see on that, but we got to go on ahead and also take a look back at that last match. Let's take a look at those recaps that made that last match so exciting, Zite.
Yeah, so for the recaps, like Na'Vi, they finally had a good game. So we're going to be looking at Na'Vi and Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming, of course, the team that got the chicken dinner, and it all starts off with their rotations. You can see right here, it's that military base rotation. And they did not get stopped at the bridge by Team Queso this time. So they made it across, kept 4 alive. And now the big one for Ghost Gaming, I want you guys to pay attention on the next rotation when the circle shrinks one more time. Ghost Gaming kind of did a full send rotation. And because of that, there's always risk. And they end up losing 2 players. You see right there, 2 players did get taken out on that rotation. And as I was watching this live, I called it out. Ooh, that's a risky rotation. I don't know if it's going to pay off for Ghost Gaming. But Ghost Gaming, they make those calculated risk rotations. And it definitely paid off. I mean, they got the chicken dinner after all. But it was not just a rotation. You see all these red X's pop up. They had to fight and claw their way through the plains to get the game-winning chicken 7.
They definitely did. I mean, we talk about them having all 4 players all the time, especially towards the end, or wanting to have all 4 players towards the end. Man, that definitely didn't work out there, but kind of worked on their favor. And now we go here to this. This was a big turning point for us, Sue. We were watching this, we saw this full send, and we're like, oh boy, this is just, it doesn't seem like a very smart play. It seems like just a crazy full send. We didn't think that we're gonna actually be able to survive this. Ultimately, they were able to survive this. It worked on their favor as well. And I think thanks to this play, Na'Vi was actually able to collect some extra points. What's crazier though, on the next play that we're gonna show you, that one, I feel like that one is the one that kind of backfired due to the nades that we're able to see. At least here, Na'Vi was able to collect some of those elim points, which are huge. And considering where Na'Vi was here before this match, it's good to see them push up. I think it was like five placements that they were able to push up in the rankings. So I love seeing that out of Na'Vi. It's just not sure if this is exactly the same thing that we're going to be seeing out of Na'Vi. Here you go, Sue. We're going to be seeing it here shortly in regards to the nade.
So we saw that push earlier. It was great. It worked out. But when I was watching that first push onto Rise, I felt like it was a little bit rushed. there was no need to go that full send, full hard. Like, they had to drive through a smoke. They couldn't see what was past that smoke. Luckily for them, when they stopped, they were fine. But you'll see right here, they do another really aggressive fast push, and they push straight into a grenade. I think this was the push. The car play comes through. Kitsune was knocked, but it's right here. They stack up. Both players right there. Just all behind one spot. The grenade comes through, and that just shuts down Navi's chance of winning the game. They were a 4-man team before that grenade went off, and boom. Now they're down to a solo. Still a good finish. I think they finished 3rd place, you know, with that solo, but this could have been Navi's chicken dinner to really turn things around. Instead, it went to Ghost Gaming, which Ghost Gaming kind of also needed to, you know, secure their first chicken dinner. So all in all, both teams played great. Next, Ruya also showing up. I've already said it, but this was a huge game for all 3 of these teams.
Definitely was. I was also going to say as well that Yekta didn't even throw another nade. So that was just like a perfect nade that was placed there, because if even one of the people behind that vehicle didn't get knocked, those reses would have happened and Yekta wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now that we are officially done, of course, with all of our matches today, I kind of want you guys to kind of talk about, you know, we have that final leaderboard for the 5 matches today. This is only day 1 of the Super Weekend, but main question is, who do you guys think is on that second page of the leaderboard that kind of had an unfortunate subpar performance? Let's start with Yuzu.
Second page, the one that sticks out like a sore thumb would be Alpha 7 for me, right? We see them on the second page. Even if Alpha 7 had a bad day, I would imagine they'd be in the first page at least, like maybe 8th place, 7th place. So that was definitely one team that underperformed, that I didn't really expect to see today, 7.
For me, it's going to be Mad Bulls. You said it. They're looking like sad bulls at the moment. That's exactly it. Like, this is a team coming in. I know we mentioned about Weekend League play, like, being completely different once we get to the Super Weekend. But with some of this staff, I mean, we saw this team, Mad Bulls, being able to get 18 Ilims on the chicken dinner. We didn't see any of that. We maybe saw some flashes here and there of aggressiveness, but besides that, didn't give us a reason to talk about them, didn't give us a reason to really show them some love, unless it was, boy, they're really underperforming today.
Yeah, and you know, I guess it's just hard, right? Because then my next question would be like, why? But obviously we can't really answer that question. It just definitely seems like just the blanket statement is that it looks like they just weren't able to go on ahead and perform, at least for the first day of the Super Weekend. Maybe it comes down to the strategies that we were talking about, how everybody kind of changes up their gameplay coming into the Super Weekend, and that probably went on ahead and contributed to it. I also created my own little list of surprised teams that I'm going to go on ahead and read out before we go on ahead and say our last couple of things. I gotta say, I think I'm surprised to see on the first page Unicorns of Love, Ghost Gaming, Navi, and Eastern Stars, and on the second page I'm surprised to see Alpha 7, Black Dragons, Mad Bulls, and Papara Supermassive Blaze. I kind of just want to leave that list at that, see what happens tomorrow. But any last thoughts before we go on ahead and wrap this up? So let's start with you, Zute.
Come back stronger tomorrow if you did bad, and if you did good, keep it going, right?
Okay, 7.
I mean, I'm on that boat. I want to see what Alpha 7 is going to be offering tomorrow. Sute mentioned it perfectly. I didn't want to pretty much talk about the same team, but what we saw today was very lackluster from them as well. I want to see more out of Carrillo. I want to see more out of Revo, the MVP out of Americas. They just have so much potential here that they're truly not showcasing it. It could have been just a first Super Weekend thing. Tomorrow it's gonna be telling us a lot of stuff.
Cannot agree more. Well, Zute, 7, that is going to be it for, of course, today. All 5 matches are over, but that is not it for this weekend. So this is only day 1 of the first Super Weekend. Of course, we're going to be here tomorrow and the next day with some more matches. So same time, same place. We're going to go on ahead and see you guys then. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in for PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Super Weekend 1. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.